An interstellar era in which warships are representatives of a higher power. All those giant ships and starry rivers, it's all the perfect romance for men. An additional tomahawk module was hovering in outer space, with its warp device and construction system damaged and unable to be used. Such a problem was indeed a non-cladding problem. The captain, covering his face, remembered how many years it had taken to make this journey. It seemed almost 34 years. Armor damage was 88% and hull damage 64%. Main weapon ammunition, 0 ammo. Auxiliary weapon ammunition, 12 rounds of energy, 22 consumables, and 3 units. The man stood surrounded by his closest team, talking about what he thought about how with this auxiliary system, his journey around the world would start as well as end. But suddenly a loud warning was heard that a high-energy response had been detected. An energetic reaction, a laser burst from the spacecraft. A captain with light stubble. Unfortunately, it was difficult to get hold of anything resembling a warship, and due to the lack of secrecy, it was constantly being hunted. Relying on auxiliary systems for help, they fought for over a decade, but in the end death caught up with them. He looked at his team and apologized to them for not being able to protect them, though he regretted it greatly. His partners looked at him with all love and respect. Without a drop of regret, they asked him not to talk about it like that, because they never once regretted following him. And immediately, they all hugged together. They became not just a team, but a real family. The commander-in-chief cried. He said that if only he could start over, he would never repeat what they had behind their backs. A notification appeared that the imminent death of the North had been detected, activating a hidden function, namely rewinding time, and the man didn't believe such a thing was even possible. But I didn't hesitate for a second to decide. Confirm the time rewind, and as fast as possible, followed by a caveat that it was worth paying attention to the fact that this feature can only be used once. But the captain wasn't intimidated at all. The man was determined. In his opinion, once was absolutely enough to not screw up his actions again. And just at that moment, the aircraft was already almost destroyed completely. Severe damage. The armor damage was 93%. And the hull damage was 69%. And with every second, this problem only grew even more. The numbers increased before our eyes, and it is worth grasping at the last straw to fix it somehow. It certainly won't get worse. And then the bright light began to blind the man. Everything became as it doubled, dizzy, and the picture began to swim, began to rewind time, which back to the day to return. And then the already fresher-looking guy opened his eyes. Everything was falling into place. The picture was becoming clear, and inside there was a strange feeling. On the verge of nausea, the man at the control panel looked at the monitor, where it was the 1st of June in the 10,000th year of the 3rd year, and to believe that he could really be reborn was simply impossible. Had this ship of his, this place where he'd lived for 20 years, he jumped back a whole 14 years, when disaster hadn't yet struck and everything was more or less fine. He already knew what would happen next. In 2 days, he would get a spark battleship, and then reveal his identity, and the Jin family would hunt him down for 10 years. The start date was 10,103. He didn't realize that indeed he had been given a second chance. They were now flying past planet Communis 3, the only inhabited planet, in barren black rocks mining region. He covered his eyes, trying to come to terms with what was going on, and since the guy was back, he couldn't make the mistake again. As soon as he accessed the system, it was as if he had entered a strange area, where the characteristics of various functions appeared in front of him and all of them were inaccessible. As it turned out, after scanning, immediately the brunette was at his former workstation and analyzing what he saw. Only the scanning function was working so far. It would help him determine the quality and status of the ship and its modules, and immediately took up the levers. The condition of the F-grade space mining ship was 91%. There was no growth. And although a near spaceship that received an F grade over 100 years ago is not the best, but for this planet, it is simply a first-class product. He really missed his faithful machine. The other functions are not available yet, unless you buy a ship with activated growth. Today is the 1st of June 10,103. The battleship spark is basically a pipe dream for the average person, but the guy just needs to wait, and in 2 days he has it in his pocket. He asks Jean's family to wait rhetorically. In this life, he will make them pay for their debt with blood. Suddenly, a notification of a new communication request popped up on the screen. Now the choice is to accept or reject the call. The guy poked a button, logically the one that accepts a request, and immediately a man appeared in front of him, which was startling, as if he was seeing such a thing for the first time. A squeaky girl's voice notified that the second forward base of the mine was on the line. Leah said hello to the man at the machine. The lush blonde was very emotional and joyful, even looked kind of naive. She welcomed the guy into the world, notifying him that there were still 10 hours until the window opened, so it was worth preparing in advance. The guy rubbed his head awkwardly. He had forgotten that it was Leah's turn to be on duty today, and she was a little annoyed by that. Could he really forget that it was the first week of the month? And of course the girl was on duty, and she was incredibly sad that the loaf had even forgotten that it was the cutie's first shift. Thoth was just trying to justify that he was a little mistaken, while he thought about the fact that it was true that in this dead universe, only cheerful Leah could bring some warmth to the work. At that time, the mailing was over. Next time, Leah asked to remember to invite her to dinner to commemorate her broken heart, and the guy had no problem agreeing to treat the assistant to a big dinner. The future and his past life kept him pushed hard. After all, it would take about 7 hours to get from here to the mines of the asteroid belt on powerful engines. The route is already cleared and regularly maintained. Once the ship goes into autopilot mode, then the guy will spend the time on strength training. In the interstellar era, physical fitness is crucial, especially for a lightning bolt. After only an hour, he was already very sweaty and tired. Physical preparation left much to be desired. To his regret, to qualitatively prepare himself is given a chance, which is incredibly difficult to get. The faithful assistant talked about how, as they approached the second entrance to the asteroid belt, the automatic navigation was coming to an end, and it seemed time for him to switch to manual mode, and immediately asked to notice that this time Lao Shi also chose the second entrance. The brunette immediately changed his face when he heard this name. It confused him. In his past life, he was able to choose the best mining ship among all, assess the specific situation of his ship in real time, take full advantage of the characteristics of the ship he was piloting, penetrate deep into the mine, and gather more materials than other miners. Although he cheated, however, after collecting resources, there will always be people who will envy Lao Shi, one of them. He used to be the boss of a group of interstellar miners. Despite his difficult character, he was helped by his luck and good skills. Later, the progress of the protagonist affected Lao Shi's status, and it targeted him. And then came the voice of this backstabber, addressing the so-called star miner. He scoffed, asking for advice on how to work on their mining technology, which was failing, but the brunette wasn't going to stand for that sort of thing. So he mentally ordered the ungrateful jerk to shut up, and said aloud that he was ready to start a battle with him, eyes lighting up with excitement and confidence in his aim. Everyone who could only watch these were discussing what was happening in front of their eyes. It was another interesting game, waiting to watch. They looked at the chances of the participants to win, and Shay's chances were less than Doe's. This made them wonder what kind of gambler they had. Mr. Shay could be beaten by a many with one left. Is he not afraid to lose all his money? And the arguing guys who placed their bets discussed this situation further. The risky kid was not afraid of anything. In the worst case, he would lose everything he earned from mining. But if the second let Mr. Shay win, he would make a fortune. The two ships were parked next to each other. The opponent turned to the protagonist, whose brutality frightened him. Du had already defeated him many times, so offered to let the opponent win at least this time. After all, they are colleagues. The guy won't embarrass the other. Du asked the optical computer to convert the voice message into words, and exhaled with relief, enjoying the silence that had finally come. A low-power self-defense laser on a mining ship can't penetrate even the thinnest G1 level steel plate designed for spaceflight. It can only handle small space debris, so competition between miners naturally involves piloting spaceships and mining. Asteroid belt mining areas are known for their dangerous routes. The deeper miners go, the more variables arise. Anyone who is not careful enough can easily die in an accident. There are always abundant veins in unexplored areas, and the veins are always well preserved. So miners who go to these places have a lot to mine. In a word, whoever reaches the deepest part of the mining district will be the winner. And in front of my eyes, there were already applause in support of Wang Dong. In Shi's past life, he wanted to cause trouble for him. He tracked the guy's routes and tried to find out his secret. However, his overloaded engine got out of control. It ended up killing him. The reborn had nothing to do with his death, but he didn't expect his family to come to him and tried to blame him for his death, and this moment even caught the attention of others. Although the brunette was glad to see the bastard die, but it brought him more trouble than good, so this time he won't use such a simple method as letting him die himself. The guy intends to get rid of she in a way that avoids trouble. Asteroids are constantly in a dynamic state due to differences in size and orbits. The speeds of celestial bodies in the asteroid belt are also different. At the furthest part of the asteroid belt, a turbulence layer is often formed, consisting of small celestial bodies that are moving very fast. This can pose a deadly threat to mining spacecraft with only thin armor. Therefore, before mining begins, the mining company sends special rescue ships to remove this layer. After that, high-speed asteroids will become rare, and there will be a short period of calm. Miners, however, call it the window period, and that period was just approaching, and Leah asked everyone to get ready. As soon as the command to start sounded, the ships immediately burst from their seats and moved forward at breakneck speed, trying to overtake one another. Wang Dong's main rival laughed while catching up with the guy, and then he put on the gas and started overtaking. He said that he and the young lad would see each other again, but this time he would definitely win. His opponent, however, replied that it would only happen in his wet dreams, and then commanded the computer to shut down the gravity generation system and redirect all power to the 8 lateral orientation control engines. And his wish was fulfilled. It could be seen that compared to the tomahawk, the Manga Conqueror was significantly inferior in thrust, acceleration, and even orientation control. However, it also had an advantage as it did not need the protection of a ship class. Manga Conqueror was equipped with 8 orientation control engines, while normal warships only had 4. More engines meant better maneuverability. Such an advantage was especially noticeable in such a complex environment, as the spaceships were now being shorted by huge rocks. The guys sitting in the pilot's seat were discussing that there was no way Wang Dong would go through the asteroid belt in front of them. It would lead to certain death. It was just a bet, and it didn't need to risk his life like that. They were asking Dong to stop. The fat man behind the wheel also became worried. He was scared by such a huge determination. It's just crazy, and now he wants to die or something. But the guy was not afraid to face danger and risk. After all, this environment was nothing compared to the battlefield, and he could go through it with his eyes closed. A smile of smugness appeared on his face. As if he could control all the asteroids, the guy circled them one by one, twisting zigzags and pirouettes in the air, masterfully sidestepping the dangers. His main opponent watched Wang Dong pull off such tricks and couldn't believe that this was what he was capable of. Only how he did it was unclear, but the guy was completely sure of what was going on. He had saved the bastard's life. Now he hoped he wouldn't bother him anymore. That's it, less than 24 hours left. Now it's just a matter of crossing your fingers in the hope that it will all work. It has to work. Finally, it was time to take up the cause. He still needed to mine or he would be suspected. The energy crystals were the most important thing. Maintaining the constant functions of the system only required physical strength. But after officially activating the system, many functions require energy crystals to use. In his past life, he didn't have an available energy crystal after activating the system, so he doesn't want to experience this embarrassment again. This place is deep enough. If he goes deeper, he can't help but get out even with the driving skills he'll learn in the future. The guy asked the optical computer to activate the detector's external antennas and use the particles to scan targets. It's so huge, but the result comes out in only 32 seconds. It's probably garbage. He knew. Iron ore. 28 seconds left, and it's copper ore, which only shows the uselessness of this action. The guy tried so hard, but only got garbage. 85 seconds, and there was a gas mine in front of him. And 40 minutes later, there was another great find on the way. A titanium mine. Gas is actually solid, which is much more valuable than copper or iron ore. And titanium ore is even more unusual, with extremely high strength and hardness. Titanium is a good material for warship armor. Its price is 30 times higher than gas mine, although it's not as good as energy crystals. But it'll do. Guy used the magnetic rope to stabilize the relative position of the ship and the asteroid. However small the asteroid was, it was much larger than its conqueror. At such a short distance, the gravitational relationship between them had enough effect on the orientation of the main conqueror. The next step is simple. The high-strength alloy drill is the most expensive component on this ship. It can easily penetrate the outer layer of asteroids, 5 hours later, quite a lot had been mined. Over 100 tons of titanium should have been enough. Next thing you know, the guy will try to find energy crystals, but there are no energy crystal mines. They often appear in other mines, and they are very hard to find. Thus past 10 hours of wandering through the air, among stars glowing like little fireflies, the so-called time traveler was frustrated and tired. He used a large drill to dig it out, and then a medium and small drill to separate all the layers layer by layer. It took him over 20 hours. Next, the guy was intent on using an aluminum hammer to remove the last layer by hand. Energy crystals aren't valuable. It was interesting how many crystals there were. 3 hours later, Wang Dong was lying on the floor, completely exhausted, with a pile of stones around him, and all he had managed to get was only 3 crystals. But even that was better than nothing. But immediately, he gathered all his strength into a feast and set himself to win. He still had an hour, just an hour, and he needed to do everything he could to make sure the Spark warship waited for him. But then the ship shook. It looked like huge rocks floating in the sky were falling right on top of it, and it made the all-consuming approach to the controls. He looked above. All of this was for a reason. A huge flying machine began to appear out of nowhere. It was becoming visible, which just made his jaw drop all the way down to his shoes. Such a thing would be hard for ordinary people from the 21st century to imagine. But Wang Dong wasn't surprised by it directly, only making him happy about what it had progressed to. This spacefaring vessel was moving at an incredible speed, just like a rocket, and was getting closer and closer with each passing second. And Wang Dong realized that this was just what he needed. Spark warship Tomahawk. Despite all his fatigue, he wanted to get everything from this battle. Tomahawk took control of the flying ship the guy was in, enveloping him in a yellow light and preventing him from moving. The detection and communication systems had failed, and now Wang Dong realized it was mist particles. It's a unique technique similar to electromagnetic jamming. Mist particles have an invariant mass close to zero. Within their range, all wireless telecommunications and enemy locating devices are ineffective except for visible light, so the guy is completely protected. The status of the spark damage destroyer 80% growth potential was low. Wang Dong asked the optical computer to turn off the communication system and engines, and afterwards said that he surrendered, and they could do whatever they wanted with him, except that inside his soul, he didn't understand why he should be caught here if he wasn't going to run away anyway. It's the same thing he experienced in his past life. This spark ship has escaped from his enemies and is hiding in this asteroid belt. He seems to be much more impatient than expected, but that makes sense. His physical condition no longer allows him to put it off, and in front of him stood huge robots with a single glowing eye in the center of their heads. These are the local guards. They were launched 40 years ago. Their advantage is that they have perfect combat artificial intelligence and can adapt to many tasks. Their weakness is that their bones are exposed, and they have no external protective armor, so they can be easily suppressed with powerful individual weapons. Each robot costs $6.5 million. The captain seems to have deep pockets. These mechanical creatures led the lad to a huge flat circular surface, and he obediently stood on it, waiting for the guards to join him. As it turned out, it was an elevator that was heading down very quickly. Quite a strange feeling. It was abrupt but hardly felt, and even the overload didn't cause organs to tickle from the inside in the womb. They stopped at the command module, also known as the bridge. Wang Dong wasn't walking around particularly happy, but there was nowhere to go. He would still have to face this, so there was no escaping it. The face in front of his face had opened up. When she crossed the threshold, she recognized the person who was sitting in the chair, except that something was wrong. But for all that, the guy was happy to see Yuan Shu again. It had been so many years, but this scene still looked so familiar. The man was covered in blood, and the robot next to him was digging into his heart with small mechanical hands, pulling something out of it. Ignoring the blood, Yuan Shu was eyeless. He turned towards the guests, breathing heavily, noticed that the kid didn't seem surprised, asking for forgiveness for not being able to move anymore, and so he asked to come closer. Wang Dong smiled imperceptibly. This was exactly the right time to play the assigned role, and one must turn on all his skills. He moved forward and said that even if the man was not stabbed in the heart, he was sure that even if half of his heart was damaged. The battle participant did not know why he invited him in this way, but he thought that it was a miracle that Yuan Shu was still alive and conscious now. To shorten the entire conversation, the man said that he had injected himself with a Livingston civilization's military stimulant and could last another hour if he wasn't beheaded. Of course, the pilot who came in said that if the interlocutor could find a reliable hospital now, maybe he would survive, and Yuan Shu asked him to stop looking around. There was no one else on the ship but him, and besides, the wound from the Jin family's heart-killing blade couldn't be cured in a hospital in such a remote place. Wang Dong only spread his hands, saying that if the man needed a witness to his death, it was believed that he could start now. He had a simple hope that the injured man would let him go after achieving his goal. He is after all an ordinary miner. Although he has no family to support, he also has his own dreams and goals. Yuan Shu only admitted that the young man who had a right here was quite interesting, and unfortunately, it was useless. His normal life would probably disappear forever. The bloody man had killed 3 random descendants of the Jin family from the Ding Yuyong galaxy, and the Jin family would definitely kill him once they found out that he had boarded this warship. Only problem is that Wang Dong will also be considered an accomplice and killed. He asked if it was the Jin family from the Dingyun galaxy of the Scoparius Federation, a family known for avenging the slightest offense. Guy once heard that a member of the Jin side family was sent to the Dingyun Federal Ministry of Education for insulting a female college student. Even the federal parliament was shocked by such news, and some college staff were arrested for various reasons. After that, 3 generations of the victim girl's family who lived in another galaxy had also fallen victim to all sorts of accidents, which were understandably not random, and Yuan Shu was glad that the guy knew about this family's habits, but still advised him to pay more attention to them, because they are countless times more despicable than one might think. And the miner, seeing that he had no other choice, asked the purpose of his interlocutor, while he himself was thinking that he would still not know much about such a species if they had haunted him for 14 years in his past life. The man replied that he was very pleased with Wang Dong's performance because he was able to quickly understand the situation and deal with it calmly. To stay calm, such young people at this time are rarely found in the privileged class, and the guy was very flattered by this. And now began to happen irreparable. Yuan Shu began to die, as Wang Dong believed, so he decided to make a speech that now on this ship only the 2 of them. Before his death, the owner would like to transfer the powers of the captain of the right miner. The boy, however, gave off a look of uncertainty, and it was clear to the man in charge of the ship that he wasn't particularly eager to do so. And so Wang Dong had already started to play out a skit, saying that the spark ship, the symbol of the ultimate power of human civilization, was the basis for supporting the ruling class. And in fact, he had always dreamed of having his own spark ship. But the guy had a plan. He was going to save up his money and then leave this country for the Federation. There he could study at the academy. It's the easiest way for commoners like him to get promoted. If he manages to successfully graduate from the academy and get good grades, he will win the academy-funded spark ship. Although it is difficult, he still believes in himself because there is a 30% chance of success. Now on duel can easily get this spark ship. It can save him at least 20 years of hard work. So of course he wants to accept it, but it's too early and too sudden. Whether it's psychology, ability, or background, he's not ready, and asked Mr. Yuan to understand it. He only looked at the guy with anger and once again asked him if he had understood correctly that his interlocutor did not want to accept his gift. Meyer explained that an innocent man could get in trouble for his wealth, and with his current identity, if he had a spark ship, he would definitely die. Yuan Shu laughed loudly. Now he realized that he definitely picked the right person, calm and meticulous, and then reasoned that he is older than Wang Dong, so he has seen more people and things. He knows that the guy has his own ideas and knows more than most people, but he is still too young. This amazed the pilot, after which he breathed a sigh of relief and realized that he had passed the test. If he hadn't been reborn, he would have been intimidated by it. He wasn't a kind old man giving him a chance. In his past life, he had only learned it in time that the effects of the military stimulant Livingston could last 24 hours, not just an hour, and if he had been displeased with it, he would have mercilessly killed him and found another captain. That's why one should behave that way. The almost dead captain had been the enemy of the Jin family for many years, but they couldn't do anything to him. This time, the Jin family found a relative of one of his crew members, made him betray Yuan Shu and set a trap, so they finally managed to kill him. The man had avoided the Jin family all these years, not only because of his luck, but also because of his family's treasure that the enemy coveted. It was an extra module with a special function, after which he resolutely assured that as long as the guy had it, then there would be nothing to worry about. The ordinary forces wouldn't be able to easily take away his spark ship. Just as suddenly, the robots grabbed Wang Dong. The latter panicked because everything was repeating itself, and now he was also not going to say anything before drugging the guy. Yuan asked for forgiveness as formally as possible, but he has little time. A needle with the Yuan family secret poison flashed in front of his eyes, and Wang Dong must have known its function. That will only work everything in a year. The man will give the guy the authority to captain this spark ship, and in return, he must kill a direct descendant of the Jin family. A syringe of liquid entered the miner's neck. According to the interlocutor, once the onboard optical computer determined that Wang Dong had completed his task, they would receive the antidote. Of course, Yuan Shu used the captain's sub-equals authority to reinforce the condition of unsealing the antidote, and the next captain has no right to change it, and if the guy forcibly destroy it, the antidote will destroy itself. Ain't a word. Wang Dong, who is released by the robots, can survive if he kills a direct descendant of the Jin family within a year. Otherwise, he will die. And the guy rubbing the injection site agreed to such conditions. Everything was the same. This old bastard just wants Wang Dong to inherit his wool and fight the Jin family until the end. Once the mercenary kills a direct descendant, he will have no choice but to fight them. Yuan Shu stood up and said that it was very good that fate had not completely taken away his hope. It was still giving him a chance for revenge, and he had found the right captain for Tomahawk before he died. And the miner realized that it didn't matter whether he waited or not. All the old man wanted was revenge. And as Captain Tomahawk, he is officially giving the order right now, which is to transfer the powers of captaincy to Citizen Wang Dong. A blue light spread around. The instructions of the highest level of authority were changed. The authority check was activated. The identity was confirmed, as well as the surroundings. There were no deviations. The recipient was confirmed. The certification was completed. The crew confirmation was completed, and Wang Dong fully became the third captain of the ship. It was a repeat moment of the miner's destiny. Now he could say goodbye to the lower classes. But this was just the beginning. In his previous life, he had failed as soon as it took over the ship, and this time the guy would show everyone who the real winner was. Wang Dong folded his arms and asked Mr. Yuan if he had anything else to say. Himself understood that the old man had reached the middle level of body refinement technique and was a kind of superior. He was seriously injured, but could still kill him, even if he had to arm robots to protect him. But the man with the knife in his heart replied with a serious tone that he still had a small request. Yuan Shu doesn't have much time left, so he hopes to spend his last time on Tomahawk without interference. He wants his soul to stay with this ship forever, and Wang Dong understood perfectly. But nevertheless, considering what the captain just said, Tomahawk is still being pursued, so the guy hoped that he could find a solution as soon as possible using the information they left behind. The miner didn't dare to make this request in his past life. Instead, he tried to manipulate Tangok after Yuan Shu died 24 hours later. As a result, the enemies were able to detect and track him down. Pamugai could only rely on his familiarity with the terrain to get rid of the pursuers before the buffering period ended. But Yuan pulled the young captain out of his thoughts and told him that it was all normal, so he would adapt quickly, and he was very glad that he had grasped the first turning point of his destiny. When Duel walked over to the huge blue thing, he asked it to switch to silent running and move slowly towards the coordinate point. Release the disposable mini drones and hide them among the surrounding planets. Just then the ship did just that. Outwardly, 3 drones were thrown straight out into space. The ship flew on through space and time. It was a huge machine, from the size of which was simply extraordinary. The guy kept looking out the window, and the former captain behind him said that it was good to be careful, and it could help them better avoid being pursued by the Jin family, and then asked about whether Wang Dong had ever steered a warship. The guy only replied that he was a big fan of the Virtual King galactic journey. He spent a lot of time in it, and he just thought that since they were still being chased, it was better not to stay in one place for too long. and asked a question in return. Isn't Tomahawk's firepower weak, considering the fact that it's a warship, but it has one main cannon? Even with for more secondary cannons, there are only 5 of them. And the past captain concluded from this conversation that the guy is really a rookie. For low-level interstellar civilizations, the attack of a warship is always much stronger than its defense. For example, a small-caliber electromagnetic cannon can easily tear apart the enemy's armor. Even an asteroid more than 1 meter in diameter can pose a deadly threat to a warship. At this standard, more weapons means more combat power for a warship. As the level of civilization increases, the strength of a warship's defenses begin to exceed its attack. When the energy shield is activated, the spark ship's defenses are greatly enhanced. Only strong attacks can affect the energy shield and deplete its strength. Therefore, the attack power becomes the key indicator of the main gun. The higher the attack power, the more power supply is required, but the power supply capacity of the warship is limited, so the standard of the main gun is less is better. With the strengthening and improvement of the hull of the warship, respectively, increases the attack power of secondary guns. Yuan added that the most important thing here is the power limitation of the carrier spark. Carrier spark compatible warships can only have 1 slot for the main cannon, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Before the not-so-old man died, he still had time to tell them some general knowledge about the Iskra ship, which Wang Dong was surprised at, simply because it was like the butterfly effect. The interlocutor hadn't talked that much in his past life. Their ancestors were actually the seed fleet of a defeated civilization, and then asked about whether the kid knew what a seed fleet was, and the miner replied that a civilization that has reached a certain level of development sends a fleet of pioneers to expand. A civilization that is about to collapse sends a seed fleet in hopes of preserving its seeds of development. The answer was an A+. It was the seed fleet, after 1,000 years of escaping, had luckily found the remains of a prehistoric super-civilization. They overcame many difficulties to uncover the heritage of the remains and got a mysterious creation, and it was the very source of sparks that emitted a bright yellow light. After that, combined with humanity's technology, the sparks extracted from the source were used on warships with a specific structure. This is how the spark ships came into existence. Since then, humanity had the power to dominate the universe. Yuan Shu talked about that the creations of different civilizations are rarely combined. After all, the technology of different civilizations and races are not the same, but the Iskra ship is different. Due to the unique slot for its modules, the creations of completely different civilizations can also function normally. This is such an innovation. Wang Dong wondered what kind of creatures could be used as a module on an Iskra ship. After all, not all of them, otherwise it would be too unbelievable. He said this with the thought that he had avoided hunting all his life and never recognized such things that belonged to the privileged class. He had a chance to find out this time. Yuan Shu replied that as far as specific conditions were concerned, there was no exact method of determination at the moment, but it was widely recognized that creations that carried some faith, spirit, or careful effort in the production process had a higher chance of being accepted by the spark bearer, and this could be used as modules for the ship. And compatibility and growth potential are the 2 main characteristics of a spear ship. Drops of blood were still falling from the old general's face the same way. Wang Dong pondered over it and thought it was all just a great idea. This was where his auxiliary system would come in handy. Thanks to the spark feature in the space voids, which were the purest spaces in the universe, the spark ship could intercept some random space signal and enter another space. The so-called other space is supposed to be another universe different from the one their civilization is in. Humans can pilot a spark ship to destroy the civilization's creations or all beings of other civilizations in that space. Then they will get some mysterious source points. With the help of the source points, plus minerals or other resources, every module on the spark ship can be strengthened, and the combat power of this ship can be increased in this way. But suddenly Yuan Shu started talking about Wang Dong only being the 3rd captain. The source point gaining ratio of the 1st captain of this ship is 100% after that every time the captain's authority is transferred. The source point gaining ratio will be upped after it fell into the hands of the miner. And the guy realized that this was the reason why he had suffered so much in his past life. Tomahawk is the most common ship in the Shu family. The Jin family allied with other major forces and killed most of my family's people at the time. More than 10 of their highly advanced ships were destroyed, and the man, as the last bearer of the Yuan family, was lucky enough to take a part of the family's legacy. The former captain turned to Wang Dong, reminding him that after he got the antidote, then let him try to go far away and change his name to avoid the attention of the Jin family. They are really too strong. The same thought that he already knew that he was just being tested, and felt the interlocutor's hatred for the Jin family from his logs in the optical computer in his past life. Why not just give an antidote if really sorry, but said that he knew the enemy well, and after he became captain, he and the Jin family have no place to exist, and they are too strong. Even if he gives them the tomahawk, they still won't let him go so easily. They'll only suspect something, and the guy doesn't want to be locked up on death row. So he'll definitely use the ship and do everything he can to get more power as soon as he gets the chance. Yuan Shu believed from the words that Wang Dong is a smart young man and knows the best path for himself, but he has one more piece of information to know, including Tomahawk's past battle tactics. It's all in the optical computer, but it's all a bit messy there. The guy realized that this was probably the last check and immediately turned on the system, looking more closely at all the functions. High-speed human-computer interaction was activated. While many features made him very happy, there were some that might not be very safe, simply because they consumed too much power when used. So some would only have to be used in combat. The guy wasn't sure yet if he'd gotten rid of his pursuers, so it was best to keep this ship moving. Where they were flying seemed to be the right course, so the flying machine was ordered to move forward only. Suddenly, Yuan Shu relaxed, his head tilted forward, and he didn't make a sound. Frozen in place. This could only mean one thing. The knife in his heart had done its job. Wang Dong moved closer to see for himself what was going on and finally realized that this was indeed the case. He bowed and addressed the former captain one last time. At his last request, he would send the inanimate body to the engine room when his copies turned to ash in the reactor. One could only wish that his soul would rest in peace with a faithful transport, and he himself was ready to take it upon himself and do his best to take revenge on the Jin family and repay the kindness of the Yuan family. And after going to his office, he was glad to see his old friend Tomahawk at last. As in that previous life, 5 standard modules: main gun, armor, engine, radar, and energy shield. The hull is a special module, which is the main structure of this ship. The quality of equipment is divided into 4 classes: green, blue, purple, and gold. Gold is known as first-class quality. Tomahawk has a Mirage system of this class and a purple-class Pegasus warp drive. These 2 modules helped him in his fight against Sima's family in his past life, and as a bonus, he can still remain a minor, considering that he avoided any collision with the Jin family ships. He only needs to wait for the buffering of these 2 additional modules to complete. Then the guy can return to the mining ship and continue mining. At this stage of his past life, it was difficult for him to resist the attacks from Sima Dakhao's ship. Now he had sent Tomahawk to the depths of the asteroid belt beforehand, so he can easily avoid the Jin family's pursuit. The comprehensive evaluation of Sima Dakhao's ship exceeds level 11. Although in his past life, he lured Sima Dakhao into turbulence and killed him, Sima's family continued to harass him after that. He didn't have enough resources to upgrade his ship, so he would pretend to be an ordinary interstellar miner to secretly upgrade the ship. Tomahawk, the Spark Destroyer, was fully equipped and ready for battle, and its pilot was even more determined to win. According to images sent by mini probes from the mining area after the Mia particle effect disappeared, Sima Dakhao is indeed chasing Tomahawk. In that previous life, Sima Dakhao's ship was destroyed in an ambush, but the guy didn't expect Spark Ship to have some sort of so-called black box. The whole process of the ambush came to the Jin family's attention, and judging from the fighting style, they assumed that Yuan Shu was no longer the captain of Tomahawk. In this mining area, the captain could simply hand over his authority to the local miners to carry out mining operations. Wang Dong left. After all, he is not going to play mother-daughter with these brats. The flying ship departed from the huge newly acquired second spacecraft and ordered that the cargo bay door be closed and the Mirage system activated. The rocket was gaining speed in the air and aiming farther and farther away. The guy squeezed the gas. He still had a decent distance to go, and the flying ship began to disappear before his eyes, becoming completely invisible. Wang Dong reflected that he was very happy that as long as he was within range of the brainwave manipulation system of quantum entanglement, he could remotely control Tomahawk by activating the Mirage system and make it invisible. The guy rubbed his hands together and stood up from the steering wheel. Since the mission was accomplished, it was time to go home. The priority now was to complete the extraction on time and conceal his identity. Planet -3 greeted with its ships, a strange brown-colored sky, and stone houses. Wang Dong was sprawled out on the bed, the coverlet lost somewhere in his legs, and his eyes were hard to open. The rays of the sun beating through the window announcing dawn. An early rising was very hard on the miner, but it was still necessary to get up. He raised his arms up and began to stretch sweetly, yawning instead of yawning that a couple more hours of sleep would not be superfluous. During breakfast, he was thinking about the fact that in his previous life was not so comfortable. The energy reserves on the Tomahawk were limited. Only 2,072 units were left. It took a lot of energy to successfully avoid pursuit and become invisible. Now the first priority is to find a way to get the standard energy blocks as soon as possible. Standard energy blocks mainly consist of high energy and relatively low price of 1,000 orum per block. Usually buy 2, 3 or even IOLO 10 blocks at a time, but Spaceship is a giant that consumes much more energy. A few downstream standard energy blocks is clearly not enough. The Pegasus warp drive requires 100 blocks for each jump, and the brainwave manipulation system requires 1 block per hour. The Tomahawk requires at least 30 blocks for daily operation. In order to meet such huge energy needs, the purchase should only be done through underground channels. In Wang Dong's past life, he suffered a lot because of this. Back then, in order to secretly obtain energy blocks, the guy bribed a strange merchant fleet leader and bought a batch of standard energy blocks at below market price. Except the miner didn't expect this fleet to be under the command of a certain nobleman in the Northern Star region. At the time, the fierce chase between Tomahawk and a Jin family ship in the mining region of the asteroid belt was no secret to many forces on this planet. He was that stranger who reported Wang Dong's unusual situation, and apart from the Jin family, another faction was eager to get their hands on him. It was a true life-threatening nightmare. He remembers that image well, a blonde guy with a light beard who was able to stand against the protagonist. His name is Wu Haojia, and this man is the leader of the 4th Fleet in the Asteroids, and that second problem for the miner was him. The guy left the not particularly pleasant breakfast and got up from the table. Luckily, they now had 3 units of low-level energy crystals, being pure high-energy polymer materials. Energy crystals could also serve as emergency power for the Spaceship, providing Tomahawk with 3,000 credits of energy reserves. No need to take any chances this time. It's a day off, so the guy can play galactic travel. Flying ships move through the air between huge buildings decorated with neon lights, the drivers keeping a certain course. Wang Dong got out of one of those buses, looked around to see if he was in the right place, and soon the public transportation pulled away, leaving the guy alone with himself. He took a couple steps and found himself outside a huge building, and at the entrance, he was greeted by 2 girls dressed as pussycat maids, and they were greeting visitors to their internet cafe with a cheerful look. He stepped inside. There weren't many people, but that was even better. Less collisions and crowds to wade through. The guy slipped the beautiful girl in a suit working here a card and said that his order was the same as usual, and she just peacefully agreed and smilingly left. The guy got into his chair and ordered the computer to log in, and the machine obediently did so. The captain is finally in place, and this ship is a serial scout class fighter. The performance parameters are as follows. All the stats were only level 1. The current combat strength was below 90% of the players, so it was worth working harder. Wang Dong stood more confidently in his new guise and asked for a random single match mode, thinking that although the scout class fighter is a beginner ship given by the system, Without Mia particles and energy shield module, he could close the gap between his opponent and the guy with his current skills. The conditions and terrain of the battle were set out. The condition of victory was for one side to be shot down or surrender voluntarily. The duration of the battle was 30 minutes. The battle began. Wang Dong's opponent was a brunette in a red dress who did not expect to meet a beginner at the first level. She did not want to intimidate the beginner, but there was nothing to do. The guy ordered to start all thrusters and dodge attacks randomly, and his opponent was not going to give up so easily, especially considering the fact that she is played by a perfect loser who only knows how to run away. But there will be nowhere to hide, and running forever will not work. Wang Dong was only amused by this speech. Now it was his turn, and he switched to manual mode. The computer understood the captain, so started a countdown. The switch was soon completed, and wished his driver more success. And so the attack began. The girl was ready to fulfill any dying wish, and turned on the attack of his main gun. Only the miner wasn't a weakling either. He couldn't believe that he was being played against by a man who was only capable of this. Immediately, he demanded to load the main weapon for the fight. Immediately, a huge beam burst out, which simply knocked down the enemy ship. Such a thing could not be expected at all. It was incredibly sharp and unpredictable. The brunette began to panic and screamed for those to load the main gun as fashionably fast as possible. This was her last chance, but Wang Dong was ahead of her and ordered her to open fire and not hesitate to prevent the enemy from striking first. A huge blue light beam sliced the flying ship in half. Now it was definitely finished, and there was no way to get back to normal. With a wicked grin, he finally confirmed that victory was his, and now he was the only one left standing in this quick but merciless battle. The computer, on the other hand, notified the guy that his friend, the 10th rabbit, was online. The same asked if he was still online, and if so, he would like to train together. He had met this so-called rabbit online in a past life. She was his first teacher in ship control. Then the guy reminded her that he was only 2 months older than the girl, so she should just call him duel. And she laughed and said that she would only do that if he could win, except that she didn't understand if she should steer the ship without thrusters. Rabbit was a freshman at the Royal Celestial High School in the Red Acacia Kingdom, but would become a sophomore in a few months. But the girl warned that the miner would not be able to visit her so easily because her college had military discipline and outsiders were not allowed to enter. The rabbit replied that she was in the top 3 of her class. The others were no match for her, and the other one was too weak, so he should just work harder. After saying goodbye without letting the guy even say one last thing, Wang Dong, on the other hand, didn't expect to see her again, and then wondered about where she was studying. Summarizing the facts already known, now he was sure that since he had been reborn, he should save up enough money and utilize the opportunities given to him. His face became serious and rude, and the reason was that he was immersed in his own thoughts. The lad landed his flying machine and stretched, contemplating the fact that it was mining day again, and he needed to get the job done as quickly as possible to free up time for Tomahawk. And then his attention was caught by loud conversations nearby. There were rumors that an unidentified ship had appeared in the mining district, and she assured him that he had seen it with his own eyes, and the video footage couldn't be wrong. It was a spark ship. Wang Dong speculated that what she saw could be the Jin family's spark ship that was chasing Tomahawk, and they kept saying that such a ship couldn't just appear, and Mr. Jin could give the answer, otherwise it was somehow strange to go to the mine. Suddenly, a supervisor in a business suit with a cigarette in his mouth appeared. He said that the employees were just worrying for nothing, reminding them that his ship wouldn't just pay attention to losers like them. The man was advised to just hide when confronted by the flying machine, and now it's time for the miners to go down the mine. While passing through the large asteroids, Wang Dong was still thinking that Mr. Jin was very resourceful, since he solved the conflict between his employees like this. Wang Dong had collected enough ore beforehand, and the next step was to find a way to improve the Tomahawk. Each time it takes 24 hours to enter the battlefield in another universe, and if he returned on time, there should be no suspicion. Right now he was on his way to his massive new space travel palace, and he was indeed expected there. The system only consuming 1 low-level energy crystal per month to pick up signals from different universes that other ships couldn't catch for a year, and it also allows it to enter what is known as a battlefield in another universe anywhere without having to rush into remote space voids like other ships, which is its main advantage for improving the Tomahawk. A new notification came to Wang Dong from another universe. The battlefield was fully prepared for entry, and only confirmation was expected from the captain, and the guy ordered to activate the Mirage system and make the tomahawk invisible and release the mini drones. He decided it was time to enter the battlefield of another universe. The dome completely engulfed the ship in a bright blue light. A bright flash, like the appearance of a new star in the sky, sparkled in space. The inspection radar detected signs of enemies and produced the results for his commander, who was in good spirits and ready to accomplish his mission. He approached the planet, laughing at the fact that a Type 1 civilization was capable of leaving its planet and colonizing nearby worlds, but it could not colonize other star systems and would not equip its ships with energy shields. Generally, when a ship is below level 5, there is a high probability of encountering a Type 1 civilization on a battlefield in another universe, but when the level is above level 5, it will encounter a Type 2 civilization, and as a level 6 ship, Tomahawk is so lucky to face a Type 1 civilization, because Tomahawk will be a little difficult to deal with a Type 2 civilization. But although this one is Type 1, it has more than 2,000 ships that can destroy the enemy step by step. Fortunately, their main guns can't penetrate Tomahawk's energy shield, so it just needs to escape the siege. The Guardian system is really powerful. Wang Dong still hasn't been found, but it requires a lot of energy to start it every time. It lasted for 24 hours of buffer time after each use. If not for these limitations, Tomahawk would be invincible. New Spark ships are usually very cautious and observant in the first battles. They accumulate some baseline scores to reinforce the initial modules. When the ships reinforce 2 or 3 modules, they will try to get as many baseline scores as possible rather than survive. After reaching a certain level of combat power, they will face more powerful interstellar civilizations. That's when they need to be careful and observant in battles again. The level 6 Tomahawk still has a clear advantage over the enemy. Within a day, he needs to harvest as much as possible. You need to get at least 8,000 source points to change the Tomahawk's name. When two fiery ships meet, identification is required. The ship's name cannot be forged, although you can choose to be anonymous, but it will also attract attention. The mining district is far from the nearest space void, and it is theoretically impossible to get enough source points to change your name in short order. Therefore, if Wang Dong can find a way to change Tomahawk's name first, it won't raise much suspicion. Every ship in a Type 1 civilization can only give 1 source point. Every 10,000 people can give 1 source point. The universe is cruel and the law of the jungle is eternal. A guy needs a large number of source points to be strong enough to survive, because he ordered to scan the inhabited planetary landscapes below and select places that could cause large-scale disasters. When Wang Dong first arrived on the battlefield in his past life, it was because he showed mercy to an alien race that his ship was almost destroyed and the miner almost died. The universe is large enough to accommodate countless civilizations and races to survive, but the universe is also very small, like a star region, and often only one civilization can exist in the end, and mercy is not the way to survive. In this life, Wang Dong will no longer show mercy. Thus, just now one huge city fell because of him, just melted down, became a pile of stones and concrete left over from multi-story buildings. Wang Dong has only 20 hours left, and there are still 2 planets to go, so it's worth packing up and hustling to realize his plans. Then the planets begin to see explosions from high in space, on one continent or the other, killing a bunch of people and destroying not only lives, but houses, streets, cities, and countries. Even though those who were trying to exterminate and wanted to fight back in some way, they couldn't really do so because of Tomahawk's defenses, so they just had to stare at the unreachable target in front of them. The defense has finally been established, but without the Mia particle, it's just a target in the universe. The bullets flew directly into the ship where Wang Dong was sitting, but he knew it was all for nothing, simply because the defense was on, and even more so when the main cannon was already loading. Immediately, the blue laser began to approach the ships that were protecting the home of their pilots at an incredible speed, cutting through them, binding them together. A bunch of bright spheres began to explode, destroying Wang Dong's opponents, who were most likely just his victims. so the planet seemed to glow with bright lights. But there was nothing beautiful in this sight. When you know that in this way nations were exterminated, ammunition is scarce, and time is running out. Nearly 2,000 ships are forming a second front, slowly advancing in an arc, and now the guy has to find a chance to escape the battlefield. The enemy was very determined, realizing that a line of defense consisting of a small fleet could not stop the tomahawk. They simply snubbed the planet's defenses and used all of their main forces to drive out and surround the tomahawk. However, it was not enough to catch the ship. In fact, breaking away from the enemy was easy. After driving the ship for so long, Wang Dong was so hungry, it was only 25% of the original points. And since a miner entered the battlefield once a month, it was still a large harvest. Finally, he was able to start renaming his ship. The system asked for a new name, and immediately the guy happily shouted out that he wanted to call his new huge house in Spacestone. Except that his hope was quickly destroyed because the name he entered was already used by others. Then he decided to call the goddess of dawn, but this name was also used, and every good name he came up with was already taken. And then in sheer exhaustion, he had already decided to say completely random names, like Pond, and suddenly the system said it was a unique name. Wang Dong jumped up from his chair, and only now did it realize that he was finally on a lucky white streak, so he decided to dwell on the sudden word that came to his mind at a random moment. Thus the tomahawk has been successfully renamed. This change will be recorded in the log. Now you can breathe easy. The remaining original points can be used to repair and strengthen the warship. Wang Dong ordered to activate source point recovery and start repairing all the armor on the ship. But to repair all the armor required 47 source points and 65 minutes only here. The armor module can't work properly during the process. The spark is awesome. It can directly repair the ship using source points, eliminating the need to go to a repair shop and run the risk, but it's too expensive. The name has been changed, and the damage done by the Jin family has been repaired. Both major flaws are gone. But if the first large-scale search doesn't find the wreckage of the tomahawk, the next search will surely be more intense. Ship Pawn temporarily cleared his name, but as an ordinary miner, he could not explain how Wang Dong got the ship. If he is discovered, the situation is still dangerous. Fortunately, he got enough source points to fulfill his ultimate plan. The recovery was successfully completed. There was still need to upgrade the armor from level 1 to level 2. Upgrade the inspection radar also from level 1 to level 2. Fortunately, Wang Dong had gathered the necessary resources to upgrade the ship's modules during mining, but he was in no hurry to spend crystals of even the lowest quality. First, he had to think carefully about what and where to allocate them so that he could create a truly powerful machine. Before just a third-generation ship devoid of growth potential, he would not be tied to it all his life. Pawn is now very different from Tomahawk. The remote control function of the quantum entangled brainwave manipulation system and the super seclusion function of the Mirage system are indispensable for him at this point, so it's worth spending more source points on those two extra modules. In the end, there were only 117 source points left. The range of the brainwave manipulation system increased 9 times. Finally, not short. What good fortune! Here was the time when everything was ready. The damage to the armor was completely repaired, and the damage to the spark ship would be gradually repaired. Wang Dong should have already returned. The surroundings were fine. The low-level energy crystals had run out, and a way to get them needed to be found. But that could be thought about after he was in the place he needed to be. The huge ship fired a laser directly at its target, splitting a large rock into a bunch of small ones. A loud ordered tone was heard, indignantly inquiring why Dylan was still here, to which Sima Dalan, the 16th son of the Jin family, replied that he was just worried about Dutsao, namely that Yuan Shu would fight desperately and injure the guy. Then Dukhao, with an ostensible appearance, replied that Yuan Shu was mortally wounded, so it wouldn't be able to resist. He was grateful for the kindness, and would definitely repay it later, but right now it was necessary for the guy to get out of the eyes of Sima, the 13th son of the Jin family. but his brother only laughed, saying that if things really went smoothly as the man said, he wouldn't need to waste his time here in this barren asteroid belt, thus bringing out his interlocutor's emotions, and then added that their family's goals were Tomahawk and Yuan Shu. No matter who would start the fight, if he was the first to find Tomahawk, he would get the reward, after which the long-haired guy said that he had a lot of respect for Sima Duckhow because he was his cousin. But this way he was absolutely nobody to him, and wasn't even a direct descendant, to which the guy demanded of Delon not to be overconfident. Yuan Shu is doomed, but Tomahawk may not be empty. The astronomical environment here is complex. Even if the ship is hit, it may not send a distress signal, to which the cousin replied that he was looking forward to seeing what else would be offered to him, and then asked not to let him down. As soon as the long-haired guy passed out, Dutzhao thought about it and made the final decision that he should get the legendary Tomahawk special module. Because of that, he ordered his subordinate to contact Chuanda and ask where he was, and reminded him that he was slower than Sima Dalan, so let him move faster. He wasn't on a walk. Wang Dong headed towards the people he was supposed to meet today without much haste, and raised his hand while greeting them. It was a classmates' meeting, and the guy had come here on his day off just to see if he could get any news about the Jin family, and ended up getting caught up in the hustle and bustle that Chen Linfeng was so fond of causing again. An old acquaintance asked how Wang Dong was doing. The latter replied that it was not bad, for propriety asked the same, and informed whether the classmate had heard that a new production line would be added to the factory, so that he had a chance to improve himself. And the blonde was well aware that it wasn't that easy. The procurement hadn't started yet, but most of the positions, such as the head of the relevant team, had already been reserved. They got the news too late, and secretly shared that he wanted to find an opportunity to go to Highland. There was a school for warships there. It turns out he wanted to escape despite his father's strictness. Chen Linfei recently heard from Zhen Yan that Blackstone was planning to sign a limited free trade agreement with Highland. There was a clause related to education, allowing Blackstone candidates to enter Highland high schools, and it really happened in Wang Duo's past life. But because Buhausa leaked the information, Count Astro Square followed him, and he was taken to Blackstone as an illegitimate son of a baron, which led to the agreement being cancelled and a war. The miner shook his hand on the blonde man's shoulder in a friendly manner and said that this was pretty good news, and he should prepare in advance, and if he needed money, let him feel free to tell an old acquaintance. Suddenly a female voice could be heard behind them, indignantly picking on the fact that the guys were hiding each other in public like this, suggesting that they just wanted to give their school a bad reputation. It was Li Ziqing, and hiding behind her back was Ding Lin, who was more affable. Wang Duo didn't want to get into the conflict, therefore he hurriedly caught up with Zhang Yan and left Lin Feng to the girls to avoid misunderstandings. And Chen Lin Feng immediately stuck out his tongue and couldn't utter a word as soon as he saw Li Zin, which embarrassed Wang Duo and made him feel as awkward as possible. It seemed that the blonde man loved girls more than his life. Li Ziqing said that there was no need to bother Zhen Yan. Wang Duo just needed to take good care of Ding Ling, who was already sitting next to him. The girl was confused. She hadn't been heard from in a while. She had returned a few days ago to visit her grandparents, and since her and the kids' big meeting last year, they hadn't seen each other for 11 months. 4 hours, 22 minutes and 37 seconds. This kind of maniacal precision in knowing was very intimidating. Suddenly, thin female feet in long white stockings began kicking their shoes on the tiles on the floor, moving confidently toward everyone at the table. She tapped her hand on the table and said that they were holding a meeting today to announce the news. Some of them may have already heard about it. Blackstone and Highland were negotiating a limited free trade agreement, and the girl had reliable news that things were going smoothly. The agreement could be signed within 2 months. Reaching a higher class is very difficult, so it's much better to support each other than to cope alone. After all, they are classmates, so it's worth going to Highland together to take the military academy exam and fight for a chance to get on the spark ship. Almost everyone present supported this fiery speech, which was able to make one think that they really need to become one in order to achieve something, except that the girl who was able to give such a motivating speech was staring intently at Wang Dong, who seemed to be in some universe of his own and did not notice what was going on around him, even turning his head away, crossing his arms on his chest. It was time to disperse. Classmates scattered in different directions. The meeting was pleasant, but all pleasant things sooner or later end. But suddenly, the one who was giving such a marvelous speech caught up with Wang Dong and asked him to wait a bit and linger. At the meeting, she thought that her main goal was to help all her classmates, but she also hoped that it could help the girl too, and she would not be in debt either. Then she turned to Dean Lin, the sheriff's daughter. She asked about whether her father could make all the children work for Baron Blackstone, even though she had gained his trust. Then the green-haired girl arose, saying that although she wasn't that important in her family, it was no problem for her to work in Blackstone's administrative system, so the interlocutor wouldn't even be able to enter the Baron's palace. But the brunette wouldn't ask her to stay if the girl just wanted to find a good job and wait for her family to find a husband for the heiress. Zin was the most favorite girl from the whole class for the brunette, but she was asking about whether her father would let her take over his company after years of working in the finance department, given that she was restricted to Blackstone, especially given the fact that his mistress' son was almost a year old and he already had a much better chance. Her interlocutor spoke up with a cheeky look that she didn't expect the girl to be such a gossip. And then the same classmate asked about Chen Linfan's entry-level peak body perfection technique. If not, he is just a disgrace to Chen Martial Arts Club. The guy replied that he dare not carry the reputation of Chen Martial Arts Club. Besides, it was closed decades ago, so it is wrong to say that. And then the brunette turned to Wang Dong as well, saying that they hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and the latter wasn't particularly eager to turn to her. Under the trade agreement, Highland allows candidates from Blackstone to enroll in its high schools, but in fact, the bylaws have clear restrictions on the range and scope of applicants, and a classmate knows someone who can accept them all. Yuhausa, the leader of the 4th Merchant Fleet in the Astro Square. It was a very important figure to them. 2 years ago, the girl had become close to Mr. through several business deals. I had praised her highly. Recently, the man had invited the brunette to join the Astro Square as a backup talent. Mr. I had recommended her and had already managed to pass the tests, and one duo didn't expect Wu Haojiat to contact Zheng Yan. His face became tense and clearly not in the mood. She also continued that as a reserve talent of the Astroverse, has the right to form her own small team. All of her team members can enjoy some privileges in the Astroverse, especially in terms of educational resources. They will get significant benefits, and if they show good enough results, after a few years of training, they can even command a spark ship. Except that Wu Haojiat only runs a merchant fleet, so we can't be so sure that he really is the authority to participate in the selection of reserve talents. Except that Chen Yan was more than sure it's not hard to get the right to recommend reserve talents in the Astroverse. The recommended candidates need to pass specialized assessments and tests. If they pass, the reserve will get a lot of rewards. But the blonde wasn't sure if the Count could keep his promise, and actually wondered if there was a clear evaluation criterion. He meant if he wanted to command the spark ship. Then the green-haired classmate added that since it wasn't hard to get the right to recommend reserve talents, why don't they just find a way to pass the evaluation on their own? Why would they join your team? The relevant benefits are clearly stated and announced Strasser. And as for the spark ships, there are already more than 3 teams commending one. The evaluation is quite complex and will take into account a variety of comprehensive qualities, such as leadership. She perked that they are motivated. She knows her classmates well, and this makes them ideal team members. Wang Dong, on the other hand, had noticed something strange. Astro Square is a noble estate that has been inherited for over 1,000 years. The current Earl of Astro Square has held his title for over 80 years. Due to his lack of talent and persistence, his level of technique is high, and he hasn't managed his lands for over 20 years. In addition, his third son manages the reserve talents, under whose management the selection has become almost a beauty contest. And then try to remind that commanding ships doesn't mean that they will own it, and changing the owner will reduce the rate of getting the original spark ship's points. Owners can regain control of their command at any time. So Zhen Yan is too young. If she interferes, she would rather be squashed like a bug. The classmate couldn't believe it was true. The Astroverse is very influential in the Northern Star region, and how can it be so corrupt? But the miner wasn't going to give out his information channels. It's not hard to find out such news news. He suggests to be more careful before making decisions, and it's all because this traverse in his past life was his great enemy, and the guy was very diligent in gathering information about him. Then the brunette was a little embarrassed and clearly unhappy with such behavior, and even looked away from the fact that she couldn't stand being pressed against the wall like that. The girl immediately rushed forward and hurriedly walked away from a certain embarrassment, saying that she would still check Wang Dong's words. If Wu Haojia wanted to betray her, she would definitely make him pay. Dean Lin remembered that at dinner yesterday, her father had mentioned that another Iskra ship and one assault ship had been spotted near the planet Manhwa. It didn't look like Replo Kingdom ships, so they didn't know why they were here. The patrol fleet stationed on the planet Manhwa had been put on high alert and had requested Blackstone's help, hence the advice not to go mining these days. Wang Dong also recalled that in the past life, after being killed by Sima Dalon and Sima Juanda, Sima Dalon is a key member of the Jin family and acted recklessly, possessing the immense power of the level 12 Spaceship. He completely destroyed the patrol fleet just from the Jin family branch, but still he brought Yuan Shu to a stalemate, and it was he who then discovered the identity of the protagonist. But even so, the guy can use the sharp conflict between Juanda and Dalon, and finally the memory of Wu Haojia's recent purchase of a purple-class aircraft carrier model, which is very useful for the current ship. It was not far away. It was too attractive and beckoned to him. The miner had had enough of seeing this almost dogfight. In his past life, Sima Dalon ruthlessly attacked the entire main star region without getting any evidence. It's safer to switch to a flexible research ship just in case. Wang Dong added that there were energy mines here in his past life, but after 8 hours of searching, he still hadn't found anything, so he remained hopeful that he would get lucky at the next place. Suddenly, a notification sounded that a sea kali ore had been discovered, which was a rare mineral that often contained energy crystals inside. So the ship didn't hesitate long and released the net to grab a few huge chunks for its own use. The guy on board was incredibly happy about this kind of luck. Once everything needed was inside the flying ship, then Wang Dong immediately started the drilling process to extract what was inside from the minerals. After a while, everything was picked over and broken. The guy was very exhausted, but finally the result was pleasing. He was able to move hundreds of tons of ore into the pond. He was very curious how many energy crystals they could even move. In the meantime, there was a universal conspiracy going on about someone offering a reward for any valuable information about the Iskra ships and the module for the aircraft carrier, except that the miners were refusing to go there, saying that it was none of their business. This, of course, did not please Wang Dong himself. Sima Dalon's tricks remained the same. Now Yuan Shu is dead and Tomahawk is gone, and the picture starts to make sense from a completely different angle. And Wu Haojia just has a high-quality module for the aircraft carrier. The city was alive as it usually was, especially active at night. Everything glowing incredibly brightly. Flying ships scurrying from side to side. Someone was in a hurry to get home from work. Someone was just intent on getting out of the four walls to relax somewhere. There were enough people gathered in one of the club-like places to socialize with each other, have a drink, and just relax from their busy days. As it turned out, someone had recently offered a juicy reward for news of the spark ships and the aircraft carrier module, as well as rumors that Wu Haojia had the module, all of which Wang Dong heard, sitting hooded at one of the tables and sipping his drink. Over the past few days, the guy, under the guise of gradually spreading rumors that the 4th Asteroid merchant fleet had obtained high-quality modules for the aircraft carrier. Now this news would have to go viral. The bait had been thrown, and one would just have to keep an eye on the movements of Wu Haojia's merchant fleet. A subordinate reported to the captain, notifying him that they had a total of 123,000 pieces of relevant intelligence information and a preliminary analytical report prepared, which he immediately provided, notifying him of the location of the fleets, as well as the dangers of the ships they might encounter. The long-haired man, after listening to all the information, decided that the most likely one was the Asteroid merchant fleet, and Tomahawk's mate was unknown. He was considered to have just sunk without control, and something should be done already because Mr. Sima Dakao and Sima Junja might also take action before them. The captain replied that he knows this guy well, and if he found him, he would act like this. Sima Chuanda is Sima Dukao's henchman. Surrounded by Sima Dukao's henchmen, he can't hide this module thing from Sima Dukao, and as for the local forces in the main star region, they don't even have a spark ship, and if they find the tomahawk, they will just sell the remains. But the Astro Square merchant fleet is the most suspicious, and all that was needed was confirmation that there was a high-quality aircraft carrier module in the shipment, and the imposter replied that they had checked with several members of the fleet using some methods, and had indeed found a high-quality aircraft carrier module, but could not confirm whether it was part of the Tomahawk. This of course pleased the commander, and he authorized to start developing a battle plan, and then pointed out to the captain that the count of Astro Square has the largest forces in the nearest star region, and the escort fleet of this merchant fleet is also weak. Their ships are unlikely to defeat them much. The 4th fleet has 12 escort ships, including to level 10 Iskra ships, so the suggestion was to reach an agreement with Mr. Sima Dukao and cooperate with him. And since that was the circumstances, there was nothing left but to trick Sima Dukao into leading the attack, causing there to one of the most WERFUL0 families to have a sinister smile, indicating that a new chapter of his dastardly deeds was beginning. His cousin was furious that Osima Dalon had gone too far. He had not only asked him to lead the attack, but he wanted most of the spoils. He was beating his fists on the table with anger. Being in such a restless state, he gave the order to call Sima Jonda to him as soon as possible, and the subordinate agreed to it with some fear. When Du rang the bell, Zenyan appeared on the screen, who was purported with a towel as if she had just come from a shower. A few days had passed, so the Sims had already started to act against Wu Haojia, and now the guy was expecting to hear good news for himself. The girl thanked her former classmate. Luckily, he had reminded her last time. Thanks to this, she found out that Wu Haojia was just a pimp. Many beautiful girls were tricked by the so-called reserve talent plan and went missing after being taken to the Astro Square. Immediately, the brunette turned on her fighting spirit and asserted with a kind of arrogance that he simply did not dare to plot against her. Wu Haojia had come to Planet Main this time, mainly to buy a batch of valuable minerals, and in retaliation, Zengyan raised the price by 25% and cut orders by 20%, which was a big blow to him. The girl would like to get together with everyone to thank them for their help. In 5 days, Cao Jia will leave the main star region with failures in their goods. A classmate noticed that someone had recently gathered information about Wu Caojia in the mining area, and it turned out that Sima Zhongda was from the Jin family, but Wang Du asked to forget about them and suggested to finish for today. It seems to be going well. He will be able to finish this hunt soon. Sima Dukao and Sima Dalon are targeting Wu Haojia's merchant fleet. Otherwise, Jinda wouldn't have personally followed Wu Haojia and gathered information about him. In his past life, Jinda actually went against the protagonist many times as a member of the Jin family branch. His parents died when he was young. He and his younger sister had to rely on each other. They were very poor in their family. In his past life, Juanda discovered his true identity, and he thought it was a hope to improve his own status. Unexpectedly, Dalon took away his merit. Later, Juanda's younger sister was molested by a direct member of the Jin family. This guy killed his sister after a failed rape attempt. In the end, Sima Juanda betrayed the Jin family and helped him take revenge on the Jin family several times. Sima Zhongda is a real talent. Betraying the Jin family, he has caused more trouble than Wang Du himself, and it would be worth considering coaching him. The Tolmaran moved farther and farther into star space. Inside Saturday, the recent captain contemplating his next moves, Wang Du decided that he would work as usual and collect more energy crystals according to his schedule. Then he would stay in the pond for 1 day to split the ore. He collected and replenished his energy reserves. The guy has 18 units of low-level energy crystals and 1 unit of mid-level energy crystals. With the 2 mid-level crystals he got last time, now the miner had enough energy resources. And now the time was over and it was time to go back. The guys were gathered around the common table, discussing the fact that Wu Haosa had failed and would now retaliate. But it didn't matter. Astro Square was busy enough and hadn't had any influence on the outside for years. After all, Wu Haosa was an outsider. He might have business partners here, but he couldn't do anything to them. Furthermore, Wang Du added that if anything went wrong, Zengyan would solve everything, and there was no need to be afraid. And the one who was given the responsibility of saving them at an unplanned time didn't like it very much. The blonde man, on the other hand, stopped the conflict that almost started with the belief that it wasn't worth steaming at all. Since Wuausa had caused a lot of trouble this time, he might not get another chance to return alive. Several local forces on the planet mine took action, and they locals know about it. Only outsiders like Wuausa can't get the news. The two girls next to her added that the two assault ships of the shark merchant fleet left yesterday, and no one knows where they went, which suggested that the battle clubs were most likely connected to the local forces. Now that the shark merchant fleet had entered the game, its mortal enemy, the tiger merchant fleet, would not sit idle. In addition, the Kingfisher Club would join them. The miner noted that it was rare to see local forces working together on a mining planet, and he was truly sorry that they could not participate. They could only wait for the outcome. No less than 4 Spark warships and 20 ordinary warships were involved. Such a large-scale battle had never happened before in the Mine Star region, but Wang Dong already seemed to be listening through the word. His head was busy thinking about how he could start acting on the plan now. The girl said that she always paid attention to the channels of advancement for commoners, but going to the upper class in the Rebirth Kingdom is unrealistic. Commoners can't freely migrate to other territories, which severely limits the mobility of the population. It also prevents them from studying abroad unless they get recognition from a nobleman. Commoners have no way to rise. The classmate was in complete agreement with her old friend, and from the looks of it, they should think about other places, such as the neighboring country of the Rebirth Kingdom, the Scoperia Federation. There were hundreds of high schools that accepted students from all classes. Commoners in the Scoperia Federation could get promotions by passing a single exam. Such democracy and freedom was a dream. Blondin had little faith that this federation was so good. Now there was a question if they could move there, and another classmate replied that her father had once mentioned that the public safety conditions in the Scoperia Federation were better. There weren't as many star bandits there, but otherwise it was similar to the Rebirth Kingdom, except it wasn't clear what that meant. They say that the Scoperia Federation has no feudal domains, and its people can move freely and enjoy the benefits of social development. The privileged class in the Scoparium Federation cares more about reputation than its counterparts in the Rebirth Kingdom. They have good prestige projects and propaganda machines. There are many high schools in this country, but only one is affiliated with Spark battleships, the Federal Celestial School of Secondary Education. They have high entrance requirements, and only this year's graduates can be candidates if the Gaia's foreigners want to qualify. Moreover, the Blackstone is far away from the Scoparium Federation. How can they cross a vast distance measured in light years, pass through feudal domains of various sizes, and then cross the border? And now everything takes on a completely different coloring, that they just won't do anything and waste their time here. It was completely depressing. Promotion is a life goal for everyone. Only those who have strong faith to overcome all kinds of difficulties and obstacles can enjoy the fruits of victory. Wang Dong could now only hope that they could adapt as quickly as possible. Then he could organize his own team after returning to the Blackstone Baron's mansion as an illegitimate son. And as he approached the ship, he couldn't believe it was all going to happen so soon. The steward talked about how the youth travel agency would cater to the guy wholeheartedly, and according to Mr. Wang's online booking, he could use this luxury motorhome for 2 or 3 people for 15 days. It began to dawn on him that renting this car for half a month cost almost 80,000 dirham, which was almost equal to his entire net income from a one-time extraction. But it was gentle on him to do so. Wuausa's fleet has left the Star Mine region. If he wants to track them down, he needs to hurry. If he went on the day of mining, it will be delayed. Mining only takes 2 or 3 days, so he will cancel the next mining, and he will make a solo trip under the guise of a vacation to cover his plan. Miners settled into a large chair and tipped back, resting from the busyness of a Chaya 7 schedule. At least some sort of break. But now the break isn't dragging on for a couple of minutes or even a couple of hours, and he's put up notices on his social media accounts that his summer vacation has begun and he intends to take a few days off. So if anyone wants to get in touch with him, let them leave a message. And so he landed on solid ground and looked around, pupils racing over every detail with interest. He looked up and noticed that a spaceship had begun to appear from the air, coming out of invisible mode, and with its downward motion causing a huge airflow, almost blowing everyone off their feet. Next, Wang Dong was going to disguise the robot on the ship as himself and have him travel along predetermined routes to different scenic spots every day. He might even stay overnight in the wilderness. Guy ordered his vessel to become invisible and leave the mining planet and head for his destination at full speed. The move was a giveaway. This is the first time Pawn leaves the protection of the mining district of the asteroid belt. His galactic journey begins, making him feel an immensely sweet sense of anticipation. Wang Dong has already left the mining area. Pawn is no longer a tomahawk who needs to avoid being tracked by the Jin family. He should disable the Mirage system beforehand, rather than waiting for its function to be revealed. The miner doesn't have enough crew members and supplies. Although Pond is a level 7 ship, and the guy can't use his full power, the comprehensive combat grade of the two Jin family Spark warships are level 11 and 12 respectively. The two Spark warships in the Wuhausa fleet are level 10, so the guy can only approach the battlefield invisibly after the Jin family ships engage in battle. The level 0 Mirage system can make this ship invisible for 24 hours, so it's worth being more careful. In his past life, he was chased for 10 years. Wang Dong has a wealth of experience. Although he is not flying the ship at full speed, the distance between him and Wuhausa's fleet is shrinking. It must be the assault ships of the local forces. Their radar can't find it, and the protagonist just needs to follow them at a distance. Sitting in an empty huge room amidst the rubble of rocks, Wang Dong pondered on the fact that the fleet ahead of his ship had been silent for 2 days. He was almost done with this war. Now he had 4 units of low-level energy crystals and 6 units of mid-level energy crystals. But immediate action had to be taken, so the lad got up and rushed out running. Somewhere inside, it seemed like the fastest run ever. He ordered the ship to switch to invisible mode. Pawn needed to catch up from at full speed to get at least a little closer to the opponents who had accelerated. The Shark Merchant Fleet and some warships of the local Star Region forces have been following Wuhausa since his departure. They are far away from Wang Dong. Perhaps they have no evil intentions. Moreover, they are on the public interstellar path of the Star Region mine. Huge rocks, their tails glowing, were heading straight for the flying ships. One of them hit the side of the ship, and hot sparks flew from there. Wuhausa was simply shocked. He didn't expect something like this to happen. A cold sweat of terror ran down his body. It's not all just rocks. It's an enemy attack. You need to turn on the energy shield incredibly fast and immediately atomize the microparticles. Don't give them a chance to hit the distance. Absolutely all ships were ordered to attack the assault ships. Cover the merchant ships to retreat. You still needed to expand the scouting area, confirm the situation around, and contact fleets from the Star Mine region behind them and find out the position. Neo was a little too late. The 2 ships had just plain exploded right into the starry sky. One of the descendants of the Jin family was immensely pleased with this. He simply laughed at the situation, calling them mere henchmen, wanting to see if they could defeat him. The speed of his flying machine increased, as if it was him going for a ram, and a purple aura began to glow around the metal, showing that everything was not just for fun. Huge flying ships exploded one after another, while one huge one hid behind a meteorite. To avoid getting hit by such a crush himself, Wang Dong watched what was happening, pondering that Sima Duckhouse ship had an additional module called Turbo Lightning Charge. Once activated, it increased the power of the next 3 kinetic projectiles of the main gun by 30%, and the recharge time was somewhere around 30 minutes for kinetic projectiles. This means increasing the resolving power by 30%. Firing at close range ensures the ship's accuracy. 3 consecutive shots of the main gun are powerful enough to destroy the same level of enemy energy shield. The huge beams didn't hit the ship only because of the shield. If not for it, the ship would have exploded immediately from such an overload of energy. Inside Saturday, Sima, who only laughed harder at such antics. They didn't hit him once, and advised his subordinates to hold steady with them, continue to converge, and began loading the main gun in 30 seconds. His relative recognized the fact that Sima Duckhouse really deserved the nickname Mad Dog. He is the best choice for leadership. Wang Dong didn't worry much with Sima Duckhouse surprise attack and Sima Dalon's continuous fire. No matter how smoothly things went, they still wouldn't be able to destroy the power of a single Spark battleship of the merchant fleet. in just one salvo. This type of Spark battleship is designed to protect cargo ships. It placed great emphasis on the defense characteristics. Before Sima Duckao's surprise attack, they need to deplete the energy shield of a single Spark battleship as much as possible. Suddenly, from a huge flying ship in their direction began to fly huge missiles, which moved at high speed. They were simply impossible to dodge. No one would have predicted such a missile attack at close range. The comparison of projectile types began. It was a rattlesnake. It was a neutralizing projectile, although that just sounded like nonsense. The price of a rattlesnake plus emitter equals half the cost of an assault ship. Only rich people would use an assault ship to carry such projectiles. It was too late and too close to leave. A huge explosion lit up the whole place. A fiery hot cloud dispersed in a sphere around. Everything nearby would simply die out from such high heat and energy release. Once the notification came that the strength of the energy shield had been reduced to 12%, the workers were incredibly happy that they had succeeded. It deserved to be a green-grade energy shield. It could even resist the rattlesnake, which was a powerful weapon specifically designed to resist energy shields. The heir of the Jin family ordered the activation of additional modules, launching high-speed kinetic energy projectiles. He was incredibly strong-minded. Blue spheres began to fly across the energy shield, trying to finish off the defense and get to the ship inside to finish the job. And they were beginning to succeed. The shield began to slowly dissipate, getting smaller and smaller by the minute, as if a sphere of ice on a hot summer day was melting away. And suddenly, a bright green light burst from the muzzle, toxic by as much as its illuminating power, which could quietly blind anyone raising their gaze to such an act. The impact came right on the remnants of the shield. Cracks went straight down it, which felt like it was starting to absorb into itself. This was the real end. It was an abnormal attack with permanent damage. The order to activate the isolation layer had come in, and to be sure to call for reinforcements from the rear. Their ship needed to temporarily leave the battlefield to clear the effects of the abnormal attack and wait for the energy shield to restart. DeLong laughed evilly, saying that although the rattlesnake was of the green class, it was a special main gun projectile with an abnormal attack effect. It was much than ordinary projectiles. Suddenly, an aide approached him and informed him that his attack tactics had indeed worked, and now especially he deserved to be recognized by Lord Sima Duckao. Sima Zhongda heard all this, and he was very hurt that his relative was called commander, and he is not even the captain. This ship is full of Sima Duckao supporters. They even put Konei editing to keep an eye on him. Duckao instructed to team up with Delon to attack this merchant fleet. The situation escalates from chasing Yuan Shu and his tomahawk to invoking the wrath of a major noble family in the Red Bud Kingdom. Sima Duckao is determined to go his own way. The guy can only try to develop feasible tactical plans to achieve victory with minimal cost. The risk is too great, but the result was not guaranteed. Wang Dong held the glass in his hand, analyzing everything that was happening, such as the fact that Wu Haosa's merchant fleet was indeed not weak, but Sima Zhongda's neutralizing shell, Duckao's lightning turbocharge, and Sima Delon's rattlesnake did moderate damage to Spark's warship in less than a minute. In his opinion, it was better not to act for now and just wait and see what would happen next. A huge bright blue beam passed through the ship. It simply shattered it into small fragments, which began to separate from each other, floating in the starry sky. Another descendant of the Jin family was watching all of this with a smirk. This merchant fleet can withstand so many of our attacks, even without a shield. He had to admit that his relative wasn't that useless. The aide sucked up, saying that it was mainly because of Sima Delong's lack of power. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The blue-haired man hesitated and arrogantly snickered that he only seemed tough if they hadn't attacked first. In his opinion, he wouldn't have been able to lift a finger. A few more ships were heading forward. The remaining flying machines were that: 1 level 10 Spark battleship, 3 scout ships, 6 assault ships, and 8 large freighters. The blonde man in a panic started yelling for the assault ships to move forward. The enemy was very lucky to make a surprise attack and destroy one of their ships, but they successfully fought back. First, all fire on that high explosive ship, its energy shield less than 50%, then ordered the scout ship to leave that area, covered with Miat particles, and request reinforcements from the mine planet on behalf of this request. The second ship of the same kind was ordered to let go and negotiate with the shark merchant fleet and other fleets behind. In this situation, it is better to ask for help, and the third ship had to be on alert. The man was getting very nervous. The enemy this time was not a gang of star bandits consisting of ordinary warships. It was a spark warship belonging to a privileged class. It had extraordinary potential. It had to deploy all its ships from the start. Flying ships begin to release bullets very often, pouring a hail of fire on their opponents. From such a deadly rain cannot escape anyone, and especially if you take into account the amount of equipment in space. The assault ships were coming closer and closer. 3 by 7, the pressure on Duckau must be quite high, which made it questionable whether he could handle it or if it was still better to retreat while there was still a chance and not too late. The lad, however, asked Dalon about whether he was actually afraid if he was talking about such a move just by the sight of a few assault ships, and his brother said that if his relative was such a coward, then he'd better never leave home at all. They were nothing compared to Duckau's ships. If it doesn't want that fate, then let him see him off to fight, instead of waiting for the other 6 assault ships to join the fight and attack him along with the spark warship. It's better to actively fight the assault ships and leave that warship to Simon Dalon. Dalon muttered through his teeth about his partner, calling him a fool, disapproving of his rather quick reaction. He had decided to attack the enemy instead of staying on the defensive. The 8 added, although it wasn't the optimal outcome for them, Sima Duckau wasn't a fool. If the commander hadn't pushed him around, Duckau wouldn't have gone down that path. To the third member of this powerful family, that Duckau ship is blocking the enemy and giving them time. So the right hand suggested their ship adopt the tactics of a tyrant with a fearless spirit to destroy the enemy in one blow. But the commander simply ordered to be patient until Lord Duckau gives new orders. They can't make decisions without permission. They must trust His Excellency's tactical and command skills. Otherwise, it will be incredibly stupid. The guy can't risk his life now. Dalon is watching impatiently. The last glimmer of Sima Duckau's life has faded. Loyalty without a brain is useless. After this fight, he must find a way to escape from Sima Duckau's command. Shield strength dropped to 21% and continued to drop until it reached 6%. With only 2 ships left, Duckau laughed out loud in his voice. The spark warship of this merchant fleet is fine, but his assault ships are sitting targets that they exterminated so quickly, and now he's getting admiration from his crew. Dalon was not very happy about this progress and considered it nothing more than the act of just a rabid dog off the chain. The blonde was out of his mind with rage, for it seemed simply impossible. His plan had collapsed right before his eyes. Wang Dong realized with a strangely satisfied expression that Sima Duckau was still the same person he knew before. The commander, whose plans had just been deemed to have collapsed, panicked on behalf of the leader of the 4th Asteroid merchant fleet. He solemnly promised that if the others would help him overcome this, he would give 10% of the net profits every time he made a deal on a mining planet. Now, unfortunately, the man could only rely on the help of the local forces following him, which only made him tense up more. But the people they called began to say very different answers. Some asked for forgiveness for not being able to participate in the battle, and well, because the White Shark merchant fleet was performing an important task. Others asked for an increase in the rate of profit, up to 20%. Others had never intervened in the disputes, and were not going to now. The man didn't have the energy to put up with any more of this. He had already sent a scout ship from here, and the mining district had received his message for help. According to the spirit of limited mutual aid between the nobles, they had sent patrol fleets to help. If they were to fail, the opponents would be just as responsible as the Astro Squad, because they refused to help him. Also, on the contrary, they didn't realize that they could become their friend if they helped now. So the blonde man demanded to make his choice immediately. Finally, someone agreed to help, at which time the ships flew straight into an exploding purple blur that glowed with neon. Miner, on the other hand, was not going to act particularly abruptly. He was going to follow them and approach the battlefield unnoticed, as easily and without any risks as possible. Duckau has no energy shield to protect himself, and his lightning turbocharged is in a buffeted state. Sima Dalon did nothing. The guy can only wait for his energy shield to pass the buffer and reactivate before killing everyone. The battle was very active. The armor of the bow, stern and midship was slightly damaged. 44% of the armor module was damaged, and the ships continued their destructive actions. They released fire until their target exploded on the spot, throwing huge amounts of fire and heat into the air, except Duckow's aid was very tense. They didn't crush them, so they weren't as shocked as he expected, to which the commander replied to the commander that the new assault ship was very powerful, and their ship was in bad condition. Now it was a question of whether they should change strategy and defeat them again. When the energy shield activated, the guys switched to shouting and ordered to use all 103 sources to start emergency repair of armor. First the stern, and then the nose and middle part, although he was offered to retreat, just because all the help that could be possible was already provided. But they are not capable of more compared to the enemy, despite all the attacks and explosions around it. The ship managed to flash through all the dangers and rushed forward as fast as it could. The combat flying machines were trying to get away from the firefight, and so far there were differing opinions on the course of action. They should have retreated, but some team members insisted that it was worth continuing the fight until at least more victories. Dalon, sitting in his chair and putting his foot on his leg, was not at all surprised that Duckow was being called a mad dog. He really deserved the name. The aide beside him picked up that Duckow's raw bravery was nothing compared to his captain's strategy. He was sure they would win without doing anything. This was such an easily won battle without much of a fight. It was hard to believe. Needed to convey to the others that their ship would pursue the enemy and their friends would clear the battlefield. Needed to stop the merchant fleet at all costs. Someone could pit the minority against the majority. Now there were twice as many. For Duckow, it would likely be the easiest thing to do. His ship wasn't going to flee the battlefield. He wanted to finish it all here at once, without any retreats. He was watching everything on the locator on the monitor, and was very angry about this, calling his enemies just disgusting bastards. And Wang Dong had expected Dalon to be so unscrupulous, since he was driving Duckow so crazy. He only caused a slight smirk and the thought that he wasn't all lost after all. The blonde man couldn't take it anymore. He demanded to turn around and leave the battlefield. He wasn't going to pay attention to the loss of other goods. The precious purple class module for aircraft carriers was still on his ship, as long as the man returned it safely to the astroquest. He could return. His opponent, on the other hand, didn't like it at all and ordered him to stop the guy at all costs. It can't all just be done for nothing, considering that the main weapon is fire. Therefore, beams of bright flames were immediately directed directly at the shield, just to finish what he started. And afterwards, one of the ships released a bright pink light that blinded everyone. It was another attack! A huge beam burst from the bottom, and as if increasing and bending covered the enemy with light, making him very frightened. For now his life was under such a threat as it had not been for a second in all these down scenes of minutes of struggle. An eerily loud explosion sound was heard. Fire clouds began to spread around, and considering the temperature it was throwing out, it could be compared to cotton candy melting from its own heat. Wonder frowned in place. An overly evil grin appeared on his face. A straight grin, all from the thought that he had finally taken revenge on Wu Haoxia. Such an event even made his pupils narrow. He still couldn't believe it himself for a while. 86% of the armor was defeated, the engine damaged, 60% of thrust lost. Duckow Saturday back in his chair and bent down trying to catch his breath. Finally, this was it. You could at least relax a little. Dalon appeared on the screen and congratulated his brother, saying that he admired him very much, advised him to step aside and rest, promising to take care of everything himself. But his cousin noticed the strange tone in his voice and immediately asked what Sima Dalon was up to, and then the aide informed him that his companions were boarding the remnants of the merchant fleet and capturing their spoils. Now the captain began to realize, especially after the words that Duckow would get a share, a shiver ran through his body. He couldn't even foresee such a thing, and the slightest thought like that wouldn't have flashed through his mind. But one thing he knew for sure was that such words of Sim Dalon could not be trusted in any way, and he would give nothing away. Meanwhile, one ship was taking over another. With a bright blue beam, the guy with a serious face shook his head, stating that they had failed. But despite this unpleasant event, his voice did not waver for a second. The aide was more given to emotion and asked his commander if he could somehow solve this with his wisdom. And then his superior also had a bad feeling crept in and revealed himself. Sima Delon is very shameless. If they don't defeat him in one blow, they won't be able to get back the trophies they deserve. But the thing is, even if he goes against the Jin family's first rule and attacks him, their two ships are not equal to Delon's ship. Suddenly, a huge robot grabbed him from behind, restraining his movements, and the assistant took hold of the remote control, which caused a huge indignation. You can't make impulsive decisions. One should just remember the first powerful of the Jin family. Shima Yadakao can't afford the consequences. But the man didn't care. In his opinion, Dakao shouldn't take responsibility. After all, his commander had done it, and his relative who was now in question had helped them many times, and now it was time to pay in the same coin and lend a helping hand. Meanwhile, Dalon's crew applauded the commander, who was glad that the mad dog was so brainless and absolutely no equal to him. It all but added to his self-confidence. But then everything was interrupted by a loud warning of neutralizing shells that began to attack them. Everyone immediately changed in their faces. No one expected such a turn of events. The logical thing to do would have been to start dodging, to form an intercepting net with secondary lenses. But there was nothing they could do. It was too close and too late. Another explosion was heard not far away. A bright glow, diverging clouds from the object that hit, carried with it the fragments of the ship. The second flew directly to the meeting, without stopping, only increasing its speed. There was another explosion in the return, only now, most likely from the collision of the two ships. The bright flash was blinding, straight into his pupil, forcing him to clamp his eyes shut to keep from going blind. Wang Saturday in his chair, clapping his hands. The way the situation was unfolding amused him a lot. That and Mr. Sims literally biting each other. Things had changed a lot, which was just great for himself. Sima Dakao was watching everything from his screens. He leaned over the table, clenching his palms into fists harder and harder, the anger coming out of him as he did so, his teeth almost gritting from how tightly they were clenched. A shiver ran through his body. Just at the thought that it was all his fault in front of Jongda, he asked him not to worry because the relative would take care of his sister and do his best to make sure she never suffered. Now it was his duty, the guy demanded, to move to the stern of the enemy ship and keep following and get Sima Delon. He'll talk to him. His ship's thrust and engine are damaged even more than Dakao's, and his energy shield is overloaded, so the guy will definitely beat him. Dakao told his cousin that the outcome was predetermined, so he advised him to be a smart boy and hand over the loot, promising to spare him, to which Dalon replied that he was just a handyman and could only follow Dakao and do small things. In fact, he just wanted to save time, so he first dismantled this loot. We'll soon give it to his brother. Dakao ordered his aide to stay away from Sima Delon's ship and asked him to find an uninhabited galaxy and repair the ship there, and the aide was just about to notify that the loot was fine. The ship sailed through space, among bright stars and the debris of huge meteorites and other mechanisms that had been exterminated here. All this was being watched by projection by Wang Dong from his comfortable cabin in the flying ship, asking the computer on board to attach a mini detector to this capsule. It must have sent Sima Jongda. He only leaves himself an emergency exit. Finally, it's time to turn off invisibility, send probes and get closer to the enemy so as not to reveal the mirage system. The guy has no choice but to show off his ship. Dakao looked out the huge porthole and was comforted by the fact that they had finally found an uninhabited planet. They should fix the ship's warp drive and return to the Scott-Parian Federation. But suddenly, two of the crew were rushing towards him, panicking and shouting to the captain that something had gone wrong. A spark warship was approaching them. No one expected such an appearance out of nowhere. The order to atomize Mia particles and prepare the main gun was immediately given. The main thing was to do everything before the enemy strikes first. Wang Dong wasn't going to give up. He had come to learn to just not act or do so at full strength right now. His attitude was resolute and aggressive. A huge bright blue beam spilled from the miner ship directly onto the machine Sima Dakao was in, covering it absolutely completely. The descendant of the Jin family was genuinely shocked and couldn't contain his fright. He was dazzled by the flash that was moving in a pillar of light right at them, but it was almost impossible to react in time. The only thing going through his mind was the question of who it was. Suddenly, a huge hole opened up that emitted a bright light from within. It was similar in shape to an almond, as if someone's eyes were opening. Wang Dong Saturday at the circuits at his control panel, saying the clever phrase that when you set someone up, you should be prepared to be set up to. And this was Sima Dakao, who in the miner's opinion very much deserved to die. The robot soldiers with a new order were to pick up the loot and search the remains of the ship inch by inch to make sure everything was under control. The huge ship, which had recently come out of stealth mode, continued to hover in the star-studded galaxy. Suddenly, faint waves began to appear from the bottom of the ship, magnetically attracting debris that floated in the space. An added speed, heading into a huge flash that promised only new adventures and scenery, even though they were all at once different and the same in the galaxy. Wang Dong crossed his arms on his chest, thinking that dealing with Sima Dakao was enough. If he and Sima Dalon disappeared in this star region at the same time, the guy would be on the edge of the abyss. So it was time to see what the guy would get out of this adventure. In the end, the miner got this purple class carrier ship module. Its range and accuracy is almost twice as good as the one on the pond. The accurate detection can detect undetected carrier ship modules. With it, Wang Dong doesn't need to rely on luck to find carrier ship modules when clearing the battlefield like other ships. Guy decided to spend 40 source points and replace the radar with a reconnaissance inspection radar. After loading the carrier module, it would take 24 hours and a few source points to complete the connection to the carrier's part. High-end carrier modules require more source points. He still had 77 source points right now. After the battle in the other universe last time, the ammunition on the ship is almost out. Only energy crystals are left. Sima Dakao helped him a lot. He can use this loot for a while. Now it's time to return to the mining planet. Wang Dong stepped out of his ship, zipping. Finally, he was back and could stretch his bones after sitting in his chair and strategizing. And then the guy noticed that he received a message from the detector. It was indeed Sima Zhongda. He was connected to the oxygen supply. This could be watched on the screen where either a picture or a video was being broadcast. Hugely fortunately, that detector wasn't lost. It turns out he'd organized an alternate route on the mining planet, and apparently he's dying, which only played to the protagonist's advantage. As a member of the Jin family branch, he has rebuilt his declining family business and raised his status through wisdom and hard work. He is an example of the rise in the branches of this family. The representative ordered the assault ship to launch a counterattack against Sima Dalon. No doubt the Jin family will never forgive him. Maybe Wang Dong will be the one to convince him to join. The miner found the detector signal. It must be in the area he was now moving through. The guy put the receiver to the phone and said he was a hospitable citizen who heard the alarm of the intelligent medical equipment in front of the residence in this block. Therefore suspects there is a seriously ill patient in the room, and because of this reason asked that someone be sent immediately to check the location, which was sent by himself. Wang Dong needed to seek help from the relevant department. According to Sima Zhongda's caution, he will install an automatic security system, which can only be removed with the permission of the sheriff. Meanwhile, the one the miner was thinking about now woke up. The stranger, who introduced himself as Wang Dong, was not what Zhongda expected to see, and his visitor explained that he was the one who called the ambulance when he heard the alarm, and also told him that the victim had been in a coma for several days. The blue-haired guy stood up and thanked the now familiar man. At first he wanted to introduce himself, but then he said not his real name, calling himself Ma Da, pondering that the guy had heard the alarm of his intelligent medical equipment and reported to the medical facility. He sensed some kind of trick in it, and here he was. Zhongda became frowning, realizing that Sima Dalon will definitely take revenge on his family, so he must send the news in time for his relatives to have time to react and deal with it. The hidden remote communication between star regions requires a certain channel and a lot of money. Wang Dong noticed that the wake guy was very worried about something and was not afraid to ask about it, but the interlocutor replied that he needed money now, to which he received the answer that the medical expenses on the planet mine would cost a lot, but for a skilled interstellar miner to pay them would not be difficult. So there was nothing to worry about. The miner in front of him would pay the medical expenses, and the so-called Ma Da would pay back sometime later. The blue-haired guy became indignant. His interlocutor did not understand him. He needs a very large sum of money, at least 300,000 orum. He has nothing to do but tell him everything. He spent time and effort to save the stranger, and even on his own initiative will pay medical expenses, which speaks of his kindness and good financial condition, and this is a great chance to try to borrow money from him. Wang Dong thought for a moment, then said that although they had just met, he can see that the guy in front of him is not an ordinary person. Usually 300,000 orum should be a trifle to the interlocutor. The miner does not know what happened to him and what caused him to become like this, but believes that things will get better. There must be a very important reason why Ma Da borrows money from a stranger, but the latter was willing to lend such a sum to the bank account of the victim. 300,000 is definitely not a small amount of money for an ordinary person. Wang Dong might make Zhang Da suspicious, since he agreed so easily. But it doesn't matter. Sima urgently needs money, and he even asked a stranger for help. In that case, the guy can't ask him to do anything. The Jane family representative explained that it didn't have an account to use right now. It was better to give him cash or an equivalent precious metal, and his rescuer agreed to that alternative. In the morning, in the room of the victim of the accident, the discharge procedure took place, although he was asked if he was sure that he could leave the hospital now, to which he replied that he was fine. Sima Zhang Da held out his business card, saying that he would try to repay the debt as soon as possible, and this piece of paper is his number where you can contact him. Wang Dong took the sheet in his hands, and his eyes traveled over the lines. Meanwhile, his interlocutors, now also a debtor, receding into the distance without even turning back. The miner was incredibly happy inside his soul. It was as if everything was ready to burst out in a very loud laugh. Even a little angry. The deed had been done, everything had gone incredibly well, and now his plan had even more weight. The guy stood in his room with a syringe in his hands. After administering the antidote, he would be drowsy for a while. It was better to do it now, while Wang Dong was in the mining district, so he could rest and it would not cause any unnecessary suspicion. The miner stuck a needle into the muscle of his arm and let the liquid in. Then a thought came into his head that made him think more seriously, but right now his body was focused on the slight pain due to the antidote. Wang Dong had gotten rid of the shackles left by Yuan Shu and could now control his own destiny without fear of repeating the same one from his past life, namely a very early end. The sun was just beginning to rise above the horizon. The first rays began to slowly wake the townspeople, caressing their eyes, which caused many irritation and a feeling of drowsiness that had not gone away. Here was the protagonist, who was not very happy that Jin Yim woke him up with her call so early, but the girl was not in the guy's position. She asked if he had heard that Wu Hao's merchant fleet had been attacked and completely destroyed in the nearby area. The girl was still in her pajamas herself, but she started to get ready, tying her hair into a high ponytail, after which she asked the guy if he was free today, asked him to call Chen Linfeng and the others. She wanted to get everyone together, to which Wang Dong responded by offering to book a luxurious private room in the internet cafe. The guys gathered at the place where they had gathered. Jin Yan began her speech that according to the information gathered from various channels, it could be confirmed that almost everyone in Wu Hao's fleet had been killed. Apart from a few scout ships, the entire convoy fleet and all the cargo ships, including Wu Hao's warship, were hit and sunk. Even Wu Hao himself was killed. Then a classmate replied with an indifferent tone that Wu Hao got what he deserved and advised Jin Yan not to be so serious. After all, this could be very even good news for everyone. Useful. The girl laureate called Chen Linfeng stupid, saying that she didn't care about Wu Hao's death, but one shouldn't forget about his personality. The 4th Astro Square merchant fleet was completely destroyed near the mining district, and now one should wonder about the reaction of the Count of Astro Square when he found out about it. Then the guy made a theory that he would send someone to deal with the aftermath and investigate the specific cause of the attack. And now then, a logical chain could be drawn that they, who had recently caused trouble for Wu Haoxia, would also be investigated, and now the blonde was getting nervous, making excuses that they had nothing to do with the attack, just caused a bit of trouble and that was it. Another classmate reminded her that this fact was completely unimportant, for all that mattered was what Count Astro Square thought, according to his own opinion and the opinion of those who served and indulged him in everything. Jin Yan guaranteed that they had nothing to worry about. Wang Dong said that the Earl was in poor health, and he had someone to deal with many functions in his domain, so he wasn't interested in what was going on outside, and afterwards suggested that maybe they wouldn't investigate them, even if they tried. No big deal. After all, the mining district belonged to the Baron of Blackstone, and the Earl of Astro Square couldn't do whatever he wanted here. Then collectively, the guys decided to follow the news more closely, and after they returned, they could take action according to the actual situation. There was nothing to worry about, and one of the girls promised that she would try to find out what the Baron of Blackstone thought about it. The classmates were not heavily involved, so the situation might not be so bad. Chen Lingfeng made a remark that this planet doesn't seem to be very peaceful lately. All the major factions seem to be busy with something important. If it's because Wu Hao's fleet was attacked, perhaps there's something they don't know. Probably the top people don't care at all about the stunt they pulled. Wang Dong added that on the surface, Wu Hao didn't support anyone in the Astroverse, but he invited Jen Yan to participate in the selection of reserve talents. That's why the guy thinks he could support the third son of the Count of Astroverse. The people in the Astroverse know his preference is better than them. So Wu Hao's death and the destruction of his fleet is what worries the third son of the Count of Astroverse the most. And in recent years, due to the increasing intensity of internal conflicts in Astro Square, its leadership cannot make uniform decisions. The whole development strategy of Astro Square has long changed from strategic balance to strategic conservatism. The Count of Astro Square this time will not take offensive action. He will only find the main culprit and take targeted action. The Count's third son is directly involved, so he will definitely join the investigation. And then the guy looked at the classmate, saying that, and so if they don't need to be afraid of something, then Jen Yan should be worried. The girl boiled right on the spot. Immediately, she started to shout at Wang Dong to the laughter of everyone, ordering him to look at himself. To cute miniature girls and hit with all the minor does not pay attention to them. The other girls immediately became angry. Refusing such a thing, they wouldn't talk about themselves like that, even if they were Jen Yan. She shouldn't forget that they were just friends. After the female representatives got up saying that was it for today and they were going back, the guys didn't mind because it was a day off and they had plans too and they were going to play together. Bunny greeted the guy very cheerfully, asking how he was doing. The guy replied that he was doing fine, and then asked about if there had been anything new lately. The girl replied that something big happened recently. The main opposition party in the Scoparius Federation changed from the National Party to the Civilization Party, and the leader of the Civilization Party is Zhang Xinshu, the director of the Scoparius Federation Academy of Sciences. Wang Dong's face changed in an instant, and so his assistant concluded that the guy knew the man. On the screen was a picture of the man the guys were talking about. In the Star Age, human life expectancy was further improved. Even for ordinary people, it was not uncommon for them to live to 150 years old in a healthy state. Moreover, people could spectacularly extend their lives after their body refinement technique reached the middle level. So Zhang Xinshu was just in middle age. Wang Dong had heard of this man before, only now he was a big boss. If the miner's memory serves him right, Zhang Xinshu ran for the president of the Scoparius Federation. Early on he was leading in the poll. However, because of his idea of limited sharing of spark ships and body enhancement techniques with ordinary people, which would harm the interests of privileged people like the Jin family, he was accused of treason in an instant, and his party was deemed illegal. Then Zhang Xinshu was forced to emigrate, and his party members scattered all over the world. All this would happen within the next months. 2 years later, Zhang Xinshu returned after carefully planning everything. He revolted in the aching administrative regions of the Scoparius Federation, created a revolutionary army, and called himself the Supreme Chancellor. In his past life, he had no contact with the revolutionary army, but it was against the Jin family. Naturally, it could be a refuge for the minor. Bunny noticed that the guy wasn't listening to him and asked about running another round. And Wang Dong replied that of course he should do another round, and excused himself that he was just a little hesitant. Soon the event moved to a mining company's airplane parking lot. The sun was low and ships were flying around to serve as transportation. The 1-month buffer period for the spark carrier on La Palm was over. It was time to re-enter the battlefield in another universe, so Wang Dong was adjusting the mechanism of his machine. Suddenly a man appeared behind him, asking if the worker had a free moment. And after whispering, he narrated that most likely Mr. Qin won't be able to keep his mine. He will soon sell it to the Tiger Merchant Fleet. The profit distribution standard of the mining company might change in the future. Those cheapskates from the Tiger Merchant Fleet won't be as malleable as Mr. Qin. Therefore, he advised one duel to mine more while Mr. Qin is still here, and get as much money as possible. If he finds a rare ore, it is better to bring it to him, and it promises that the guy will get the best price for it. And added, by the way, the news has not been announced yet. Mr. Qin on the surface is still strict, so it is impossible to blab. Mr. Qin used to be the largest contractor in the mining district. According to Shou Lao-san, Mr. Qin seems to be under pressure from the Tiger Merchant Fleet and is to give up. Among the local factions in the mining planet, the Shark Merchant Fleet is the most influential. The Tiger Merchant Fleet is the best at doing business, and the Zimratka Club is the most knowledgeable. These three major factions suppress more than 10 small factions under their control and occupy most of the market in the mining planet. In the battle with the Jin family fleet, the mixed fleet of the three local factions were forced to be used as cannon fodder. They were beaten by Sima Dakao and escaped. The two assault ships sent by the Shark Merchant Fleet were hit and sunk. One of the two assault ships sent by the Zimradu Merchant Fleet survived. However, the two assault ships of the Tiger Merchant Fleet remained completely intact. The Tiger Merchant Fleet took the initiative to absorb the interests that originally belonged to the Shark Merchant Fleet. They had no high-end weapons, so it lost every battle. The Shark Merchant Fleet is a faction on a family basis owned by another Mr. Qin. He used to rely on the Shark Fleet. Now the Shark Merchant Fleet can barely defend itself, so no one cares about Mr. Qin's mining company and his mining rights in the area. But this didn't concern Wang Dong at all. In a month's time, he wouldn't even be a miner, no matter how overbearing the Tiger's merchant fleet was. Once he left the mining area, he wouldn't be there, which produced an incredibly sly smirk on his face from smugness. Instantly, he lifted his ship into the sky. The speed was so great that all that could be seen was a huge bright beam to shape tail left in the air. The huge prestige ship was in space, its captain ordering the computer to immediately turn on mirage mode to hide from view and not run into unnecessary conflicts. Next, Wang Dong decided to capture signals from different universes with the help of the auxiliary system. He doesn't need to rush into the space vacuum or wait for a long time to capture signals from different universes that appear randomly. He can easily enter the battlefield in another universe anywhere in the universe. Suddenly, the computer notified that a signal had been received from another universe. The battlefield was ready for entry, and all that was needed was the captain's confirmation, who dared not refuse. It was exactly what he had been waiting for. The warship increased speed and soon glowed a brilliant blue color, blinding those inside and outside. It went on and on, until the huge iron machine shrank to a single brightly glowing dot, which flashed one last time and disappeared from view. When Duel entered the battlefield in another universe, the enemies were detected almost immediately. The results were as follows: a Type 1 civilization, 1 planetary mining zone, over 3,000 mining units, and 153 stationary buildings. The threat was low. When Duel analyzed everything, this mining zone is isolated from the world. There was no one in it. Even the minerals will only be transported once every 3 months. The mining ships are more than 3,000, but 10 unarmed ships can only give 1 source point. Stationary turrets are better. 1 such can give 1 source point. This time the guy might not get many points, so he decided to try a new radar. So he activated pinpoint detection, and it did manage to fix something. Now it was just necessary to zoom in to get a better look at what was in the picture. Such a discovery could not help but be happy. In some way, after more than a dozen minutes of searching, found something worth watching. It was a laser mining gun that could guarantee mining at a depth of 100 meters, and a mineral detector that had a detection range of 1,000 meters at a speed of 100 seconds. Wang Dong threw his hands behind his head. A professional mining base of this type even has modules specifically used for mining, but there are only 3 module slots on the pond. The Mirage System, the Pegasus Warp Engine, and the Quantum Entangled Brainwave Manipulation System are irreplaceable. The guy will only be able to use them on occasion in the future. The miner activated the energy shield and deactivated the Mirage System. The ship sped up, all because the attack on it was about to begin. And the commander was absolutely right. Bright lights immediately began to burst from the cannons, which sought to destroy the object in the sky. They were not a couple of pieces, but a huge number of them. One after another tried to hit and penetrate the shield, but nothing worked. It was too strong and did not allow even an extra stream of wind, not like bullets. Moreover, Pong could fire directly from behind his shield, striking back without getting hurt himself. Thus he quickly smashed a couple of the vehicles from which the attacks were being launched. Now that Wang Duo had gotten to modules, he could let his combat flying ships shoot at anything that moved. It couldn't help but feel good about it. It was an incredibly useful feature in tangle with the shield, and he didn't just fire a single shot. He blew absolutely everything beneath him to splinters, demolishing everything with the force of the fire that spurted from his ship, accompanied by the thudding sounds of explosions that weren't sharp enough to startle, but didn't inspire intercom either, only seemed to sow more anxiety in his heart. After such shooting, the ship continued its way across the starry sky, already at a more relaxed pace, so that it was possible to fully enjoy the view around and get a better look at the planet right on the course. Wang Duo didn't get enough points this time. Luckily, he won 2 extra modules. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if that hadn't happened. The guy probably wouldn't have been able to stand in front of the monitor in his cubicle so calmly. Pong continued his journey thanks to these circumstances, and he was approaching faster with each second toward the bright spot in the sky that seemed to swallow him up in a split second. But nothing of the sort was happening. The miner Saturday in his captain's chair. He was bored. In the last 24 hours, no reinforcements had ever shown up. It was a very big hole in their operation, which made one wonder. Guy wondered about how a partial ship belonging to some rich man could show up in a mining district. It was very strange and difficult to explain. The ship he was watching crashed hugely into a huge boulder in outer space, so of course it couldn't avoid damage. It went up in smoke, either from the dust or from something catching fire inside. The astronaut inside was in his suit and trying to move forward, only he was doing it quite badly. Panic overwhelmed his gut, but he couldn't give in to it. This kind of ship usually doesn't go too far away from planets. It's not suitable for traveling in such a complicated area like the mining area on the asteroid belt. There must be something wrong with this ship. It's better to stay out of trouble. So Wang Duo decided it's better to leave this area. The guy who got into this situation was not comfortable from the word at all. His face was already running cold sweat from fright. Panic began to take over. It became impossible to control himself. This was Qin Wanli, one of the sons of the leader of the shark merchant fleet. The miner had met him a few times in school. He was actually a nice guy and had helped him solve some problems a couple times. The huge invisible ship released from its bottom the smaller ship that the pilot had previously navigated, and it flew down to fulfill the heroic vision of someone who is no longer just piloting a miner's worker transport. This flying craft opened its bottom and began to land, releasing a light which the guy who was in trouble finally noticed and looked up. It was a true manifestation that luck in this world exists and goes hand in hand with miracle. When Qin Wanli went upstairs, he recognized Wang Duo and almost cried, and the lifeguard was glad that his appearance had caused just such a reaction. The mining district is so big. The miner is also surprised to meet an old acquaintance, and after asking whether the interlocutor has any problems, although he himself just saw everything, and the rescued person talked about not wanting to get Wang Duo into trouble. But the fact is that he was being chased, and he had to get into the mining district. Then the guy replied that there was no need to worry about it. No one can hunt others in the mining district. Then the interlocutor explained that it was the Tiger's merchant fleet that did it. They didn't dare to enter the mining district, but if it wasn't for the help of an old friend, he would have definitely died. Wang Duo was surprised by this. He couldn't believe that the situation with the shark merchant fleet had gotten so bad that even high-ranking people like Qin Wanli couldn't defend themselves. And then it turned out that the guy in trouble was finalizing a secret deal at this time. The miner immediately stopped his interlocutor, asking him not to tell the details, because he would say something and they would start hunting him too. And the rescuer noticed that the guy remained as cautious as before. But there was no need to worry, as he assured him, even though he was being pursued, the deal had been finalized. Anyway, it was not so confidential. Then the commander on the ship asked what business could be entrusted to Qin Wanli if he was just a playboy who could do nothing, and it was a secret deal. The guy was chosen because his brother and sister were being watched, and the enemy did not pay proper attention to him. The goods were valuable, but they were few, so the mercenary could transport them on a private ship. The deal went quite smoothly, but on his return, the courier met Shen Su from the Tiger's merchant fleet and almost died because of him. Wang Duo believed that it was him. After all, he was indeed the kind of person who would chase someone like a rabid dog. But right now, there was no need to worry anymore. Qin Wanli could stay on his ship for a few days until he was brought back when things calmed down. But the conditions here were definitely not as good as this private ship. After 2 days, it was time to get out of here, which was notified by the captain of the ship in which the guest was staying. Then Qin Wanli convinced him that the nerves are not necessary. Jin Shou, impatient, so he himself understood that he should already leave, and was not particularly impudent to burden the work of the man who saved him and even sheltered for a while, hiding from enemies. Wang Duo's judgment was accurate. Chen Shou must have thought that he died in the mining area, so he stopped waiting, and the miner thought about the fact that he didn't even have to try hard for this. The new reconnaissance radar could easily track the location of the Tiger merchant fleet without being noticed. The rescued man thanked his old buddy for the temporary shelter, and the latter replied that it was alright. They were friends, and a ship would come for the guest, so just let him go back. At that time, Qin Wanli put on his helmet and walked out into outer space, watching as the buddy who had done such a great favor was getting further and further away. Wang Duo had already returned to the land from which he had flown off on this little adventure not too long ago. The ships were moving one after another in the sky. The same annoying guy who shared a little secret detail and a tempting offer last time reminded him of his existence and didn't forget to rub his nose in the fact that the miner had promised him something. But Wang Duo didn't react as he expected, only turned around and replied with a threatening look that he didn't answer anything to anyone, which really frightened the annoying colleague and put him in a stupor with such an attitude. The latter hurried away as quickly as possible, leaving the clingy man pissed off behind him without saying anything last. His attitude said it all, and so the man didn't like the fact that the plan he had just thought out had just failed with such ease and crackle, and came out with such insolence and blatant superciliousness over his person. There were rumors that the purchase prices of the Tiger merchant fleet for all kinds of minerals had decreased by at least 10% for all kinds of minerals, and that the mining company's service fees, including ship rentals, had increased by at least percentage points, and also that they had added a performance evaluation system. The miners with the lowest mining performance would be charged higher service fees next month. The Tiger's merchant fleet might be dominating right now, but they can't wait for them to take what's theirs. We need to choose some representatives to negotiate with them. Wang Duo thought about the Tigers aggressively annexing the Shark's merchant fleet lately. The miners can't teach the desired one a lesson in negotiations at all, and the miner has pawned, so it can stay out of trouble. He stretched sweetly, realizing that today was his legal day off. Maybe he should spend time with his friends. It was a pretty good decision and a method to kill time with a nice aftertaste. Suddenly there was a stomping sound that was getting closer and closer with every second. It made everyone look in the direction of the measured and firm footsteps, throwing their gaze right at the strict black boots. The workers paused for a second and looked in the direction of those who had come to see them, a look of bewilderment mixed with surprise on their faces. Men in strict official suits showed papers and loudly divulged that the mining district now belonged to the Tiger merchant fleet. They would not force anyone to work for their company. They would simply ask their employees to abide by the rules and regulations spelled out by their new superiors. They left a list of compensation that the miners had to pay for damage to the mining ships they had leased. The workers scrambled in a bunch and started reading and getting indignant about the fact that they were paying rent when they rented the mining ships. The mining company is responsible for their maintenance and other things. The company bought insurance for each mining ship. If there is any accident, like wreck or serious damage to the ships, the insurance company will pay for it. This has been an inviolable rule on this planet for centuries. The man with the glasses reminded the workers that they had forgotten that one of the main activities of Tiger's merchant fleet was to knock out debts. He was sure the miners knew what would happen if someone owed their company money. The subordinates were shocked. It took away their speech. Such a huge crowd couldn't stand up to a bunch of crumpsters. Only Wang Duo didn't really try to worry. The guy would soon cease to be a miner anyway, and he should stay out of trouble. The sun was moving closer to the horizon, giving the city an amazing view with the help of such illumination. Soon people after a hard day's work would climb out into the street to have some rest, which in general wanted to experience this evening on his own skin in the main character. Only his desires diverged diverge from the plans of the world on him. Suddenly Wang Dong was approached by people. One of them was in a very expensive-looking suit. A man bowed a little, but it didn't make him look friendly. The guy tensed up. You never know what to expect from a couple of strangers, especially so strictly dressed. The stranger, adjusting his glasses, pinched the documents, recommending that they be read before giving them an answer. And a couple of men nearby were to stay at the miner's home for his own protection. The documents were trade secrets of the company, so the request was simple, not to disclose them. The company representative had a hope that the new employee would get to his position on time. Wang Dong brought the papers home and spread them out on the table. He was sure that these people had definitely found a good accountant. The money they were asking for was exactly 10% of the guy's savings over the years, and a normal person wouldn't have demanded such a crazy amount of money. But with the conditions they had been given, such insolence didn't seem unexpected. The other document was a contract. If he would work as chief navigator, help the Tiger merchant fleet complete exploration in the depths of the mining district, and get its specific characteristics, scope, and potential, he would not have to pay compensation. This job is absolutely dangerous. Even warships have to be careful when traveling in the depths of a mining area, let alone mining ships. The papers don't mention a reward. What a ridiculous offer. And the merchant navy sent his men to guard the miner's home. Something I didn't believe much. Now it seemed like they were the ones who would get him to sign this contract. They even used a small jamming device. The sheriff in charge of the area did not respond to this abnormal situation. Wang Dong wanted to call Dean Lin and use her father's identity as the planet's chief security officers to suppress the Tiger merchant fleet. Now it looked like the young man would only be able to go to the mine district. However, they would not be able to defeat him in this area. The fortitude was at its limit. According to analysis, big data of known mineral veins, there may be oil and mineral resources in the depths of mining areas on the asteroid belt. These minerals are monopolized by a privileged class and cannot circulate in the normal market, but this has never been confirmed. So it gradually became a fairy tale. November from soon while Do's time was up. He was asked to go with the others to the mining district, and there was not much to do. He had to go. While the cocky guy was happy with what he saw in front of him, the protagonist was not in the spirit of everything that was happening. He has not yet recovered from the fact that it just did not get enough sleep and rose too early. No one could not believe whether what was really happening was a Constantine 3-class research ship in front of them. The workers were shocked, began to examine its matte liquid silver outer layer of armor. They said it was as strong as special military armor. Even if it was hit by an asteroid, it could completely absorb the kinetic energy without damaging the ship. Someone began to dream that if they could get into this ship, they would feel their life would become more meaningful. Wang Dong didn't expect the Tiger merchant fleet to be able to get this ship. They must have planned this operation long ago, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to get a Constantine 3-class research ship for deep space exploration so quickly. And the bosses at the time crushed the dreams of ordinary working people, saying that they were just coordinators and would just lead the fleet. Then the miners finally looked the bitter truth in the eye. They will use old ships that don't even have any armor. A few hits are enough to destroy them. They can't enter the depths of the mining area in ships that were designed for mining, with subordinates already telling commanders that they need special vehicles or else everyone will die. The man with glasses switched to shouting, saying that this type of energy shield could protect the miners from powerful attacks for 24 hours, enough to keep them safe until the mission was over. The workers in orange uniforms looked at each other. They could hardly believe that they would have a small energy shield, the same as on a real warship, but they slowly began to trust and believe that it should withstand the asteroid impact, not expecting a setup from their bosses, hoping that they would be taken care of as important figures. And only Wang Dong changed his face. The guy realized that they were just pawns, a bargaining chip in the form of a few bouncing people. He understood that there is no such thing as a small disposable energy shield. It is a disposable sub-decay gravity field shield that is used on unmanned zones. In the sub-decay gravity field, radioactive decay occurs continuously. All living beings in this field are exposed to powerful radiation. After 24 hours, the gravity field will disappear. The living beings in the field will suffer tremendous damage to the body, and the symptoms will appear in a week for ordinary people who don't practice body strengthening techniques. With such damage, there is no chance of living a healthy life after that. Suddenly, the boss spoke of wanting the workers to form a squad leader and take turns leading the fleet. 3 people at a time. Activate the energy shields when leading the fleet. When the shields stop working, switch to the next group and they will distribute the formation and order. This schedule is made according to the complex capabilities of the miners. The more skilled they are, the later they will be assigned. There are 12 so-called navigators, and one duo is ranked 3rd from the bottom, which means he is actually in the last group. Well, that was logical for him. The guy doesn't need to activate the shield, because if he doesn't, 2 other partners will. This one was different from the previous mining operations the miner had done, so the quality of his ship doesn't matter. But for the other miners, the condition of the ship will decide if they survive. One duo, on the other hand, is better off picking a ship in bad condition and leaving the good ones to the other miners. Very suddenly, some half-bald men rushed past him, and in the most ostentatious way possible, hitting him with his shoulder, which actually hurt a bit, and only after a split second did it become clear who it was. It was the once defeated guy, who knew Do was good at picking out ships, and he rushed over to the one the guy just wanted for himself, thinking it was the best. Wang Dong himself quietly hung behind the back of the ignorant man, who was always trying to arrange some darkness. He was glad that he didn't even intentionally do a mischief to someone who usually harass him. One huge ship, which everyone who saw it and had anything to do with the sphere wanted to get into, was surrounded and escorted by a bunch of smaller ones, in which miners had to bicker one Saturday. Wang Dong had checked carefully. There was no surveillance equipment on this mining ship. An assault ship and a scout ship nearby was enough to prevent the miners from escaping, and it was intended for a reason, except that the workers who were first to go along knew nothing, and as if they didn't sense the setup. I wondered if it was true that there were mines of titanium crystals in this remote mining district, and as it turned out, it was true. One of the explorers was inexperienced, and therefore let the shark fleet fail to find the treasure. They paid attention to it for several years and found nothing, because mining in the depths of the mining district was difficult. And Sue's father was different in that he not only noticed Shangguan's conclusion, but also began to prepare this Constantine 3-class research ship a few years ago. It is a trump card specially prepared for this exploration. The guy's henchman next to him almost jumped out of his pants, agreeing, saying that Mr. Chen is a great man, but his son is also great in his own way. Otherwise, he would not have given him such a difficult task. The young man left. He is his father's only son, who is busy suppressing the shark merchant fleet. Who else could he trust with such an important task except Shuya? Even his uncle was sent just to help, and his father only told him and his son about it. If it wasn't for the communication control on the ship now, the guy wouldn't have said anything. The henchman was squeamish about the fact that there were many miners on these ships. There was the question of whether they could participate in such an important task, and that if they then told others, they should be properly checked. But his chief said it didn't matter. Their ships were all equipped with gravity field sub-decay shields. Once the shields activated, these losers would die. They had no chance to talk. The commander-in-chief called the guy with the glasses, asking how things were going and if his miners would cooperate with him. And the reply he got was that there was no need to worry. Everything was going well. These people were all docile. The scout ship had thin armor and was not suitable for entering a mining area. When they got to the forward base, they would leave it there to guard the route and prevent the miners from escaping. This operation is very important, although Master Zhang Guang kept a low profile at the beginning of his career. As he became more and more famous, many people were trying to find out where he had gone. If the news leaked out, their competition would not be the stupid shark merchant fleet, but the nobles from all over the kingdom. If this happened, there was an option. Mac the mine would no longer belong to them, except that the man with glasses was nervous, because Master Zhang Guang said that the probability was low, which meant that there might be nothing in the mining area, in which case the Constantine 3-class research ship that they had bought for a lot of money would be wasted. Then He left because there was something that the interlocutor did not know. Master Zhang Guang was just being cautious, so he said that the probability was low. Their brother countered Master Zhang Guang's famous intelligence reports. He excluded the reports that clearly said that there was no possibility. Among the remaining 10 reports, 90% of the time said that there was a low probability. Among the places mentioned in these 9 reports, 6 were proven to have valuable mineral resources. The other man interrogated about whether it means that when Master Zhang says that the probability is low, there is actually a 68% chance that there is treasure there, and received confirmation. After all, for a master, 66 is already a low probability. Lun obtained the original records of Master Zhang Guan's exploration process. According to this record, he developed a very detailed exploration plan. If there are mineral resources in the mining area on this asteroid belt, the workers can be sure that they are 13 from the. Lun appeared to be still so far-sighted, but Su seemed to have brought a companion with him, despite the fact that this operation was strictly confidential. Whether his companion knew anything or not, and they would have to kill him after the reconnaissance, just like those miners, and they talked about such things quite calmly, as if it was the most common thing for them to do. The ships were shuttling between the huge rocks, escorting one huge vessel that needed to be protected and equipped first. Although they were not willing to do so, Wang Dong realized that he had better warn everyone. He didn't want anyone to get hurt just because he kept silent and didn't reveal everything he knew, but he didn't understand exactly how to do it. But after some time, he still had an idea in his head how to do it. The guy addressed everyone over a common link, saying that he hadn't seen the guys for a few days, and therefore he wanted to treat each of the miners to a drink. A seemingly innocuous proposal, but then he asked the bartender to make everyone involved a glass of the so-called edelweiss. The extra ears that didn't really know or understand shouldn't have suspected anything, but the miners should have realized edelweiss in their slang meant radiation. One could only hope that they would understand and be more careful with such a phenomenon, but the worry still gave me goosebumps and a strange uneasiness inside. But here was the problem, was that they didn't have edelweiss, which the protagonist now knows about, except that Do was asked to be sincere, because he even ordered the wine wrong, which caused a chuckle, because the explanation is very simple. Do rarely drinks in a space bar, so he's not familiar with it. The guy on the other hand smirked quietly. They finally realized what he meant and continued talking. It was just a great job for a miner to think up such a convoluted plan. So the brunette apologized to the guys. He really is rare in bars, so he just asked the bartender to give everyone a glass of Twilight. One duo thinks they should propose a toast to Mr. Chen for the energy shields he arranged especially for them, and he decided to send the wine to everyone on the ship later. Usually when a miner is too old to work and about to retire, he goes to a space bar and orders a glass of Twilight after the last mining, and he mentioned energy shields. They will know what he means. The man in glasses said it was a temporary window and subordinates should prepare to go deeper into the mining district and let the miners explore the path ahead on schedule. The huge ship, accompanied by smaller miners, moved forward in an austere column, darting between asteroids and open space. The commander-in-chief of this expedition said it's usually safe to mine on the periphery. They don't want to waste precious energy shields while navigating, so they don't open them, which says they're far from stupid, and the frequency of meteorite hits is lower than desired as they planned. The ships calmly passed by the huge rocks, and their pilots simply did not even realize that now they were being tricked. They were just doing their job. Wang Dong realized that now it was his turn. The space environment was becoming increasingly complex. Some miners might be forced to open gravity-fueled sub-decay shields, and some natural traps would appear frequently as they went deeper into the mining area. His face became focused and serious. The guy spoke into the microphone, reminding Mr. Cal that he had heard that there was a rare beautiful scenery in the mine district called the Nest. It is said that whoever has seen it will never forget. So he wondered if his interlocutor had observed it, to which he received the answer that 10 years ago he and his companions once wanted to see if they could find good gases in the depths of this mining district, but they did not expect to come upon the Nest. It was simply beautiful, and very unfortunate that the man wants to see again. And then the voices of other miners were heard, who would also like to see what they were talking about. The commander even assumed that the space ahead was a nest, so he suggested the workers to check whether it was true or not. Of course not for nothing, and Wang Dong was glad that the senior was just hinted and he found a suitable target and specially directed his subordinates there. Some hidden gravitational turbulence is in a relatively stable state. Usually it is stable, but at a certain degree of perturbation caused by external factors, it suddenly explodes. Interstellar miners consider this hidden and powerful turbulence as the biggest trap and call it a nest. The asteroids were getting bigger and their sizes were also increasing, but there were also the usual small ones. The miners did their job skillfully and guided the ship to its destination. It was now conceivable that they were finally in the nest. There was no large celestial body near the hidden turbulence that could exist for long, because it had been broken and dismantled by frequent collisions. And suddenly Wang Dong moved to a violent shout, asking Chen Fu, why is it that the Tiger Merchant Fleet installed sub-decay gravitational field shields on their aircraft? This disposable shield has strong radiation and can only be used on lavas. Whoever comes in contact with it will die. And then the guy started shouting back in fright. He was shocked and wondered how the miner knew they were gravity field shields sub-decay. His right hand was also surprised by this turn of events. The commanders of this operation gritted their teeth in anger, not only because their plan had been exposed, but because the son of one of them had just revealed the cards, without even trying to deny what they were being accused of. Wang Dong's face immediately changed. He then thought that he could show his position by asking him such a question, so that the other miners would finally break off from the Tiger Merchant Fleet. And the miner had prepared many arguments to defend against Chen Fu's explanation, but Chen Shou just admitted it. The man with glasses turned to the guy saying he just misunderstood them. They can't buy a high-tech thing like a sub-decay gravity field shield. In Blackstone, the disposable small energy shields they have installed on their ships are relatively mature products with stable performance. If it wasn't for this important intelligence, they wouldn't have given them this. But then the miners collectively replied that they did not believe these words one bit, and right now they were not going to stay here for a second. They decided that they urgently needed to leave. The leaders of this conspiracy in the trail ordered to stop the fugitives, who took off their feet. Then Duo turned on gravity turbulence and tried to handle the ship normally at this speed, trying to squeeze the rudder as smoothly as possible. The guy Saturday tensely in his chair, almost gritting his teeth from trying to hold himself together. Sweat was already dripping from his head, nerves pounding his brain. It seemed about to rub his sanity. The miners pressed the gas pedal in full force, the bright tail left behind them in the starry sky. It was hard to control the dimensions of the transport to avoid the asteroids, but they did well. But this perfect movement didn't last long. It seemed that the most insolent of the whole crew started to slow down, simply because he couldn't handle his ship. So he was being pushed, stressed, told to move faster and not to wait for anything. And it was because of this that he got into a situation that no one could have foreseen, but which was obvious under the conditions they were in. The ship took a course a little to the right and crashed straight into a huge cobblestone. A bright light showed from the fire because of the explosion of the ship right in front of all the colleagues. Wang Dong was well aware that she thought that the chosen ship was the best, but it was the worst. Due to the overloaded traction control engine in the forward situation was overloaded and stopped working at this critical moment. It was his own doing. He himself had done everything to make such a thing happen. Therefore, he wasn't particularly shocked. Another larger ship went right behind the miners and hit a veritable stream of asteroids that scratched and battered his hull, thus damaging important parts. The blows came from different sides and crashed into the metal more and more deeply. The people inside shook incredibly from such collisions. There was nothing to do. Asteroids on all sides, and it was impossible to turn the ship. Eventually the ship broke in two, and from the place where the rift was a bright light appeared. The heat began to creep outward. The blast wave caused the bow of the ship to fly off a decent distance. The sphere from the explosion began to grow larger with every second, blinding the commanders who were looking at it, who were very grateful that fate had not sent them after them, and now they could still take breaths of air and stand on their feet without worrying for their lives. The man with glasses asked a subordinate about where the miners were now. He was panicking. It was clear what he had seen had left a mark on his soul. The employee replied that 2 of the 3 mining ships piloting had escaped, and 1 had exploded. The 9 behind them had turned around and scattered in all directions. When the incident occurred, the commander clenched his teeth and lowered his head with droplets of sweat running down it. He realized that they could get their location through the inspection radar on the ship, but it only works at short cutoff distances. In such a complex environment, a Constantine 3 class research ship is not equipped with powerful weapons, so they can't launch long-range attacks on these mining ships. But the main thing he needed to do now was offer reconnaissance or refuse and leave the area. The face of the man with glasses changed. He tilted his head even more so as not to show a terrified face. He understood that his assault ship and the people on it were important armed forces of the Tiger merchant fleet. The assault ship fell into a mining area, and this news will spread as the miners escape. This research ship specializes in exploration, and they spend a lot of money on it. If all goes well, he can complete the exploration on his own. But he needs to inform his boss as soon as possible about whose death and the loss of his assault ship, and he can't contact him directly. Mostly in the mining area, the commander-in-chief didn't know what to do now, to continue exploring or to go back. Meanwhile, Pawn would pick up the ship Wang Dong was sitting in with his bright beam and began to pull it towards him to let his master inside. The guy moved forward along the familiar corridors. He praised himself for letting Pawn move behind him in invisible mode. It was a good thing, and now he could not worry about getting into any trouble on his small ship. Miner walked over to the monitor and thought about the fact that whatever the reason, it was a mistake that their not so obvious opponents didn't back off at full speed. The gravitational turbulence initially maintained in dynamic equilibrium would quickly affect the other gravitational turbulence nearby after the disturbance. And then Wang Dong smiled with relief, rubbing himself with the thought that in that case, all the gravitational turbulence around this space would be disrupted, as if an avalanche was taking place, so would play into his hands, though certainly dangerous. It was just a shame that good ships are run by complete assholes who can't even notice that such a Constantine 3 class ship is just plain faulty. Wang Dong watched as the ship he and his co-workers had worked for and obeyed not too long ago went straight into the asteroid stream, taking damage instantly. There is an obvious problem in this ship's system that the guy knew about. It turns out that only its outer layer is covered in a silver shell, while the inner layers are gray and defective. The man with the glasses now understood why the miners had left the place so quickly. He turned to his subordinates and ordered them to get out of here immediately, thus raising a ruckus and panic, although everyone had realized before that something was wrong. But only now they were not just a slight alarm, but full of fear. But they had no time to make a step, as the ship was hit hard from several sides, which led to a huge shaking inside, and there was nothing to do. Maneuvering was simply unrealistic, and in such a situation had already fallen. As it turned out, the outer layer began to collapse. The asteroid that crashed into the ship was too big. From the impact, the hull began to collapse. The engine was working hard, but the crew is in a zone of gravitational turbulence, and until they leave this space, they will not be able to get rid of the collision. But Fu, who was required to have at least some reasonable reaction, tried with great nerves to portray a cheerful tone, and said that now was not the time to be discouraged, assuring that the ship's armor was strong and they had a chance. They just needed to stick with something big to make it their own shield, and leaving the space they needed at full speed was just worth the effort. And if at first the team believed the commander's words, then over time they noticed that after the outer layer was damaged, the inner one began to deteriorate even faster. They assumed that there was just something wrong with the armor, and only now the team realized that only the outer layer was made of silver. And now Fu stopped himself to change his mind that everything will be fine. He could not believe that they were slipped such a fake of terrible quality, and the fall of the fucking black market. Only now it came to the fact that he should not have bought it. So he ordered one of his subordinates to take Shinzao with him and get off the ship, because now it is not a joke. And then the rescue ship flew a bullet out of the ship, which immediately exploded in bright flames, and the blast wave only pushed the crew, who carried their feet away from the place unsafe for life. Wang Dong was even surprised that they had a rescue ship that had the full kinetic energy of a ship. It could jump across vast distances and thus bypass danger after disconnecting from the main ship. It still had a sturdy hull and excellent navigation. As Fu tried to come to his senses and finally accept that they were saved, those he had managed to pull with him looked away with their mouths open, asking the commander to make sure of what was ahead. When the man with glasses looked in that direction, he saw a huge ship flying above them, which aroused great interest and even took away the power of speech for a while. Immediately this ship released lasers that struck directly at the salvage ship, thus causing a fire cloud. The ship shook. Inside, the panic, which only calmed down, began to gain a new momentum again from the palm-handed huge robots that had cannons instead of one arm. It was still not entirely clear for what purpose they were landing on the other ship, but judging by the attack before, it indicated that it was not worth waiting for the best. They stormed right into the wall, breaking through it. The workers who were just then in the hallway, they frowned in place simply because they didn't expect such a turn. And when the shot began to pass, they sprang into action, so they opened fire straight at the iron of those who were human-like, but they were not welcome here, and sorting out the time as to how peaceful the showdown would be isn't clear. But it was best to launch the attack first. But the robots weren't going to graze the rear either. They took to attacking back. The robot withdrew his gun hand, and a bright red light burst out from his only electronic eye. There would certainly be no construct now, and those bullets that flew at him did nothing to him. The laser crashed into his head, knocking off his goggles. There was a splash of blood. No one noticed it at first, and only then did they pay attention. The pain pierced through his head. A bright flash flashed before his eyes, and then complete darkness came. But immediately, all the gawkers got it for doing nothing all this time and taking off running too late. A bunch of lasers started piercing all the bodies that tried to run away from the scene of the firefight. Innocents got it as well. All the hidden dangers in the rescue ship had been eliminated, and the data from the optical computer had been read out. One duel threw in there that one had to be ready to leave and not lose confidence. Just a little bit. Shoot right away. A blue ray burst from the pond, causing the ship to explode, containing the robots, who actually had to escape in time to avoid being handed out such unpleasant gifts. From the optical computer on the rescue ship, Venduo got a list of 13 places that the Tiger merchant fleet predicted might contain titanium crystals. All of them were in the mining area, but to the guy it sounded implausible. He had never heard in his life titanium crystals had been found in the mining area of the asteroid belt. If that was the case, the news would have spread long ago. The miner decided to save the data, but that didn't mean there would be what he was looking for. But there could be other useful materials. Wang Dong became much more serious in his facial expression. He thought it was time to meet the rest of his surprises. A sadistic mixture with a dash of pleasure burned in his eyes. He couldn't let this go unpunished. The pond passed into an invisible state. At first one could only notice the burning lights on it could tell that something was hanging in the starry sky. And out of its bottom came a good old miner's flying machine, to which the guy had long been accustomed and knew every edge of it. He saw a bunch of the same ships fly by, and in the distance he could see and deduce that there was a scout ship guarding the base. Of course, they were hiding on the periphery of the extraction zone, which was not a bad problem to have. The miners didn't know what to do. If they went back, they would be caught by the Tiger merchant fleet. But if not, they wouldn't last long. Their supplies would run out quickly and they would have to go back. They thanked Do for reminding them that those fucking shields were so harmful. They only got out because of him. They continued to praise the guy, saying that he could understand the danger of the energy shield at a glance. But he was embarrassed and tried to shrug it off, saying that he was just reminding them that it was mainly thanks to Mr. Kao's experience that they were able to defeat the Tiger merchant fleet. So all the credit should go to Mr. Kao, but he is experienced and smart anyway, and that's why his colleagues think that the miner has a promising future. They appointed him in charge, and Wang Dong further listened to the fact that he had saved the laborers. He became incredibly embarrassed, but still pleasant. The guy appreciated their kindness, but he considered himself too young for such a responsible position, and was very grateful for such nice words. And then his colleagues asked if he had a new idea, demanded to say it, and they would listen to him. Wang Dong had saved Qin Wenli from the shark merchant fleet a few days ago, and got some valuable information from him. The merchant fleet had bought 2 assault ships to the secret channel. They would arrive in a couple of days. There were only 2 assault ships in the Tiger merchant fleet, and one of them had been sent to the mining area. If the shark merchant fleet got to new ships, the Tigers would be too busy to give them trouble. Qin Wenli said that he was chased because he wanted to pay an emergency service fee to the ship supplier. Obviously, this is not an ordinary fee, so personally do the job was send unassuming Qin Wenli. That was all fine, and the miners just need to wait patiently here. Wang Dong does not think that the Tiger fleet's reconnaissance ships will still be here in a couple of days. One of his colleagues agreed that after they got out of there, so they should go to the shark merchant fleet. Thanks to their contribution, they would not only help stop the Tigers, but also give a bunch more rewards. The other interrupted him, saying that it didn't contribute at all. All the credit should go to Do. The guy disembarked. He looked up at the calm sky. The tense moment was over. It was over. And now they could not worry about at least the scum they had managed to beat. The miners gathered around Do, saying that it looked like the battle between the Tiger merchant fleet and the sharks was over and the latter had lost. They went to tell the shark fleet what they had done in the mining area. Now they could be sure to get a lot of rewards. While the group of laborers were imagining how they were already resting, Qin Wenli appeared on the horizon. He seemed happy and was heading straight towards Wang Dong, about to strike up a conversation. The fellow had come here as soon as he heard the news. He was a little surprised that an old acquaintance was now a hero, and asked to be allowed to invite the miner to dinner. The interlocutor bade his colleagues farewell. Opting for a pleasant evening, Wang Dong inquired in his buddy about how his battle had gone, and the latter replied that 7 days ago, near the mining planet, 2 assault ships of the Aquan merchant fleet had publicly defeated a ship of the Tiger fleet, and the assault ship that belonged to the second had been destroyed on the spot. All the leaders, including Chim Lun, had died. Not only did they give them all their profits, but more than half of their original savings belonged to the Shark fleet. At this moment, of the 3 brothers of the Tiger fleet, only Chen Bao was still alive. Now the Tiger merchant fleet was considered a lousy organization. Qin Wanli was very grateful for the miners' help. Although wards and benefits had been sent, the sheriff in charge of the area they lived in had been prosecuted for corruption and dereliction of duty. Not only had he lost his job, but he should also be imprisoned. The guy was already eager to show something interesting to Wang Dong, so he also had a treat. The car was advancing on the outskirts of the bright neon city. From such speed, it seemed that without a seatbelt, you could just fly out and stay on the highway. Qin Wanli, sitting in a cool car, asked his traveling companion if he had ever had a real vacation, and did not wait for an answer. Immediately said that they were going to an amazing party. Wang Dong only noticed that the car on which they were moving just great. He immediately recognized the new retro sports Lamborghini by Class Race Industry. The interlocutor laughed. He hadn't expected such a seeing eye, and then explained that it was a friend from the North Ends who had helped him acquire her, which was sheer luck. Qin Wanli said that the party they were in such a hurry to attend was organized by Lin Kai, and Wang Dong added of this person. If he remembered correctly, he was the receiver of the Kingfisher Club. The Lin family were the real bosses of the mining planet. They not only had connections in Baron Blackstone's mansion, but also some secret forces. Lin Kai is the new head of the Lin family. Today's party is dedicated to sharing experiences for the younger generation of the mining planet, and judging by the fact that Qin Wanli rarely attends such events, and now he is rushing to attend, his status today has improved, and the explanation is that he risked his life for this. And oh boy, has he realized one thing. If you want to win the respect of others, then either show your abilities or risk your life. Actually, the Lin family is not so simple. They settled in Blackstone 300 years ago. Back then this place even had a different name. It is said that in Lin Kai's limit generation, there was a very powerful person who owned a powerful spark warship. He obtained a mountain of resources and handed over to the Lin family. Wang Dong paraphrased those words to better understand if what his buddy meant was that the Lin family had a spark warship. As it turns out, they had one 300 years ago. It seems to have disappeared during an extragalactic exploration. The interlocutor thinks it was destroyed. After that, the Lin family came to order. However, while they had the spark ship, they made a lot of connections. But everyone knows that human relationships don't last. However, the Lin family is good at manipulating people. Over several generations, they have built up a well-established network of connections. The Lin family's Kingfisher Club makes money from exploration. They have many clubs, except one on a mining planet. The Lin family to the Kingfisher Club really isn't that simple. Apparently this club is only one branch of the Lin family. With these thoughts, Wang Dong's entire fighting spirit seemed to have gone somewhere. The car was accelerating harder and harder down the road. Pretty soon they should be arriving at their destination. The sooner they arrived, the sooner they would enter the atmosphere. And now they were already there. Lin Kai had booked the hall for tonight's party, which should be grand and leave wonderful memories for a long time to come. It was a huge group of buildings, bright lights shining everywhere. It was bloody beautiful here. Villa Fairview is really nice, one of the best in Blackstone. Suddenly, a guy in a purple cloak with a big cross on his chest started moving towards them. It was Lin Kai from the Kingfisher Club. He welcomed Wanli with open arms. Ho had arrived a little earlier, but was still invited inside. And next to him, he recognized Wang Dong, because he had heard a lot about this person. The guy began to justify that he couldn't just let himself be late for this party. And the protagonist said, in turn, that he had also heard about the organizer, because the man was a beautiful prince on the mining planet, and now it was clear why. The interlocutor was embarrassed, asked not to say so, or his girlfriend would kill him if she heard, and left the topic, asking to have a good time, while Lin Kai to meet other guests. While the maid was musing about Lin Kai being somewhat modest today, and inquiring about what he was up to, Wang Dong was immersed in his own thoughts. The lad had accepted the invitation only to make useful connections in privileged society. His mother had left the miner in an orphanage and disappeared. In his past life, the Baron of Blackstone would have sent someone to take him back. Only then, he found out that the boy is his illegitimate child. In recent years, Wang Lei, the current Baron of Blackstone, has been seriously ill, and there was no way his wife could bear him an heir. The Baroness wanted to adopt a boy from her family to be the successor. Apparently, this is not in the interest of the majority. In his past life, Wang Dong was introduced to the body purification technique and its resources before entering the Baron's mansion. And being trained as an heir, he was constantly learning new things about the spark ship. But that didn't last long. Due to pressure from Jin's family and Count Ostrogver, Baron Blackstone couldn't protect him, so he was forced to flee. After his rebirth, he didn't have to worry about his safety anymore. Getting resources from Baron Blackstone, he can develop faster, so the miners should get to Baron Blackstone's mansion and become the heir. And in a moment, and while thinking about it, it seemed even less. The guys were at the glass doors, the entrance to the inside, where there was a bunch of people who had also come to this luxurious party. The dark-haired girl, in a beautiful dress with the echoes of tradition, caught sight of Wang Dong, who had just come through the door, and to dispel her doubts, she decided to make sure it was really him. And what a surprise it was that fate had brought them together again, in such an unexpected place. As soon as it saw her welcoming hand motions, it tried not to give away his smile, hiding it behind the lightly lifted corners of his lips. Half a month had passed, and Ji and Yan was still so beautiful to him, which meant that nothing that was in his heart had gone nowhere. Vanley noticed his friend's stare, and assumed that his friend knew the girl at whom his companion was staring, causing the miner to come out of a trance, and immediately began to explain that the man next to him was Lu Dao. His family owned an internet cafe, and the girl with the same hairstyle was Luya, his sister, and they really did have dissimilar features. And the man by the window, wearing a tiger-colored shirt, this is Huang Wu, the heir of Huang's martial arts club, one of the main forces on the mining planet. Huang Wu, one of the first immigrants. He looks old, but he is sweet and outgoing. He can be a good friend. The people gathered in the corner aren't from the most powerful families. In fact, they're in the top 20 or so on the mining planet, and it was strange for Wang Dong to hear all this. Does his buddy really know them all? And Wan Li confirmed it with a smile. His memory is excellent, but his sister is much better. No matter what amount of information she receives, she will remember most of it with just a glance. And while Wang Dong was sipping his drink, discussing that he didn't like the local tea, but the one he had in his cup right now was delicious, quite sweet, a girl in a red dress was already moving towards them, and she infiltrated the conversation, saying that even though the mining planet had been undergoing ecological reconstruction for years, the tea still gave off a metallic flavor. So this tea was from the highlands. Vanley immediately recognized the voice that came from the back. It was Luanxing. He couldn't believe that she was here too. A beautiful blonde woman appeared in front of his eyes, wearing a fur cape, underneath which was a red sexy dress with gold and black inserts. Her blonde hair was long and her gaze was languid. Immediately her facial expression changed to a sly one. She covered her smirk with her hand and turned to the guy, calling him fatty, affectionately reminding him that this was exactly her villa. And such a question was, understandably, completely ridiculous. Wan Li immediately got up from his chair and started making excuses that of course he remembered that this was her domain. It was just that the guy hadn't expected to see the girl today. There had been some ridiculous and awkward moment. Just then, Gao Luanxing, the mistress of the villa, the legend of this planet, who was simply called Luanxing, was introduced to Wang Dong, who immediately had a blush running down his cheeks, thus raising the temperature. The new individual in their company clearly liked him. The miner simply bowed, hiding his overly intense gaze, saying that he was very pleased to meet her. The blonde was happy to receive such praise. Fairview Villa always provided the best service for all guests, and since Wang Dong was a friend of Wang Li's, there was no need to bother and just call her Luanxing. The guy's face reddened even more, his eyes flashed, and he started stammering, saying that he didn't think it was very appropriate for the situation. The girl also seemed to be embarrassed. The interlocutor as the head of interstellar miners in the star mining region, the guy and his team indirectly destroyed the assault and reconnaissance ships of the Tiger merchant fleet, but got out unharmed, because of which he became known as a tiger in the mining region. So wondered if he had any remorse. And while Luanxing scoffed at her own words and the guy's reaction to it, who was already making excuses for the fact that they had to fight back together, himself thinking about who was calling him the ridiculous nickname in the first place, it was just awful. Immediately the blonde hurried to leave, asking the fat man to say hello to his sister, since she had not been here for a long time, thereby only more embarrassed him. It seemed that he did not even hear this phrase, because he was simply disarmed by the appearance and behavior of the acquaintance. Once Lu Yongxin completely disappeared from view, Wang Dong asked his friend about whether he looked like an idiot who saw a beautiful girl for the first time. But still rat-faced Wang Li replied that the two of them looked like that, so no need to worry. They looked after the one who beautifully swayed her hips walking away. Lu Wenxi was born in the Star Mine region, but left it and started building a career for herself elsewhere. A few years ago, due to some circumstances, she went back and built Fairview Villa. She has a very mystical and mysterious past. Family heard that Lu Wenxi's husband Lu Wenxi has a powerful spark warship in the form of a cruiser. He showed it off when he brought Lu Wenxi back to the mining planet, so the people in Baron Blackstone's mansion respect her. This is what Van Do pondered further. A woman as enchanting as her must have faced a lot of trouble if she had no one to rely on except for destroyers. There were higher-level spark warships such as cruisers, line ships, and carrier ships. After obtaining rare resources or treasures in the universe, ships can evolve into these high-level warships. Blackstone doesn't have a cruiser, and the most powerful ship in Highland is just a destroyer. The guy asked his friend that if she has such a powerful ship, why did she open this villa? He didn't think it was for money. Vanley said he didn't know. He said he told him she had a mystical past and added that he shouldn't tell anyone about it. The party was about to begin, but before it started, the organizer decided to introduce a couple of people, and then the gray-haired guy was distracted from his interlocutors. Noticing the workers in black business suits rushing through the door, Wang Do paid attention to them too. Lin Kai sternly spoke to the guard, trying to find out what was going on, and the guard replied that the two guests were from Astrokar. They had come to investigate what had happened to the merchant fleet at Haojie, but they had gotten drunk and harassed the waitresses, and after they refused, they had gone crazy. This caused an unbelievable news that shocked everyone. A riot went up. How on earth did people from Ostrosk dare to cause a scandal in Blackstone? A suggestion was heard from the crowd to think what they were capable of. We should get weapons as soon as possible and kill them. Only Van Do didn't particularly like the mood around all this. A crowd of business thugs gathered around the rascals under the building where the boys had come to, searching with their eyes for those responsible for the commotion. The two men pressed their backs against each other. The one with the bare torso asked the crowd if they knew they were from Astrosfer. How could anyone be so arrogant? It was just a small shabby villa. Why there were so many rules? And claimed that those waitresses just wanted more money. But of course no one believed them. The guards responded to these cries that once they cross the threshold of Fairview Villa, they are obliged to follow their rules. If they do, they are their guests, and they are kind to the rascals. If not, they will not favor them. By contract, the men will be expelled from the villa and blacklisted because of their behavior. However, they have special papers attached to them, and the workers of the party place will wait for Miss Gao to deal with them. It's just worth waiting a second. The one in the long robes headed straight for the thugs, asking who their boss even was, clearly threatening and rearing for conflict. And then a bright spot, which was actually a red dress, appeared in the midst of the men in strict business suits. Lu Wenxi came forward, and despite her pretty face and sweet voice, words came out of her mouth that the bastards from Ostrospa were so good at pretending when it suited them, alluding to the scoundrels who had done something arbitrary. But immediately her soft gaze changed to a harsh, cold one, but at the same time, the fire of aggression just sparked in it. She reminded those home that no one from Ostrospa was welcome at Fairview Villa, and then turned to Luo, asking him to send them back, or they just needed to get out of the Star region with nothing, as it seemed to her, so to speak, and the subordinate immediately promised that they would leave the Star region with nothing. The villains were rounded up, stripped down to their underwear and their mouths covered with bandages so they wouldn't have to hear any more nasty excuses, and began to be led off the grounds, one bodyguard behind them pointing a finger in the direction, ordering them to find a freighter to send them back to Astrosfer. It made Wang Li uncomfortable that these guys were being treated like commodities, and Lin Kai was well aware of that. No one would want to live inside a cargo ship. It would take them 10 days to get to Astroscar, and Miss Gao was clearly serious about killing them. Vanley and Van Do were on their way back and were discussing the whole situation that had come up. The miner wondered if Miss Gao was afraid of getting in trouble if she treated people from Ostrosfer like that, and his friend explained to him that she did not have an easy relationship with Ostrosfer. Her husband was from a small aristocratic family and owned territory in the North Star region. It is said that Miss Gao's husband was persecuted by Ostrosfer. Eventually he lost his territory that was taken away by that area and had to build a career in foreign lands. Now it was no surprise at all that Miss Gao was treating the people from Astro Squared like this, except that there was now another question as to whether the people there would remain indifferent to the situation, but Van Lee just laughed in response, adding that there was something that Van Dong didn't know. The mining star region belonged to Blackstone. No matter how angry Astroskar was, they should deal with the internal strife first. They wouldn't be able to send much force here. Blackstone would be fine, and meanwhile the boys continued on their way among the small slopes. As soon as Dong returned, his co-workers came running to him and informed him that the boss had said that he would no longer have to pay all the fees for renting the ship, and that the company would buy all the ore harvested at market price, which was fantastic news. Already on the street, the guy asked where Zhao Lasong was now, to which the subordinate replied that it took advantage of the crisis in the company to line his pocket. The boss, upon learning of this, broke his arms and put him in jail. Xingwan Li said that Chen Bao, the new leader of the Tiger Merchant Fleet, and has spent a lot of money, hired mediators to negotiate with the Aku Merchant Fleet and other small forces, and they reached an agreement. The Tiger Merchant Fleet left the mining planet and handed over many trade channels, so the miners who now respected Wang Dong so much did not need to worry about the Tiger Merchant Fleet trying to take revenge in the future. Punt flew through space, passing Earth. He was so high it seemed he could hit the bright stars. Invisible mode was off. There was no need for it now, but after a while it was needed, and the captain of such a huge ship asked the computer to turn it on, and then activated the function of capturing signals from other universes, and immediately received a notification that a signal from another universe had been received. The battlefield was ready for entry. Only the confirmation of the main was awaited, and the guy, the owner of this ship, ordered to enter the battlefield, a spark of thirst in his eyes, but his lips did not spread in a satisfied smile. This is far from child's play, and something that can really bring trouble, even if it is such a cool ship. As soon as the ship was inside, bright huge shells immediately flew. The inspection radar detected traces of enemies. The results were not the best. Interstellar civilization of the first type, almost 36,000 ships, extremely high threat, and only now Wang Dong realized that he had indeed entered the real battlefield of the war. On the screen there is information about what is going on here. The second and fourth elector are the last competitors in the race for the king of the Balkan civilization. The second one insists on the full opening of the civilization and active joining of the more developed power, and the fourth elector insists on the way of closure, rejecting the closeness with other civilizations. The proposal of the second one was not approved by the majority, so it suffered great losses and was in a disadvantageous position. However, not wanting to give up, he received support from the more developed civilization and is full of support. Wang Dong thought about it. According to the inspection radar, the guy is now on the cusp of battle. The fleets of both sides did not use mid-range formation, so they are fighting at close range. The types of warships on both sides are quite similar. The miner can't tell the difference between their strength, as it is impossible to balance one side against the other and benefit from the other. Then he chose a rather strange solution. Wang Dong would attack on everything and ordered the computer to turn off the invisible mode and prepare the main gun. And now a wicked smile was read on his face. After the command to open fire, a huge blue beam erupted from the ship. It was bright and very dangerous to those caught under it. The light covered all the small craft that were headed for the pond, thus not just breaking them apart, but literally turning them into nothing. Space dust. So, at least it seemed at first, and then came a kind of disappointment. When the enemy ships did not disappear from view, they just sparkled, but continued their movement. Oh, it seems they lost their course and flew a little above the pond. Wang Dong did not get very upset, calming himself with the thought that in any case they would not be able to penetrate the armor of his ship. He better not activate the energy shield for now. The guy needs to save energy. The rate of fire should not be too high, otherwise it will attract attention, and to gain initial points, you can shoot at them from different directions. Shells hit the pond, one after another, but they did not harm the hull in any way, though it was not a particularly pleasant action toward the ship. Wang Dong also managed to strike back at his enemies. One by one the ships began to spark and go out of commission. Only a couple of them from such a cloud managed to continue on their way without damage. Miner was approaching the inner part of the battlefield. The warships were getting bigger and bigger. In the past 8 hours, he had destroyed over 5,000 and gained over 1,400 source points. Now both sides had gone crazy. Neither side could retreat. Even if they found him, they wouldn't be able to attack in such a short time. Dong didn't know which elector it was, so he decided to just call them the blue and red parties. Currently, the blue squad is at a disadvantage. It has amassed nearly 3,000 warships in the center of the field and is struggling to maintain the defense. Guarding the giant warship in the center, the Red Squad has 9,000 warships and has besieged a defensive ring around the Blue Squad. The situation is gradually becoming clearer. Pawn flew under the powerful explosions. It was a miracle he wasn't hit. Maybe it wasn't a big loss for such a battleship, but it was still best to avoid such damage encounters. The defensive ring, formed with the help of the Blue Party's 300 warships, had lost. The Red Party's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. They still had 6,000 warships. Apparently the battle was about to end. Wang Dong, looking at the computer screen, noticed that the electrical waves had intensified, and then it became a true surprise that the enemies were negotiating. A fraction of a minute later, the warning came. The great shelling had begun, and one must be extremely careful. The miner ordered to shorten up, to stay away from this giant warship, himself inside panicking, realizing that the negotiations had gone completely awry. One of them had used a deadly weapon, leading to this. A huge ship surrounded by smaller ones was heading straight for the guy, releasing dangerous yellow beams, trying to destroy the suddenly appeared enemy. Wang Dong realized that the energy was intensifying. The computer ordered to be on alert. The situation had reached a critical point and was already worth about preparing for a collision. The guy in his side ordered to activate the energy shield so as not to get in trouble. The miner's face changed. He was unhinged with rage because both of his opponents are netting and imagining the consequences of this gun. Those ships close by are struggling to stop it. Ships that are far away are just flying away. The artificial intelligence began counting down, and as soon as it approached the minimum number, there was a bright flash that heralded the explosion, scattering shards and blowing them everywhere at no small speed. In its place appeared a huge black hole, which began to suck into itself everything that was nearby, including small ships, which simply had nowhere to go. It began to play into the hands of Wang Dong, but the main thing was not to get there himself. With each passing second, the black something narrowed and narrowed, but still continued to suck the ships into itself, dooming the pilots to certain death or disappear into oblivion. The black hole became many times smaller, but as if it had gained even more strength. The ship under the shield was also attracted, and Wang Dong inwardly resented. He did not understand what the fuck was going on at all. Where did a civilization of the first type get such bombs with gravitational collapsing field? Even an interstellar civilization of the third type cannot give such weapons. Around began to burn inscriptions about the danger. The guy clenched his teeth. It seems that the second voter received powerful bombs from an advanced civilization. Next time he made a decision to think better about it all. As it turns out, this is the kind of damage no one is immune to. And right now the damage to the pawn is growing by the second. Something had to be done, even though the number didn't get to 10 now. That doesn't mean it won't a little later. And now the number had crossed that scale. Wang Dong was stunned to the core. He didn't know what to do with this small amount of energy that the giant warship was providing. It was inconceivable that it could create a temporary mini-gravity collapse field. All mini-gravity collapse fields were unstable, except those of a certain scale. Miner ordered the engine to be tuned. Equals V at 120%. Full power. Once modified, the engine could provide more thrust, but could also fail at any moment. Reckless of them, but now a race against time is the only hope for survival. The number crossed the mark of 20 in just a roll. Cracks appeared in the pawn's hull and particles begin to fall off and fly into oblivion. A true disaster. If this ship can't stand, one of those who just couldn't hit it. The miner didn't have any ideas on how to fix this situation, realizing that he couldn't make an impact, simply because it was dust for such a problem, which only caused more anger to pound in his head. Time passed very quickly. Accumulated dead weight. First 5 seconds, then 10, 1 minute, 5, 20. Hull damage was in the amount of 44%. Lost 3 engines. High temperature. Engine out of acceleration. Began to decrease thrust. The hull damage had already come to 56. All orientation engines damaged. Thrust decreasing. Wang Dong no longer restrained himself, literally shouting for pawn to hold on. 25 minutes. Even with the engine out of acceleration mode, thrust had dropped by more than 20. The damage had gotten to 68%. The main engine was now damaged as well. The thrust was now less than 30%, but the ship kept moving, trying to keep on the wings with her last strength. The pawn was working at full throttle, trying to get away from the fact that it was about to be sucked inside. It was incredibly hard at first, but you had to squeeze the gas to the fullest if you wanted to survive, and finally managed to do everything that was intended. The ship broke free from such a drawn-out situation and hurried away from the scene of the incident at great speed. Finally could take a breath. The guy relaxed on the chair. He sighed with ease. He couldn't believe he had survived. His chest moved up and down, trying to regain his breath. Wang Dong called out to the medical robot, bring him a nutrient solution. While the undead creature was helping the captain with his request, he was already preaching to the computer to repair the engine using the source points. Since 77% of the engine was damaged, it would take 154 units and the same number of minutes to repair a level 2. There was a question of whether the repair was necessary, and the miner wasn't about to give up such an important process. This giant warship was using its engine power to create a mini gravitational collapse field that lasted this long, so it was prompting some thoughts. Wang Dong asked to activate the precision detection function. Repairing the engine would cost 1/10 of his earnings. Now, the guy had 1,477 units left. What was more interesting now was whether the thing that created the mini gravitational collapse field had been discovered. This time the guy had scored over 8,000 points. Normal spark warships take years to do that, but this thing had become even more valuable. As Wang Dong chewed his lunch, he felt that he was already feeling better. The engine had been repaired, so it was time to pick up the loot. A beam erupted from the ship and curved out and headed straight for the ball in the air, sucking it inside. It turned out to be a mini gravitational collapse field generator. It consumes the energy from the generator and uses it as a center to create a mini field with a radius of 30 light minutes. And now it was very clear to Wang Dong. Immediately after using the gravitational collapse, the first thing to be destroyed is the warship equipped with this module. It is one of the forbidden weapons in the Red Bat Kingdom, the most important accessory of the annihilation bomb with gravitational collapse field. The guy can't take anything from the other universe except spark battleship modules. They are considered trophies from the battlefield in the other universe. Now the miner is truly rich, although O can use it, but the Kingdom of Red Bat, the Scoparius Federation, and many others are vying for this item. On the official trading floors, these 30 light minutes will be worth over 30,000 coins. For trading with spark battleship accessories, normal currency can only be considered as a medium of exchange of the lowest level that can be used to buy them, energy blocks and so on. But as far as transactions are concerned, with modules aboard a carrier, the medium of exchange can only be coins based on sparks, the mysterious connection between them and the sources of those sparks. Humans have spent nearly 10,000 years creating a spark network that is available on every spark warship and can only be used within them. Each spark warship can connect to this network through its carrier and perform actions such as obtaining information, trading goods, completing tasks and the like. And coins are the currency circulating in the spark network. Wang Dong has a Yuan Shu account, but it's better to register a new account after he goes to the prosperous star region. It will be safer. The miner thought about it so much that he forgot that it was already time to return, so he quickly turned his ship around and headed back. Wang Dong is back in his home universe. Luckily, he's collected all the ores the guy needs to transmit and the ores needed for upgrades. All he needs to do is remotely control the amplification and upgrade of the carrier modules using the quantum entanglement brainwave control system. The miner has an appointment with his colleagues. You need to hurry up. Hull damage is not a big problem. It repairs itself over time, which is the main feature of the spark battleship. This requires 200 points and 3 tons of gas ore. It is worth upgrading the brainwave control system of quantum entanglement from level 2 to level 3. The whole process is supposed to take 3 hours, which the captain agreed to, namely to use 1 unit of low-level energy crystal to double the value of modular growth. Also decided to improve quantum entanglement. Wang Dong was already almost at his destination, but he was still afraid of being late and hoped it wouldn't happen. After this upgrade, he didn't have many points left, but his overall combat power score had been improved by 1 level to 8th level. Ordinary people had to work hard for decades to achieve this, while a miner could already fly to other galaxies. The guy arrived at the place he planned, said hello to everyone, and asked if he was late, because he was very worried about it, and his friends reassured him with the news that he was just in time. A classmate et al. Was incredibly happy to have another male representative in the place. The guys clinked glasses filled with drinks as soon as someone decided to strike up a conversation about hearing that Gao Luanqing, the boss of Fairview Villa, had said the people responsible for dealing with the aftermath of Hu Haojia's merchant fleet crashed back to Ostroscar and they had caused trouble for Haojia, which might attract Ostroscar's attention. But now they didn't have to worry about that anymore. Such talk was quickly suppressed by the decision to just enjoy this evening. It wasn't long before Wang Dong was in his home and lying on his bed, contemplating the fact that in 2 days, on the 7th of September, a fleet would arrive from Blackstone's mining planet and take him to the Baron's mansion once and all. The Baron of Blackstone was unable to find a worthy successor before his death. There will never be a Baron in Blackstone. The steward is seriously ill and has been out of public affairs for several years. The Baroness and vassal have taken care of some of them. The Baroness has no son and wants to adopt a boy from her family to make a successor. The Baron comes from a noble family in the capital of the kingdom of Rebirth, and he has many relatives. Some vassals come from the Baron's family, and they want to choose a boy from the younger generation to inherit Blackstone. Besides Wang Dong, Baron Wang Lei has another illegitimate child, who's the result of a romantic liaison from 10 years ago. He comes from a local family and has already gained some kind of support even though he is only 10. At first glance, the Baroness, the younger boys from the Baron's original family, another illegitimate child, and the local aristocrats. In the kingdom of Rebirth, one of the main conflicts is the conflict between the local aristocrats and the royalty. The king wants to give up direct jurisdiction of the territories and implement centralization, which will violate the fundamental interests of the local aristocrats. Baron Blackstone is a direct aristocrat granted by the king. He supports the king all the time. The Highlands belongs to an aristocrat under the leadership of a Strasgver, and a Strasgver belongs to an aristocrat under the leadership of the North Star region. They are all local aristocrats. If the Baron of Blackstone is stripped of his title, the nobles of Highland and surrounding lands will only benefit from this. Besides, the guy's rivals will also have to face the embittered nobles. In Wang Dong's past life, when he returned to Blackstone, a group of star bandits tried to attack him. An unknown spark ship suddenly attacked it. The fleet sent by Blackstone suffered heavy losses. He almost died. In the end, the miner almost died. In the end, he was forced to use tomahawk as reinforcements, which helped him escape. While fighting them, Naichi Shai, a confidant of Baron Blackstone, who was leading the fleet at the time, was killed while covering the protagonist's retreat. He was his potential supporter. It was a huge loss for both him and the Baron. Blackstone is his important stepping stone. They will never let something like this happen again. Guy looked at the projection and finally spotted what he was looking for. Gotcha! It was hiding in the asteroid belt. If he didn't increase the illumination range and continue to fly in silent mode near the star mine area, Wang Dong wouldn't have found it. That's all. It was a spark warship that suddenly appeared from behind when the fleet sent by Blackstone was fiercely fighting the star bandits in his past life. It destroyed the night warship, causing the fleet to completely collapse, and the guy almost died. A slight smirk appeared on his face, and then he asked for probes to be sent to monitor them. He was very happy inside, but tried to restrain himself from letting the situation get out of hand that he was now attacking first. The huge ship directly above the building in which Wang Dong was staying released a bright yellow beam onto its roof, thus allowing the man to lower aboard. And, in fact, right now, he was taking Wang Dong with him. The guy was becoming invisible by the second, and so was his ship. The Mirage system was good enough without having to show up to work all day in the name of a hangover. If the miner was in another universe, it would most likely have to use another system to launch a surprise attack on this unknown warship, and because of that would have to hide not in the asteroid belt, whereupon the guy ordered to release time bombs on meteorites and asteroids near the ship. These bombs were shaped like large mechanical spiders. One by one they descended on the rocks in space, clinging to the ore with small pointed paw tips. Wang Dong did not expect the wanted man to hide on a relatively large asteroid. He is good, otherwise the guy would know exactly where to plant the bombs. Because of the complex, complicated interactions between the planets in the asteroid belt, there is a strong gravitational turbulence, because of which there is constantly complex motion. That is, the astrophysical environment is constantly changing. For example, when a larger asteroid changes, its gravitational turbulence also changes. His face became even more serious. Time was almost up, and it was time to leave this place. To retreat. It was a necessity. The bombs were about to go off. The ship started moving quickly and abruptly, which was very convenient, because just behind it, a few meters away, the time bombs started exploding. At first, a bright red flash was seen chasing the tail, and soon the explosion itself. In its classic form, the asteroids were flying apart into piles of smaller pebbles, and one could only hope that the protagonist had guessed at least one place and planted the delayed action explosives where they needed to go. When Wang Dong finds the key point for the gravitational turbulence to form and detonates the bombs in time, the meteorite fragments will successively collide with each other, causing a so-called hole in place and changing the gravitational turbulence in the area. Because of the compensation effect, the surrounding planets affected by gravitational turbulence began to move back to their original positions. Rocks from exploded meteorites moving forward at a tremendous speed, just like simple asteroids, only in huge numbers and smaller. But they were unable to hit the pond due to the shield. Since the key point is closest to the asteroid where the unknown warship is located, the compensation effect will make the surrounding planets move towards the center. The Mya particle is widely used in battles between warships. It is an official military material, so production and sales are always controlled by multiple channels. The most important function of the Mya particle is to create a complex astrophysical environment to limit the use of communication devices on the ship. Using particles in complex asteroid belts is a waste of time, but this ship used them so recklessly given its normal way of dealing with emergencies. Wang Dong knows what power is behind this. The guy cheered. A sweet sense of triumph could be felt inside. But regardless of who was behind this, they were 100% doomed, which couldn't be helped. And finally, there was a final huge explosion that threw out too much heat, taking the lives of those guests to be there. And it was a correct assumption, because once Pond had flown a safe distance away, and it was safe to look around, the iron parts from the airplanes that were left over from the explosion were visible. Wang Dong asked to find the crate of the enemy ship, take the spoils and destroy them. Action had to be decisive and drastic. Everything was absolutely ready. They got 53 shots from the main gun, 658 shots from the secondary gun, and 450 standard shots. As expected for a guy, it was sent from Viscount Highland. Due to the turbulence in the asteroid belt, the remains of the warship will gradually scatter around the neighborhood and disappear. After a while, all the remains will become part of the damage and become part of the asteroid belt. Even if Highland sends out a search warship, they won't find a single lead without the black box. One quiet day, the doorbell rang. As soon as Wang Dong heard it, he quickly got up from his seat to open it without making the person behind the door wait. The boy looked out from behind the door and seeing the unfamiliar man, asked what exactly he could do to help this man. Though it was rather surprising to be visited by someone he was seen for the first time, the dark-haired man with glasses said hello. Somehow he knew Wang Dong from somewhere, and then explained that he was here to invite them to the mission of the mining planet's leadership to be even more unexpected. Against the light brown sky stood a huge modern building, clearly intended for business offices or something like that. And now Wang Dong himself was heading there, in one of those rooms right now. That interview was starting. Inside Saturday to men in formal suits, the brown-haired man with his arms outstretched laughed and said that Wang Dong looked exactly like the Baron in his youth. The other only smiled lightly. And then the miner was simply drawn inside, and thoughts began to swirl in his head that he, as an ordinary man, should be nervous and embarrassed when he was invited to a reception by such an important person and treated hospitably. But it was hard for Wang Dong to pretend to be nervous. Better to keep an impassive expression on his face to show that the guy was so amazed that his face frowned. He was given a full treatment and asked about whether they could finish the blood test first, and the brunette said that it was all his fault. When he saw Wang Dong, he remembered the days when he was young and worked hard with the Baron. The man was so excited that he forgot to take the blood test from the guest, but he was so similar to the Baron, so it shouldn't make such a huge difference. The miner didn't really resist such actions. The man in the suit stuck a needle into the guy's arm and drew blood inside. It caused discomfort but was tolerable and seemed to be pleasantly impressed. The green light on the syringe with the collected fluid turned on. Immediately, the workers jumped up and apologized to their guest for being so rude. They forgot to introduce themselves. The brunette was Chen Shi, the direct knight of Baron Wan Lei, and next to him was a brown-haired man called Ding Weichuan, the head sheriff. He can confirm his identity. The partner said in turn what if the miner had any doubts about their identities. They can provide the relevant certificates. Wang Dong, on the other hand, said he knew Mr. Dean. His testimony was absolutely true. Besides, this young man looks a worthy righteous man. The visitor could have no doubt, although they found out who he was. But still the young man wants to introduce himself as a man who always follows the call of his heart. Then Chen Shi leaned over showing the syringe and suggested that Wang Dong wondered why he was invited. But the result of this test would be the answer. And now the guy was not clear what the matter was at all. And the interlocutor did not give away that according to the investigation, there is no problem with Wang Dong's life experience. Recently he was forced to join a reconnaissance team in the mining area under the threat of the Tiger Fleet, but he has made great achievements. He is an outstanding, brave and intelligent young man, according to the current situation in Blackstone. And Ding Wei-chuan and the man thinks it is more appropriate to choose him as the heir. Ding Wei-chuan sat down in the chair and turned to Mr. Wang, thinking that he might have already guessed that Baron Wanlei's blood information had been entered into this blood tester. Just that Mr. Chen had taken his blood to check the similarities between him and the Baron. In other words, to confirm their relationship. Wang Dong didn't really understand why such speculation even came from, but immediately he was announced the result, that he was the son of the Baron. What happened today, including the whole blood drawing process, their conversation, as well as the result of the test, have been recorded and would be presented to the Baron. In addition, they would be presented to the aristocratic parliament of the kingdom along with other materials. Wang Dong nostalgically said that from the moment he left the orphanage, he swore that he had to achieve something. That's why he worked so hard. But the guy didn't expect that one day the big shots would tell him that his previous efforts and hard work were completely unnecessary. The lineage of the miner decided that he would get a position that most commoners can't even dream of. With all due respect, but everyone knows very well that the Baron and Baroness only have two daughters, which means he is an illegitimate child, which is not very honorable. Most such children end up being lazy. If the guy is right, he doesn't think there is a need to submit documents to Parliament. The brunette said that they perfectly understand this reaction of Wang Dong, but Astro Square's status is decreasing year after year. Unfortunately, Blackstone is in a similar situation. Then turned to Wei Chuan, saying that he thinks he can explain clearly, so he asked him to do it for him. Shatton said that their hard work and effort will not go to waste. Moreover, when Van Doe's identity is recognized, he will need to work harder. The Baron suffered a serious illness 2 years ago and still hasn't recovered. Unfortunately, the Baron and Baroness don't have a son, so there is also no legitimate heir for Blackstone now. In this regard, there are several opinions. The Baroness wants to adopt a child from her original family and make her successor. The original family of the Baron in the capital also chooses outstanding people to choose one of them as the heir. In addition, the Baron has another illegitimate child who is only 10, but he is also taken into consideration. If the miner wants to inherit the title, he needs to work harder. Wang Dong thought about the fact that this is just a mere maelstrom. Once he enters it, he might die at any moment. Then the man in the suit said that if he didn't want to do that, he should just say out loud. The miner looked at him with a kind look and asked Mr. Chen to stop pushing. When his identity was revealed, he would be forced to intervene, and the only way to give up for a potential successor whose identity was revealed was to be eliminated by his opponents as trash. But the guy prefers to take matters into his own hands and make his own destiny. Those who received him in his office began to applaud, saying it was just a beautiful speech, concluding that he was wiser and more farsighted than his peers. He deserved to be the son of a baron. Ordinary people could not compare to him, and then asked if he was prepared for what would happen in the future. The young man bowed, saying that because of his background, he knew nothing much about this situation at Blackstone and had no support, so he asked to be told what he should do and how he should do it, and he in turn would remember that help. The brunette said that Wang Dong is so ambitious, brave and wise, and he can accurately say that he has the potential to become an outstanding heir. But Wang Jojo, the other son of the Baron, has extraordinary abilities. Even though he is young, he has a striking figure. Besides, Juju's mother's family has a certain influence in Blackstone, which means he has no advantages. Since the guy didn't understand what was meant by extraordinary ability, it meant that Wang Jojo has some special ability. They don't know exactly about it. Only some people, including the Baron, know the truth. Extraordinary ability is a kind of mutation caused by various factors after people came into contact with the source of sparks and body purification techniques. Naturally, it's unlikely, but because of the huge population of the planet, there will always be a few people with this ability. All such abilities are related to the end. Some of them can make people acquire additional skills when controlling ships, and some of them can even improve the speed of obtaining points. The functions and benefits of the abilities are uncountable. It became curious. Besides Wang Dong's half-brother, are there any other candidates to pay attention to? The guy knows Wang Jiuqiu's ability. It is a purple-gray deep cut that can increase the speed of obtaining points by 10%. It can only be envied. In his past life, one trader sold this news to the Jin family to get promoted. In the end, when Jojo was forced to run away with him, his train of thought was interrupted by Chen Shi, saying that most people opposed the Baroness' decision. The original Baron family sent 2 candidates to Blackstone a month ago along with a fleet whose commander is the Baron's Baron's uncle. Do, on the other hand, queried whether this meant that his opponents were the half-brother and prominent people from the Baron family. The men began to persuade the lad, saying that they had advantages. For one thing, both Wang Dong and his half-brother are sons of the Baron, so the vassals in Blackstone would accept them. The Baron had worked hard for decades. He had explored Blackstone, and then the king had bestowed the title of Baron upon him. During the time, he had attracted many vassals from different regions to his team, and those who now spoke to the mayor were completely loyal to the Baron, but his original family were strangers to them. This time, the Baron sent Mr. Chin to escort Wang Dong back to Blackstone, and the man suggested that he just wanted to test the lad. Wang Dong had shown his calmness and uncommon temperament before, coupled with the courage and ability displayed about the destruction of the Tiger Fleet, so it was not a stretch to think he was flattered by Mr. Yin's words, but he still believed that with his years of effort and hard work, Wang Dong could become an honorable successor in a short period of time, and would not let anyone down. The man handed the box to the guest, saying that it contained an unusual individual terminal, and asked him to take it with him after all, and the other asked about Wang Dong's desire to go to Blackstone tomorrow, which was no great trouble to the lad. But first he had to pack his things and say goodbye to his comrades. When the miner was scheduled to depart tomorrow, his new acquaintances would send a Star Region patrol fleet to escort him. In the past life of the heir Baron Ding Weichuan, he had not shown such enthusiasm. It seems that this intelligent terminal is the latest limited series imported from the Scoparias Federation. It has a side of confidentiality that is comparable to the military intelligent terminal. The fleet led by Chen Shai includes his own ship, a level 10 Spark destroyer, 3 scout ships and 10 assault ships. Ding Weichuan has given Wang Dong a lot of support. They now have 20 assault ships, unlike his past life. Now they will have an easier time dealing with the star factions. The guy walked past the men in strict suits. He looked at them and thought that Chen Shi and Ding Weichuan were quite tactful. They seemed to have set up a defense around his house. He didn't realize whether it was good or not. The mayor sat in a comfortable chair and looked at his phone. A voice recorder-like program was running on the screen, asking the guy in a robotic voice to record a message. The guy notified that he was going to leave for a while and didn't know when he would return, but asked the person he recorded the voice message to not miss him too much. Returning to Baron Blackstone's mansion was the beginning of his plunge into the maelstrom of events. He needed the Baron to protect him, so Wang Dong would better call Chen Lingfeng and the others when the situation became stable. In the kingdom of Rebirth and surrounding star regions, the privileged have long monopolized the resources associated with warships. Unlike others, there is only one title. In Blackstone there is only one title that can be given to an official heir. Only when he officially becomes the heir will his name be reported to the aristocratic parliament. After that he will be titled as Sir. And then the miner had a plan to buy himself a new first-generation warship. That was his next goal that couldn't be abandoned. All he could do was think about it in an empty, quiet room, with nothing to stop him from focusing on the main problem at hand. The guy put out a hand with a watch that launched a projection of the ship, memories of sending a drone to secretly spy on a Tiger merchant fleet scout ship. After the incident in the fossil mining area swirled in his head, he wondered if it had started to take action. He watched a video of 2 ships, one larger, one smaller, heading in different directions, away from either a planet or a satellite. The corner of his lips pulled upward slightly. Catching up was noticeably absent, which was a little odd, but a very good coincidence. Wondering if he was even right, and really wishing he was, on the navigation route at intervals at space stations, to monitor the state and automatic elimination. Because of them, the guy will not be able to do. At this time, the device, about which the protagonist thought, released rays into the remains of asteroids explored them. One such piece of shrapnel had a time bomb with a red light bulb on it, which foreshadowed that something incredibly terrible was about to happen, and it did. An explosion that burned everything around, and Wang Dong watched it all and was glad that everything was ready. It was perfectly normal for a space station to be damaged by meteorites. The huge ship was moving forward through outer space. The people on board couldn't believe that they had finally gotten rid of the pesky enemies. His assistant ran up to Bell and reminded him once again, very cheerfully, that they had gotten rid of all those who obstructed their path. But it just Saturday with his arms folded across his chest and did not hide a slight grin. The man with purple hair was incredibly happy, wickedly happy. Once they left the star region and entered outer space, they could change their direction at any time. Then they would be truly safe. The male captain would return with a new Tiger merchant fleet. The man and his assistant had left the planet by their wits alone, but surely they had to return. It was their duty. They were so pleased that they had been able to dodge the danger so well that they had stopped paying attention. Because of such an oversight, the ship crashed into a freely moving asteroid shard in space right in front. Everything shook inside. A couple of seconds dragged on for what felt like an hour. While they were trying to figure out what happened to the space station, they began to speculate that it was because of so many asteroids that their ship exploded. Clearly no one inside would have survived such a collision. Pond flew over the whole thing then, and among the remains of the ship and asteroids picked up what he needed. Van Dao was lucky. Most of those sturdy containers were well preserved. They must be the last of Tiger's resources. The guy had collected a few standard energy blocks. This time he collected a lot. The miner was coming out of his house, outside of which still stood a crowd with the bodyguards those serious guys had hired. There was no emotion on his face, only his goals and plans. So they arrived at their destination. The guy asked his guide to help him with his next journey. In his mind were all the scenery of the dim planet, which was more like just a satellite, and not much suited for a relaxed life. Inside, Wang Dong was sorry to leave such a familiar place, but it was worth saying goodbye to it to go to a happy and good future. The comprehensive combat power rating of his large destroyer ship is level 10. It's a third-generation warship with a resource detection rate of only 25%. It's a commodity that the unprivileged classes can't afford. The satellite wasn't allowed to buy it until the Baron gave him the title of knight, and then he also helped pay off most of the money. Van Dao wondered how much stronger Spark was in terms of combat power, and was told that most assault ships did not have assault shields, so in terms of defense they were weaker than Spark. Even a first-generation Spark ship without any reinforcements could crush an assault ship. Even fighting low-level Spark warships, the assault ships can't win unless they outnumber the Spark ships. Now the question was how long it would take them to get back to Blackstone. The distance between the mining planet Blackstone isn't far. If they fly at normal speed, they'll get there in 10 days. After that, the screen showed the administrative galaxy under Blackstone's jurisdiction. In general, there are two planets neighboring Highland, Redleaf and San Potato. The latter two are adjacent to Blackstone, but all planets in the vicinity are deserted. So there is no dispute about the border. But Highland is different. The region of Interstellar is just between Blackstone and Highland. The latter has always sought to take advantage of Interstellar. The former miner had heard that there were bandits nearby, and it turned out to be true. There are many star bandits in the star region between Blackstone and Highland because no one can control them. Besides, some of the bandits have a mysterious past. The brunette thought that some nobles were behind them. The Baron is in poor health and has been unable to attend to public affairs for a long time. So Blackstone was forced to take a defensive position. The star bandits were becoming more and more dangerous. Perhaps they are not interested in minerals and will not attack the mining region, but their very existence in the Baron's territory would weaken Blackstone's prestige in the county if the news spreads. According to what the man and Mr. Dean said, Blackstone is facing internal and external radar at the same time. All parties are fighting for the heir, while Highland and other forces covet Blackstone. It is literally crumbling. To which the interlocutor replied that it's not that bad. The situation in Red Bat Kingdom is stable and the nobles won't attack each other openly. Highland can use different methods to suppress Blackstone, but as long as they don't invade here, they won't suffer heavy losses. It's assumed that after the Baron chooses a successor and makes it develop, then Blackstone will soon become prosperous. Wang Dong noticed that the man still had too much faith in the power of the kingdom. In the next few years, the conflict between the locals and the aristocrats would erupt quickly and unexpectedly. In his past life, there was news about the Star region that attracted many enemies and dealt a deadly blow to Blackstone. The Baron's heir must also be wary of the Baroness, who received no support. In his past life, her family decided to team up with the Highlands to achieve their goal, and it was her family that spread the news of his return. After the Viscount of the Highlands found out about it, he sent a Spark warship to interact with a group of star bandits to attack the guy from both sides. Mr. Dean sent a patrol fleet to escort Van Dao. The question was whether this would take away the defensive power of the region, but there was no need to worry about that. Minerals are worthless and useless to bandits. Moreover, the mining palmet is protected by a space fortress. It's hard for bandits to attack it. Van Dao worried about whether they would meet any along the way. The interlocutor laughed, but admitted that there were several factions that could defeat them in the nearby star regions. Besides, they had no money or valuables, reassuring the miner that he would be safe with the Lark. For some people, killing opponents before they become stronger may be the most economical option. But Do told Mr. Chen he didn't think his visit was confidential. After all, it was already obvious where the fleet was. Before Chen set off, only a few people knew who his interlocutor was. But after the Baron gave the order, it was no longer a secret. But no, the guy just assumed that this fleet should be powerful enough to protect him. But if anyone wanted to do harm, now was the best time. Before he returned to the Baron's mansion, and the identity of the heir was officially recognized, the man next to him was trying to prove that Wang Jojo is a good boy. He won't do it. His family is not so powerful to defeat their fleet, but the fleet from the original Baron's family can do it. But they are under constant surveillance, and when a move is made, we get news as far as other forces are concerned. The miner inquired as to what was the most powerful force relative to them. It was very important for the way forward. That's when Chen went crazy. He started screaming because he remembered the people who can't stop him. It's Highland. If they kill them, there will be chaos in Blackstone. Even if they fail, the fleet will suffer huge losses, which will also worsen the situation. They should send a star bandit group. Highland dare not openly send troops, otherwise they will break the rule that internal conflicts are not allowed among aristocrats. They will be in big trouble, but many factions only care about money. Highland will definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Immediately, the captain turned the workers' attention back to himself, asking them to raise their alert level and form a battle formation. Immediately, a detachment of ships began to move with great speed, converging into one. The miner was amazed at what a well-trained fleet they were. They instantly became a spherical formation. Van Do destroyed the Spark warship in the asteroid belt sent by Highland, but they might have a backup plan. Fortunately, after the quantum entanglement, brainwave manipulation system was upgraded to level 5. Its range reached 0.21 of a light year, so the drone could follow the fleet and not be detected. Just then, the voice of someone from the crew rang out, notifying his captain that the scouts had discovered something suspicious. After fully analyzing the information, the crew could be sure that the only scout ship of the merchant fleet, Tiger, exposing the direction. Someone blew it up with pre-prepared bombs. They thought it was done by outside forces, but most likely it was done by bandit groups. Whether they are pursuing the Tiger or them, there are indeed traces of star bandits nearby. The man asked Mr. Wang if he agreed that they should change their route. Even if there is an ambush, they can't know that they are being escorted by a patrol fleet. Chen thinks that under the guy's command, the fleet is safe. Even if they are attacked, they will be safe and sound. On the contrary, if the team now let go before they know the whole situation, it might make their situation worse. With the current size of the fleet, they may be safe as long as they are on guard. But if the crew asks Blackstone for help and no one is met, we will be called cowards as soon as reinforcements arrive. The enemy will most likely abandon the attack. Then Mr. Van will be considered a coward. He will lose his reputation, and it will be very disadvantageous in the battle for the inheritance. Here Van Do turned to Mr. Che. Since he had chosen to do this himself, he would be responsible for the consequences. Besides, the lad was confident in his commanding abilities. There was no need to worry about the others. The man's goal was to get them to Baron Blackstone's mansion, and the miner believed he could do it. The commander ordered to move forward with greater speed, so that the enemy would have less time to react, and the vessels advanced hastily. 4 days later, the fleet had traveled halfway through the journey in that time, passing the Ninus for wormhole not far ahead. They would arrive at Blackstone. If anyone wanted to take action, this was their last chance. In the past life, a surprise attack occurred in an area near the Star Mine area. A group of bandits attacked Wang Dong. Their warship and 12 assault ships blocked the convoy fleet. Chen Shai preferred to fight back. When the Lark was ready to break free from the encirclement, the warship Spark from Highland, hiding behind the convoy fleet, moved to defeat them. As a result of the double attack, the convoy fleet was severely destroyed. Chen Shai had no choice but to send the guy to the assault ship and sacrifice himself to cover his retreat. Tomahawk secretly intervened so the miner could escape. Found, he thought they wouldn't dare come in due to the scale of their fleet and the loss of Spark. The space next to the Ninus for wormhole cannot hide their location. The convoy fleet was moving smoothly along the path and left the enemy little time to react, greatly disrupting their plan. Meanwhile, on other ships, Mr. Balance-up had been informed that they were placing too much importance on this task and were therefore requested to pay attention to it. The man turned to the interlocutor, Mr. Butler, and reminded him that this is not the first time they have cooperated and he should be well aware of his authority and if the commander made a promise, he will keep it. But the purpose is obviously much stronger than they are. The man is not retracting his communication, just saying that the purpose is different than what the interlocutor said. They are not the ones who broke the agreement. Either way, he wasn't going to return the bail. If it wasn't for their friendship, he wouldn't have led people into the area. If the men across the street wanted them to continue, then have him send reinforcements. The man in the suit didn't like that. He reminded Mr. Whitetooth that this isn't the first time they've cooperated, so he should know of their kindness. They understand all the concerns, and even contacted another faction to fight alongside the guy. The plan remains the same. It's a face-to-face battle, not an ambush. And the man almost interrupted Mr. Butler. Since it is not easy for star factions to cooperate with each other, who will go first is not clear. The question was whether the man can guarantee that if the battle becomes intense, they will not let go and leave the team behind. To which the answer was that there was no need to worry about that. Mr. Balanceb will cooperate with the steelbone. And then the guy with the bandage just jumped at this news. It seems the boss this time has prepared. Steelbone is much stronger than them. They say its leader, Mr. Steelbone, was from the army of the Scoparius Federation. He was persecuted by a noble family, so he stole his men and became a star bandit. His subordinates are very united and have high fighting ability. Mr. Steelbone has always been a man of his word, although other bandits think he is a freak. But no one will refuse to cooperate with Steelbone. Butler assured that the mercenary could now be sure that the Starbone had already arrived, and they should launch an attack before the convoy fleet passed through the -4 wormhole. Blackstone had built a space fortress at the other end of the wormhole to protect them. Once they entered there, they would be difficult to pursue. The guy said that since he would be cooperating with Steelbone, he would give his best. The scout ship detected an unknown fleet, gave the coordinates, and they have 13 ships. The unknown fleet includes 1 spark warship and 12 assault ships. The captain was asked if he wanted to confirm the identity of the unknown fleet by contacting him. Wang Dong had read information about this fleet and asked Mr. Chen to look into it. It was Leader Whitetooth's warship. That guy hadn't expected to have a hologram of Whitetooth. As it turned out, he was on good terms with Lin Kai, the master of Kingfisher Club. Last night, he had specifically bought a summary of the star factions of this region from him. And since Mr. Chen already knew the identity of the enemy, he was required to guess what they should do. And the brunette couldn't resist ordering the Lorzub to attack. All ships needed to be ready in a minute, and then they got the coordinates of the point to attack. The small ships gathered around one huge one. The shelling began. Bright blue beams burst from the bows of the ships. But then another order came, and that was to prepare for the second round. Mr. Chen recommended, like a true captain, ordering the coordinates of the third round to be changed. One had to prepare for the fourth round, and after that be ready for the fifth round. After received the command to distribute the me particles, change the original direction, and move towards the wormhole at full speed. They have only one goal, and that is to return to the Blackstone hinterland through the wormhole. There is no point in fighting, because Whitetooth might ask for reinforcements. Meanwhile, in Whitetooth's control room, it was just him and his temporary boss wondering if the target had been found. Looking directly at the screen in front of them, the guy suddenly jumped up on the chair and started shouting about being more careful, because right now a projectile was flying from over the horizon. They needed to immediately activate the shield and scatter me particles. Enemy ships suffered casualties. Many of them shot up and destroyed after such a lancer. Panic broke out inside. The ship was hit. 56% of the armor was damaged. Balanceb commanded to repair the damage and fix it now. Once they scattered the me particles, the enemies would lose their exact location to fire. Long-range attack accuracy would drop to almost zero. Just one salvo from long range, and they would withstand it. Again, there was a warning of another shell from over the horizon, but Balanceb assured them not to be afraid of it all. They had already dodged the blow once, and there was no doubt that they would do it again. The ships moved forward at a decent speed against the lights that were open right at them. The Whitetooth is slightly damaged. One of the assault ships is moderately damaged, and for our slightly damaged, the man in command of the operation laughed, for he couldn't believe that this was all the Blackstone fleet could do. Even though they have the initiative, they can't do anything to them. Then the bandaged commander turned to Mr. Butler, asking when the steelbone would arrive, for they were about to approach the enemy, and he said not to worry, the steelbone should arrive soon, for now they must hold off the enemy. And for the second time in a row, there was a warning about a shell from the horizon, which excited Whitetooth. He gritted his teeth with anger at the fact that the enemy was simply not going to stop. Suddenly, a subordinate appeared on the monitor saying that warship number 8 was destroyed. It was a shelling. The ship sank immediately after the kinetic bombs hit. After confirming, the workers were sure that 8 of their ships were hit. One of them sank, 2 suffered moderate damage, and 2 suffered minor damage. Whitetooth didn't understand how this was even possible. His heart rate was 38%, which was unrealistic. We had to be as careful as possible. Another shell was coming from over the horizon. 6 warships had been hit this round. 2 of them sunk. 2 more were moderately wounded. 28% chance of a hit. 4 ships were destroyed. 2 of them were sunk. The other 2 were moderately damaged. While Whitetooth was getting more and more nervous, and his commander had long since forgotten everything, he was completely panicked. The captain has been warned that they can't hold on any longer, and they need to retreat urgently because this fleet is just awful. One of the crew just checked the calendar. Today is a bad day for battles, and also supported the idea of leaving. The pressure on the guy had worked. They were outnumbered and all, because Steelbone hadn't arrived in time, and needed to retreat urgently to keep any part of the crew alive. Butler leaned over to his colleague and whispered in his ear to listen carefully, and after a couple phrases, just interrupted and said that they were indeed traits. No wonder they were nobles and they were star bandits. The Alonza promised to try and cheer up his men and let them fight again. The whole truth was that Haydn had never cooperated with Steelbone before. They weren't going to get the money anyway, so it wouldn't do to say the plan had failed. The man was going to let these idiots fight the convoy. Even if they got hurt even a little, it would be to Highland's benefit in the brunette's opinion. Wang Dong applauded his partner and said that he deserved that applause. A normal person wouldn't be able to land clear blows from such a distance. Such firing is the only thing the guy is capable of, but it's not something that can be learned. It happens on its own, intuitively even more so. It only works well on hidden bandits who go into chaos when attacked. If they are fighting a well-trained army, it's less effective. The guy thought that they would be pursued, but under Chen Shi's command, 5 shots were enough to deal with them. The Baron Esser did not expect such a thing. Chen Shi is not strong in politics and is not able to handle this task alone, but it does have a lot of military experience and good intuition. Unfortunately, in his previous life, the man's fleet nearby was ambushed and had to engage in close combat. They were unable to demonstrate their advantage and were attacked by warships from behind. Chen Shi had no choice but to fight to the death, covering my retreat. And then he thought, stopping his train of thought. The drone had detected another fleet approaching the wormhole, and that suggested a very interesting soap. The scout ship detected an unknown fleet, showed the entire crew the coordinates. The fleet includes 1 spark warship and 8 assault ships. The commander immediately realized it was a steelbone. The man said not to worry. According to the current situation, Steelbone can't compete with them. Steelbone is different from other bandit groups. Before it was an army that fought well and the leader. The people in it are strong. In Wang Dong's past life, Steelbone didn't back down and continued to fight until all the members were dead. After the group's energy shield was broken, they used battering ram tactics and destroyed 12 ships in a row. This almost demoralized the official army and turned the tide. But in the end, the commander of the official army broke the rule of not killing friendly forces and destroyed the Steelbone and the 13th ship that was on its way to board. Generally, Wang Dong was afraid that Steelbone might be impulsive in his decisions. Then Chen said that the information his colleague brought from the Kingwisher Club was not very complete. He didn't think that Steelbone had additional modules, and their effects included Mr. Steelbone, the captain has reached the perfect level of body refinement technique with blue-gray military armor. He can maximize his abilities in battle. He has more than 100 stormtroopers who are equipped with green-gray military armor. Each of them is more powerful than an armed robot. The miner wondered if Mr. Chen had dealt with Steelbone before. The latter replied that he had not, but they were wanted, and so he got some information about them. Then the captain ordered the Lark to head forward only. The rest of the ships keep formation and fly towards the wormhole. The members of Steelbone were banished and became star bandits because they insulted a noble family in the Scoparise Federation. They couldn't bear the humiliation, so they fought back and struck at the family. They were wanted even by the kingdom of Redbad, which is outside the Scoparise Federation. It must have been all because of that family. according to the current speeds of both sides between them and the wormhole. Then the steelbone shouldn't catch up with them. But if they decide to, one spark warship can catch up with them. And if at that time they board their fleet in a zigzag jump and fight us, the crew will be in danger. On the contrary, if the Lark is sailing at full speed alone, even if it is outside the protection of the assault ships, it can still enter the wormhole before they are caught up. The crew will be safe. Once their main target, namely the Lark, is gone, the steelbone will not be able to deal a fatal blow to the other 20 ships, although the faction's comprehensive combat power rating is level 15, which is far superior to the Lark, which has only 10. In terms of speed, the latter wins. The Lark's green-class airborne module is specifically designed to increase its speed to 13%. The ship was turning around right in front of a bunch of small craft. Against what could be a pretty serious hazard, they were heading at an incredible speed, not stopping, threatening with their numbers. Chen speculated that perhaps the steelbone's engine had been improved, but in terms of speed, it was not inferior to the Lark. But the guy next to him didn't really understand what was in front of him, and immediately the ship began to move forward even faster, turning a difficult corner, and so that a bright trail was left behind it. The situation became even more dangerous. All assault ships were ordered to stop steelbone. This caused tremendous shock and confusion as to where steelbone actually got the module to temporarily increase speed. Once the distance between the ships decreased, steelbone could directly activate the zigzag jump function, ignore the energy shield, and engage in battle. This was not expected at all. Wang Dong realized that it was because it didn't flap his wings hard enough, and the butterfly effect wasn't enough to change the fate. Last time the guy was forced to flee because of the fight with White Tooth. This time he would have to fight Steelbone, who was even stronger. The miner's face changed. Rage burned in his eyes. He realized that he would not give up so easily, and immediately asked the drone to turn on invisible mode and release the bombs. A sphere appeared around the ship that protected it from the open fire hitting it. They didn't even spread the Mia particles and are about to attack the level 15 spark ship. The man turned to Van, asking him to immediately board the rescue ship. When Steelbone comes up on the Lark, Chang will release the rescue ships, and the guy will just have to hide and wait for rescue. The fleet man, the assault squads, and the man will buy enough time. The interlocutor replied that Steelbone hasn't caught up with him yet. The situation isn't the worst, so the guy won't hide in the rescue ship. So he demanded, giving him a set of exoskeleton, reinforcing and convincing him that Wang Dong was good in battle. Steelbone's temporary acceleration can be interrupted. The drone doesn't have many bombs, but if hit hard it will be enough. If bombs fall on the battlefield without determining the reason, people might find out something about the miner. Then he will have to leave Blackstone, and it is an important stepping stone for the Baron's heir, but not the only one. Another command that it's time to drop bombs directly on the enemies, which is exactly what happened. The explosion came right on the tail of the ship. Wang Dong couldn't believe his eyes. It was something incomprehensible to the mind, at least for the moment, because no one could even predict such a thing, which led to the shock. The ship that was following right behind them exploded right on the spot, diverging with bright lights. Everyone was well aware that not a few, if not all, of the people inside had died. The miner was angry and demanded to stop dropping bombs. It was necessary for further action and turning the situation around. According to the system analysis, just a few minutes ago, the ship's status was 88%. Judging from the analysis, there was something wrong with the aft engine, and it was being fixed now. They were using the raw data to repair it. Spark status was 42%, and the upside potential was very low. Whether or not the Steelbone has a problem, their target is the wormhole. In fact, the Lark can move forward a fair distance. The Steelbone need time to recover. The remaining 8 Steelbone ships are no match for the convoy fleet, but it will do Blackstone no good to destroy this group if their reinforcements arrive later. From the computer came a voice, unfamiliar to Cheng and quite familiar to Wang Dong, who introduced himself as Ma Da, a friend of the miner. He had just blown up a Steelbone engine. After that he pretended to panic and ran away. They would soon find out the truth, and added that he needed help now. The Baron's heir explained to his partner that this was his friend, his best friend, and Ma Da needed to be rescued urgently. In his past life, Sima Zhongdao was calm and rational. He would never sacrifice himself, but this time he was willing to risk his life. Wang Dong felt he had to save him, even if the guy had to expose his drone. Mr. Chen warned his partner that it might be a trap. Steelbone is strong. If they delay, there might be trouble. First, Steelbone could catch up with them, and they didn't need to set such a trap. Accidents always happen on the ship. Secondly, Ma Die is Wang Do's best friend. Not many people know that. Thirdly, based on what happened before, the guy believed that Ma Die did it. He saved the miner's life, so he should repay him. Fourthly, since Steelbone took over this task, they will definitely come again. It's a hidden problem. If the fleet can take advantage of this accident to destroy Steelbone, it will be to their advantage. The Hidden Hand has already hired Whitetooth and Steelbone at the same time. The guy didn't think he could afford more helpers. The opponents just need to let the scout ships expand their surveillance area. They might lose time, but no matter. Chang recognized that his associate was right. The Baron is always grateful. If Ma Die had arranged that accident, it would be terrible if they did not save him. Not saving people for fear of getting trapped is a thankless act. It is not something a qualified successor should do. The man was happy for Wang Do that he had made the right choice, and immediately shouted in an orderly voice for the crew to turn around and move towards the Steelbone. All assault ships to open fire, destroy the Steelbone, and show the full power of Blackstone. The clouds from the ships opened fire directly on their target, all as their captain had ordered, and colored smoke rose up, from underneath which peeped the bright flashes from the shots. And then came a report to the captain from his subordinates. All the enemy ships had lost their fighting ability, and after that there was a new order, namely, to fly up to the Steelbone and take Ma Die. Tautia the ship used her ability, a beam that could attract objects from outside the ship. One rock almost came under the crush. A picture appeared on the screen. It was Ma Die. Wang Do could hardly recognize him, so he concluded that he had just changed his appearance, but did not attach much importance to it. Chen didn't know what this guy looked like at all, so he immediately gave the order to open fire since there was nothing to worry about now. And a bright beam erupted from the ship, cutting the ship into almost midway. After the captain of the enemy fleet, Mr. Steelbone, came on the line. Van Dal told him that it was all over and there was nothing left but to surrender, and it was better to finish at such a loss. But he did not want to hear such a thing. He would never give up so easily. Only Mr. Chang wanted to take this stance and warned that they too would take all possible measures. As his partner asked him to wait and asked if he could talk to the man himself, suddenly an appeal was made from the other side. In a respectful tone, asking Mr. Wang's pardon for his rudeness, said he was better suited to represent Blackstone, but was asked to remember that he was solely responsible for speaking to Mr. Steelbone. Then Van Wu turned to Mr. Steelbone and said that his target was he, according to the lad, and the man must know him. Van Wu, eldest son of Van Lei, Baron Blackstone, illegitimate child, one of the candidates for heir. He wants to talk to the miner. Maybe he can persuade him. If he wanted to die, he would not answer. Mr. Steelbone, a capable man. Being a star bandit is a waste of time. Blackstone needs talent and he can join them. As Van Dal had already said, the guy wasn't going to give up. Aristocrats and noble families are tarred with the same brush. He made a mistake and won't make it again, and got the answer that the man understands what the young man is planning, and he won't help them become an heir. Calling Van Dal unqualified. First, Wang Do said that the interlocutor misunderstood his intentions. The guy is not very concerned about the competition for the inheritance. If the miner will advance slowly but surely, he will become the heir. Not for nothing the enemy was paid for the head of an illegitimate son. Secondly, in his opinion, there are good and bad people. Not all privileged people are bad. People are complex creatures. Blackstone has nothing to do with the noble families of the Scoparius Federation, and we will do nothing for them. Van Dal used to be a civilian, so is he, and such feelings are perfectly understandable. In fact, a few days ago, he and his friends were puzzling over how to fight a noble force in a neighboring star region. So the guy really admires the enemy's courage and determination. Then the captain on the other side of the screen interrupted the young man, remarking that he's quite eloquent, but the Scoparius Federation is much more talkative. They've had him for Danae for half his life, so the guy won't be able to change anyone's mind now. One could conclude that the main character just wants him to serve Blackstone or his interlocutors. Yes, he'd rather die than serve anyone. Chen moved forward, anger raging inside him. The man wanted to speak his mind, but his partner stopped him with a single hand motion. Zhou Peichang, the commander of the Steelbone, and he gave up his rank as a soldier, his social tie that you had for years, and even the comrades that followed you for decades. Now you even want to part with your life. I couldn't believe that a man was going to give up all his relatives, his parents, his wife, his daughter, his sisters and brothers. They were all dead, and now the enemy was going to give up avenging them. Is that the act of a real man? The man became furious and snapped into a scream. Promised to seriously cut this bastard into pieces and burn to the ground. Wang Do has no right to judge someone. The life of a miner is simple. He did not experience with this man For the sake of revenge, Shou Peichong gave up his name, his identity, his past fame and everything he had. For the sake of revenge, his people suffered with him. Out of revenge, the man became the person he hated the most in the past, therefore demanded the guy not to say anything, because he doesn't know anything, and added that the guy is just a real bastard. Wang Dong laughed as soon as he heard that this was revenge. The interlocutor had just killed many people and disabled a person from the Chen family in Jiyuan City. More than a dozen people from his family had died, as well as people who trusted the commander and followed him to the end. Are their lives so insignificant? Is this all Shou Peichong is capable of doing? Is this what was being demonstrated now? The man couldn't contain his nervous breakdown, and quite real tears rolled from his eyes. He ambushed this disabled man. Even though he was stopped by the bodyguards, the commander still broke his arm during the attack, but he was wearing a high-level individual shield. Shou Peichong was injured, but he didn't retreat and continued to fight. He couldn't break through this high-level individual shield, even though he tried his best. And then he was chased all the way. If it wasn't for his man, the man wouldn't have gotten into the steelbone. Then Wang Dong forwarded those words, reminding that the interlocutor had given up his revenge, himself and even his comrades, that the deed of no one else as a coward. And immediately in response came the excuses that the man did not do it, just simply did not remember his mission. After that, the young man redirected him once again, saying that he had forgotten and surrendered in no other way. He did not understand how one can take revenge if one dies. Does he really want to give his life for nothing? The same about revenge. You are going to take revenge after death, and it is impossible otherwise, since that is how the situation is. This had already started to piss off Shou Peichong. He asked for it to stop, shouting that enough was enough. After all, it was easy for a minor to say this. If he were in his shoes, would have done the same? What could he even do? He would just run away? Wang Dong objected, explaining that he wouldn't give up. I would spend my whole life on it. Even if he was being chased all the time, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to cause trouble to his enemy. The guy would cause as much pain as he could, as long as the Baron's heir was still alive. Then he wouldn't back down. If he had the chance, he would do everything to become the most powerful, then come back and send all their confidence to hell. Shou Peichong finally admitted that he underestimated Wang Dong. The guy is not an ordinary young man, perhaps even right, until he takes revenge. Then he has no right to die, just have to become powerful enough. Steelbone is not strong enough, far from enough, but Blackstone is the lowest level territory in the Red Bat Kingdom, and the minor is just an illegitimate child who is not even an heir. Can the until recent opponent get such strength from Blackstone or Wang Dong himself? The same felt that he had to fix something. Nowadays, Steelbone, Shou Peichong and his men are their prisoners. Everything they own now belongs to him. The only one the man can control is himself, and that's exactly what the guy wants. If the enemy wants revenge, he can only rely on himself. Now he's a star thug. It's incompatible with their past. If they continue on this path, they will reach a dead end. Everyone makes countless choices in their lives. The difference is that some people are born with a lot of choices, and some people have few. They just need to make a choice, and Wang Dong gives it. Soon he will be Blackstone's heir. The miner will need to create his own team, and Steelbone has a bad reputation. Shou Peichong will attract attention too quickly, but the guy is willing to accept a homeless knight, and afterwards asked Steelbone what he thought about it. It had been half an hour since Ma Die had gone to Steelbone. It wasn't clear if he was alright. The young man convinced that there was no need to worry. The guy hoped that he would make the right choice. At that time, a guy with blue hair abruptly appeared on the screen. He addressed his allies and notified that the former commander of Steelbone had committed suicide. Before he died, he appointed a guy as the next commander. It was Ma Die, the new commander of Steelbone, and then added jokingly that he was surrendering. The opponent stared at the image that was broadcast before them with the gift of speech taken away. The shock was incredible, realizing that the Steelbone had been defeated so quickly, but one had to accept such a fate. There was nothing to be done, and after all, these guys have recently been so hopeful for the help of this fleet. Wang Dong stood next to Ma Die and thanked the other for risking his life for me. Time was short, so they had to take a risk. Steelbone didn't know that it was this person who had damaged the engine. Ma Die had found a scapegoat and pretended to use the rescue ship to get out of the gondola. So even if the convoy fleet didn't come to the rescue, he would be able to return to Steelbone and solve everything. and here Wang Dong recognized the same Sim Jong-da that the guy knew, a national and meticulous person, and then the miner turned to informal conversation, inquired how the old acquaintance was doing, and received the reply that it was pretty well, as Mr. Chen had recognized his ownership of the steelbone, and he had taken control of everything. The interlocutor was sure that Ma Da knew about Wang Dong's situation, so he asked for help, smiling affably and extending his hand. Ma Da replied that they were also superiors and subordinates, after which he called his friend Commander and extended his hand in the same way in return, shaking his palms, swiped at that exact point, and laughed softly. Ahead was the very planet Blackstone, with an Ogrim shield around it that spoke of the incredible defense of those who lived there. In the past 2 years, as the Baron's condition worsened, the alert level increased. Since last year, no warship is allowed to land directly on the planet. Blackstone later the team that was going there would descend to the ground by elevator. Wang Dong understood what this was for and simply agreed to it. The airport where the Lark landed is under the control of the companion fleet. The steelbone fleet can get good service and supply here. Wang Dong thanked Mr. Chen for helping him reach his destination. A huge beam burst from the airplane and carried from the ship to the planet in a special capsule. He inside such a space flew through the shield and landed in the middle of a bright green lawn, with tall buildings looming over the little people behind him. Wang Dong's foot became on the grass. Finally the real earth could be felt. The green hairs of the planet sagged under the sole. It was a wonderful moment of savoring the surroundings. Each deep breath of air that snaked through my nostrils and enveloped the walls of my lungs. Such moments are priceless. The former miner closed his eyes and felt the sun envelop his face with warmth and light. He wanted to lie down and fall asleep in nature with the breeze fluttering his hair a little at a time. As it seemed to Wang Dong, Blackstone is a good place. The environment is very different from the miner's planet, but immediately apologized for making people wait. But he was assured that it was okay. It is normal that people are unconsciously attracted by beautiful scenery. There was another man standing in front of Wang Dong, gray-haired, but he recognized him. This was Shen Fugui, the butler of Baron Blackstone's mansion. He has been following the Baron since childhood, and the Baron trusts him a lot. He is here to welcome the lad, which means the Baron thinks highly of such an unexpected guest. In his previous life, the young man was not treated like this. His recent performance made him appreciate the illegitimate son even more. The Baron is not in good health, but he is conscious and has enough influence. If the guy can show excellent all-round qualities and potential, then in time the Baron will fulfill everything he'll lack so much. If Wang Dong only competes with others, it will bring him nothing. In his past life, the miner did not figure it out and spent all his energy on unnecessary things, and will not make this mistake again. Chang introduced Shen Fugui, the butler of the Baron's mansion, and the man most trusted by the Baron, and advised that Mr. Wang could call him Mr. Shen, and then introduced Wang Dong, the Baron's son. At that time, the man congratulated the heir on his return, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him, and the miner remarked that the new acquaintance looks old, but he has reached the middle level of body purification, so he can easily beat him up. Moreover, he has been involved in all kinds of affairs in the mansion for many years because of the Baron's fortune. Even the Baroness has to be polite to him. Mr. Chen hurriedly departed, bidding farewell to Wang, for he had accomplished his task, promised to see him later, and the lad expressed great words of gratitude. Shen Fuguya started to say that the danger level in Blackstone had been raised, and flying large airships was forbidden, but they could get there by hovercar. He strongly hoped that the Baron's ear didn't mind. The Baron was waiting for him at the mansion and invited him into the car. It was noticeable that Mr. Wang wasn't particularly nervous, and his escort picked up on that a lot, and the latter replied that he wasn't the one making the decision, so it was useless to be nervous. Shen Fuguya asked the guy about what he even wanted to know, and the most important thing for the guy was that he could see the Baron and listen to his opinion. Knowing something before he saw it might not be good, which made the man very interested, and Wang Dong said that he was just trying to be as careful as possible. He didn't listen to unnecessary words. He wasn't interested in other people's business and didn't make unnecessary decisions. But here came a reminder that he had recently done a big deed. Why so? But it was a forced measure, and the Baron's aide said that Mr. Chen was right. The guy resembled the Baron in his youth, and the latter began to wave away, saying that it was just a coincidence. He had no right to compare himself to the Baron. The interlocutor chuckled and said that the Baron had been as insolent as Wang Dong in his youth. He was silent and wanted to say something in reply, but did not. He began to quote the ruler's words, that most of the time the man only spoke the truth, except for the Baron's last sentence. It was something the man had often said in his youth, Thus, the Baron had convinced 12 knights and 5 consultants. After almost 20 years, he had built today's Blackstone. Over the past few years, many vassals in Blackstone had changed for various reasons. Now there were 8 knights, 6 consultants and many local representatives. Each of them had contributed greatly to the development of Blackstone. The Baron is slowly dying, and some people started to have different thoughts. They think they have done a lot for the city, so they have a say in choosing an heir. Shai and Fuguya wondered what Mr. Wang thought about it. The guy's face changed, as if he was slumped right where he was, sinking into his thoughts. It was a rather sensitive question. This is something that the Baron should take into consideration. His opinion does not matter, and now the Baron's assistant realized that the kid in front of him is very cunning. Wang Dong knows him well. He just wanted to know my opinion about the vassals. Otherwise, the guy would have thought that he was hinting at something. The man in front of him is different from those professional builders who fully devote themselves to their masters. In his past life, Shen Fugui left Blackstone after the death of the Baron. No one knew where he went. He is a free and indifferent old man. The Baron is in the prime of his life. What kind of disease can he suffer from? The Baron was behind a different unknown microorganism that was constantly damaging his body. And if the Baron hadn't reached the middle level of body purification techniques, he wouldn't have been able to make it to this point. Is there really no way to cure him? The Baron's real family is in the capital, which is the best medical resources in the whole kingdom. But this is a rare microorganism. The Baron's subordinates have never had to deal with it before. The medics can't find a cure yet, but Wang Dong still didn't believe that absolutely nothing helps. It actually helps, but not for long. The Scoparius Federation Science Academy has created a general action immune machine that destroys all kinds of bacteria, but the experimental product is too expensive. The Baron has sent a man to negotiate with the lab, but there has been no response yet. Wang Dong hoped that everything would be fine. They were supposed to reply in 2 months and would ask for 10,000 coins, but there would be no guarantee that it would help. They just want to rip off all the money from Blackstone. In the eyes of many people from the Scoparius Federation, the aristocrats in the Red Bat Kingdom are just rich jerks. In front of them, there was a marvelous castle that was simply incredible in sight and size, with a red carpet leading up to it and guards standing on the sides. This palace is in the ancient style and is called the Silver Palace. It was personally designed by the Baron and his cronies. Wang Dong thought about the fact that in the interstellar era, it is nice to see such a magnificent castle. Even though he has seen it before, he still can't take his eyes off it. On either side of the corridor, you can see portraits of the previous owners of this castle. Hence, they are portraits of Blackstone's early vassals. The former miner marveled at how the Baron cares for his old pals. He is very sentimental. Once the two were at the right door, the man opened the door and bowed, inviting Wang Dong inside. There was some strange feeling inside. Here was a guy standing in front of his own father, but there wasn't some careful cue reaction, just some awkward silence for a couple seconds. It was a gray-haired man with long hair. His face proved that he was not quite healthy physically. Cheekbones loomed on his face and his cheeks sunken in. He invited Wang Dong to sit down and apologized for what had happened to him and his mother. The guy said he is not worth such propriety. To him, the Baron and his mother are abstract concepts. In fact, the guy's childhood in an orphanage on a mining planet was not as bad as many people think. He also likes the work of an interstellar miner. In general, he has spent his 20 years of life well. As far as Wang Dong remembered, the Baron is as thin as a skeleton. An unknown microorganism constantly destroyed his body. Fortunately, this microorganism does not spread before the host dies. Otherwise, he will not be able to move. Only people with a broad outlook can put up with many things. This is very important for people in high positions. The man had read about the illegitimate son and his partner. They had helped the miners destroy a tiger merchant fleet on a mining planet. Now it was interesting what made them do it. For all the Baron knows, they could have asked for help beforehand. Wang Dong didn't deny that it was true. He had a chance if the guy went to the shark merchant fleet or Mr. Didn't, but there was no need. The tiger merchant fleet didn't know anything about the specific situation in the mining area. They were so blind that Wang Dong had plenty of ways to get rid of them. He admits that he planned to destroy them before the Tiger Fleet's reconnaissance operation. The guy had a plan. Wang Dong easily reached an understanding with his oppressed miners. The Baron still didn't understand why his son, the least experienced man, led the operation. It was foolishness and an incredible risk. Some might be afraid of the Tiger Merchant Fleet. Some might be afraid of retaliation. Some might not realize the danger. And some might be afraid of getting their families involved. There are too many reasons to appease. He just felt that the Tiger merchant fleet was not as strong as it seemed. Even though they had the advantage, they still couldn't deal a fatal blow to the shark merchant fleet. By weakening the main forces of Tiger, Wang Dong could not only take revenge, but also accelerate the collapse of the merchant fleet. So the miner just did it. The Baron became even more interested in this situation. He asked if the heir was afraid of retaliation from the Tiger fleet, especially since Wang Dong had always been cautious. Acting rashly was not the style of the interlocutor. If Wang Dong had a choice, he would choose to be cautious. People should live harmonious lives, but sometimes he has no choice. The young man has his own goal, and he can't give up on it. Merchant Navy Tiger wanted the miner to risk his life for them. That was being me. He had no choice but to send them to hell. Baron had to admit that the guy had surprised him again on the way back to planet Blackstone. Madier, the so-called friend of the illegitimate heir, only appeared in your profile once. They had only met him once, but decided to believe him in a critical situation, something only the partners could think of. At that time, the situation was very clear. Steelbone could directly climb the large BRT and fight them. Although he had only met Madier once, the guy knew that they could become friends when he decided to force the lark to turn around. He was sure he wasn't testing fate. Steelbone was talented. He was from the army and had come a long way. He had reached his full potential after many battles. He had been trained as a soldier. He had been a cunning star bandit for a long time. The man could have become a marshal, but he would rather die than give up, which was a pity. The man asked his heir what he was going to do next, and the man replied that he would follow his instructions, which was a clever thought, except that it begged the question of whether he didn't have a plan of his own. Blackstone is the Baron's territory. Wang Dong knows nothing about it and didn't think that making a decision on his own would be wiser than listening to the Baron's advice. If the man is terminally ill and unconscious, he will spare no effort to enlist the support of all the powers, even at a high cost, because the guy has to protect his father. He will explore the vast lands and build Blackstone in just a few decades. Now that the man is still conscious, the best choice for the heir is to obey the Baron's decision. Then the man asked what the guy thought of the Silver Castle, and got the answer that it was an outstanding work of art. The guy couldn't believe that he could see a charming castle in the interstellar era. The Baron added that Wang Dong could stay here for as long as his soul wanted. The guy's younger brother would arrive in 3 days. The man hoped that the two of them could get along well with each other. Wang Dong rose and bowed in gratitude for such a cordial welcome, and assented to all that was proposed, and said to him. The butler asked the maid to show Mr. Wang to his room. The maid peacefully and quietly complied. It was a pretty brunette in a long dress of the one who oversees the order and the inhabitants of the palace. She made a slight curtsy and asked the heir to follow her. Meanwhile, Shin Fuguya was reprimanding the Baron. Who would have thought that a subordinate could allow such a thing? But he was too weak to waste his energy. The man could have just met him in a life support capsule, and what he was doing was not worth such sacrifices. The Baron began to justify himself by saying that this was the first time he was seeing his eldest son. How could he even lie in the life support capsule in front of him? His son would immediately look down on me, and the butler warned me that he simply wouldn't dare do that, and it wasn't worth worrying about in the slightest. The Baron chuckled at this situation. Wang Dong even tried to control Steelbone. Therefore he asked about how the butler thought the guy was afraid of him, and the guy replied that he thought he respected the gray-haired man, but he wasn't sure until the last. To be honest, the heir is very different from the profile the Baron had seen before. If it wasn't for the resonance between their blood, the man really wouldn't have been able to believe that he was his son. According to the profile he had read a month ago, the miner was an optimistic, cautious, and promising young man. However, what he has done recently fully demonstrates his courage, determination, and sensitivity. He is an outstanding man, but when the steward saw him today, he realized that no matter how detailed the profile was, it wouldn't convey the truth. And after decided to be completely frank with Fuguay. Although they met for the first time, the grown man feels that he is not a stranger to him. It feels like they have lived together all their lives. It seems that his son knows him, but there is no way this could have happened. Fuguay didn't see anything so strange here. They are son and father. Do all these words mean that the master decided to choose him as the heir? The Baron leaned back in his chair and did not deny everything said. Of course, saying that Juju was still a child. The other candidates were ridiculous. These outsiders had no right to their family's inheritance. The Baron had no choice but to do it. And Wang Dong surprised the man. Perhaps his heir would achieve great success. The assistant was a little amused by this. It's the boss's family business, so he should be in charge of it all. He only reminded him not to forget to help his concubines later. He only sighed heavily, saying that he was not feeling well, and then ordered to send him to the power supply module immediately. Wang Dong Saturday in his bedroom and reflected that this place was still the same as his past life. There were many rooms on this floor, including the improvement room, entertainment room, and the like. The room had an access booth connected to the network of the stellar region. In his past life, he didn't understand the goodwill gestures of the Baron, and foolishly got into a battle for his title. At that time, he was not a good son because of the evil intent of the Jin family, and Astrosk for Blackstone also got into trouble, because of which many people became displeased with the heir, and he failed to become the heir. The Baron fought for 2 years before he died, and then he could no longer protect his son. Blackstone fell apart. Some went over to Astrosk's side, some to the Jin family. The lad ran undercover in a hurry. Though the Baron did not raise an illegitimate son, he tried his best to protect him during that time. A spark of rage and memories from the past burned in his eyes. He remembered what his father had done for Wang Dong. This time he promised himself not to let him down. Baron pointed at some kind of notebook, saying that it was a method of perfecting the body purification technique and understanding it. Inside the box was a star grass that was needed to perfect the technique. The man said that everything was taken care of, so the guest can go to training. The son bowed in gratitude and respect and went about his business. Wang Dong was incredibly happy that this moment had finally arrived. In that interstellar era, weak body and short life expectancy are the biggest obstacles for humans to travel the galaxy. Body purification technique is a key step in human evolution. Its origin remains unknown. It has something to do with the discovery of spark warships. Cultivating body purification technique is another important resource monopolized by the privileged class. Cultivation techniques are easy to obtain, but stargrass is rare. Stargrass is a space plant that used to grow in many places, but over time, the wild grass died out in areas controlled by humans. Now all stargrass is planted in the celestial garden by artificial breeding, which is controlled by the privileged classes. Only they can get it after applying for it. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the back calling Mr. Wang. It was Lin Hui, and it promised to teach him the body cleansing technique. Lin Hui wasn't just a teacher, he was a knight, the Baron's confidant, and a vassal who had reached the highest level of the Blackstone body cleansing technique. He asked Mr. Wang to let Mr. Wang briefly introduce him to the body cleansing technique before one start practicing it. It is a refinement skill derived from researching the spark source. In the 2800th year of the interstellar era, more than 10 versions have been created over thousands of years. Overall, it has changed a lot. Its efficiency has been improved and the upper limit has been raised. Currently, there are 3 popular versions of the body cleansing technique, including the preliminary stage, the middle stage, and the premium stage. There are also several. The so-called popular versions refer to the versions that are popular among the privileged class, such as the nobles in the Redback Kingdom or the aristocratic families in the Skoparias Federation. The later versions refer to the premium class. No one in Blackstone could reach this level. Not even Wang Dong in a past life could reach such heights. Perfecting the body cleansing technique has extraordinary effects. When you reach the preliminary stage, your body will stay healthy and your energy will increase. When you reach the perfect stage, you can keep your shape for a long time, and your whole physical fitness can reach the limit of the human body. When you reach the premium stage, the maximum limit of your level will increase with the acquisition of a new level. Thus, the duration will be increased. In addition, when you reach the premium stage, you can get a so-called special ability according to your physique. Of course, this ability is not a magic power, but a combined effect related to spark warships. It is believed to be a reaction that happens when the degree of integration between humans and warships increases to a certain degree. As for above the premium level, we don't know exactly. It only heard that if someone can continue to improve after that, they can evolve. It's beyond imagination. They won't talk about it, so just suggested to start practicing the body cleansing technique, asking Wang Dong to carefully read the information about the preliminary stage, and if there are still any questions, you should not hesitate to ask them. It is necessary to improve the technique. To master the body purification technique is not easy. The preliminary stage includes 36 stretching movements of high complexity, which are contrary to human physiological conditions. It is much more complicated than the yoga of ancient times. If a person does not use stargrass to open some conditioned channel and make his body able to absorb cosmic energy, he may face serious consequences. Some people will have sprains, and some will be permanently disabled. Some may even die. Wang Dong knew it was much easier to use the star herb, and here's how. After a push-up, apply it all over his body. Then don't move for half an hour to let it soak in. And his trainer had instructed him during practice that once the liquid had weathered, then the next step could begin. The first movement that began to teach the minor is arm twisting. You need to simultaneously turn the left hand to 140 degrees clockwise. You should try to pull it forward, and the right hand to turn to 140 degrees counterclockwise and pull it back. You should keep this pose as long as possible. It is very necessary to control your breathing. Feel the stretching. The trainer advised to relax your mind and feel the inflow of cosmic energy. When a guy is training for the first time, it is important to watch the amplitude of his movements. Man, in the first stage, transfer the pain and concentrate on the cosmic energy. In the second step, feel and direct the cosmic energy into your body. In the third step, you will be free to control the energy. Once the cosmic energy that fills your body has completely relieved the physical pain, you can finish. The whole process is called complete cleansing. Wang Dong was very uncomfortable with this sensation, and he grimaced as he tried to catch some air with his mouth. But he was told that if he couldn't endure the pain, he definitely didn't belong here. But it was only because of past life experience that I adapted quickly. At one point, a pleasant feeling of light pervading him passed, which his teacher was shocked by. The explanation was that Wang Dong sensed the energy and channeled it into his body. The pain did decrease greatly compared to what it was, but immediately praised the student because this is just a great job done by the heir. It is worth continuing in the same spirit. Advised also to wait until the pain subsides. He himself could not believe that Mr. Wang trained for the first time and reached such heights. Beginners usually need a month to adapt to the process of improvement. The trainer said that the student could rest for about 4 hours or so. No need to exert himself, and better watch his diet. The man promised to ask the chef to cook him a meal, and asked how about continuing to practice the technique today at 2 o'clock. In his mind, he admired how talented Mr. Dan was, so he was sure he needed more lessons. The guy expressed huge words of gratitude to Mr. Lin. He had learned a lot and promised to come on time and continue learning. There was a smile on his face that said the feeling of pleasure was much greater than the feeling of fatigue. The purification technique takes a long time for the human body to adapt. It is necessary to practice 36 movements in the initial stage. Once the student misses 1 or 2 weeks of training, his initial skills will deteriorate only after. But once the person completes the movement exercise, you can record his improved physical condition. So the key to mastering the preliminary stage is perseverance. Already at the next training session, Mr. Lin praised Wang Dong, saying, "Oh, well done. It was worth resting tonight and continuing the lesson tomorrow morning." And afterwards, he added that the lad was the most talented person the man had seen in so many years. If the heir continued like this, perhaps he could complete the first part in a week. The coach would like to teach him another lesson tonight. The minor could complete the preliminary stage in less than a year, for in this way, his speed of improvement would surprise many. Wang Dong expressed his hopes that the teacher would be able to keep his progress a secret. The latter replied without hesitation that there would be no problem with that, but there was one nuance. Namely, the man simply had to tell the Baron, and it needed no explanation, to which the student agreed without a second thought. The guy was just incredibly happy. He stood in the shower and couldn't get the thought out of his head that he had been practicing self-improvement for 3 days now, and he wanted it very badly, and he was waiting to be able to take more evening classes. 3 classes a day, because he had to hurry, and it was just about dinner time. He had to get ready. When the Baron's heir entered the dining hall, he saw not a few people. To the left sat 3 children, his father's wife and himself, who beckoned his son and invited him to sit next to him. Then Do bowed, saying that it was a great honor for him to sit so close to so important a person. But his wife answered instead of the Baron, who showed by her intonation that it was some kind of indulgence to him. The Baroness' name is Manhwa. She is from the planet Purple Ice, one of the 2 inhabited planets under Blackstone's leadership. Her family is one of the largest families on the planet and wields immense influence, though she has her own agenda and is hostile to the sudden pretender to power. But she is the only one who supported the Baron's last wish after his death. Wang Dong's previous life, she tried her best to help the guy escape even though she didn't like him. The Baron introduced the new presence at the family table to his children, making a note that it was their older brother. The first to speak was an older girl with long dark hair with a blue tint. Her face had a slight shyness. She said that it was a pleasure to meet her. Her name was Wang Dong. The girl was 16 years old. Wang Dong knew that Wang Dong was a secretive book lover. She was always immersed in her own world and did not care about the rest. And then a very active and joyful voice entered the conversation. It was Wang Guangbei, who was 12. The same girl has an excellent talent in perfecting body purification techniques. At a young age, she reached the 4th level of the preliminary stage. Despite her short lifespan, quite cunning and shrewd. In her previous life, after the Baron died, the Baroness also died, so the guy took them with him. The last to raise his voice was a more blonde-haired boy who is also nice to meet. According to his own words, this is Wang Juing. He was 10 years old. The Baron's youngest child has been protected by his family since childhood. That's why he is so naive. He has what is called a purple class deep cut, which can increase the speed of obtaining the source points of spark warships by 10%. In Wang Do's past life, the trader sold information to the Jin family for promotion. There was information about Juing, so he ran away with me. Wang Do was vigorously telling his sisters and brothers something, and all eyes were on him. Wang Guangbei even rose from her seat, leaning on the table with her hands, from how interested she was to listen to her newfound big brother. The Baron was also absorbing every word of his son, and some phrases seemed to him quite funny. The atmosphere, in any case, to defuse it, turned out. On the face of the Baroness appeared barely noticeable smile. Literally, the corner of the lips rose up, but she tried to hide it as much as possible. The Baroness, on the other hand, was evaluating the young man. It seemed to her that Wang Do was definitely a more distinguished person than she had imagined. The lad, however, was well aware that the Baron should know who he was before summoning him back to the mansion. But for the first 20 years of Wang Do's life, he had not cared for his own son, so he was not a good father. But now the goal was not to find in this man the very daddy the little boy needed. However, the Baron became responsible to his parents after the guy came to Blackstone Mansion. In his past life, the Baron fulfilled all obligations, provided all resources for the minor to become stronger, and did his best to protect him, facing all kinds of forces. The Baron fought to the death, and unfortunately then he lost to this force that spares no one. Now the guy likes him more than in the protagonist's past life. Wang Do was on his way to training, but he saw something he didn't expect and frowned in place as if bewitched. His brother and sister stood in front of him in full assembly, each with smiles on their faces, wishing a good morning to the new family member, and surprisingly so in their workout uniforms. The trainer approached the young man and explained that from now on they would practice the body cleansing technique together every morning, except that they could have been warned about it a little earlier. Wang Guangdong stretched, and her face spoke for her that the girl was experiencing some discomfort. Droplets of sweat ran down her skin. It was getting very hot. Guanan is 6 years older than Chuin, but their process is the same. They have only performed 6 movements and are still at the first level of the preliminary stage. Chuin is too young, and Guanan does not like sports. She is not interested in the body purification technique and does not have much talent. She has been practicing for years, but still has not mastered it. She usually practices it one day and rests for a week. Guangbei is only 12 years old, but she has completed 26 exercises. The girl started practicing the technique at the age of 10. In 2 years, she has mastered almost 3/4 of the preliminary stage technique. Due to her weak willpower, she has not finished the complete refinement. But with age and mental maturity, the speed of her improvement will increase. Unlike the guy reborn, she is a true genius. And then the girl, whom the miner had been watching so closely and inwardly admiring, stopped practicing, saying that she had already done a good job for the day. But as soon as Guangbei turned towards Wang Do, she was shocked, eyes widened and mouth ajar in surprise. The girl couldn't believe what she saw. There was a real complete refinement in front of her. It couldn't be taken lightly. Do had only just started training. How could anyone even achieve such a thing so quickly? After a while the guy stopped. He sighed heavily, trying to regain his strength. The girl immediately ran up. Such abruptness startled Wang Do. She asked him if he had finished the full refinement, and then added that she wanted to consult with him. The latter didn't really understand what he was even talking about. Immediately, a punch came from her in the stomach, so hard that the guy bent over and spit out blood. The guy started to justify that he had just started practicing the technique, so he asked if he could postpone such a conversation to another time. He promised to talk then. He himself thought that Guangbei had reached the 4th level of body purification and at any time could raise it to the 5th level. Many parts of her body are strengthened by cosmic energy, so her strength exceeds that of a grown man. She could easily beat up the guy. She turned away and puffed up her cheeks, showing her displeasure in a very demonstrative manner, so much so that her cheeks turned red. And then she heard Wang Dong's strange request, which concerned all the children of the Baron's family, not to say anything to anyone about his progress, and smiled sweetly to lighten the mood. The older sisters and their little brother replied that there was no problem. They would keep quiet and not give away the secret to anyone. It would be dangerous to believe them, but the guy knew them in a past life and realized they wouldn't let them down. The coach waved to his students as he left, saying that that was all for this morning. You could go rest, but it was better to regain your strength and go to lunch. The youngest son of the Baron's family could not take a normal spoon in his mouth, asked his brother to tell something more about his adventures, and the latter did not refuse such an honor. After 10 days of work, most of the steel bones parts have been repaired. It can be completely repaired in half a month. After that, Wang Dong will be able to own a spark battleship and 3 assault ships. Wang Dong gathered himself, put on a business suit, and spoke to Ma Die in parallel, thanking him for the information he had delivered. The miner said goodbye to his buddy. He had to go, but he said he really didn't want to leave. The drone had arrived at the appointed place. Then Do had to find an excuse to leave. While the lad ate, the butler read and told him that since privileged people call themselves privileged, they try to be better in all aspects, including aristocratic etiquette. It is designed to raise a civilized and elegant gentleman with graceful posture, appropriate manners, pleasant appearance. Then noted that the miner had done well in the table manners course today, but Wang Zhou's such behavior was incredibly uncomfortable. The Baron was lying in bed reading. His wife, Manhwa, was sitting at the dressing table getting ready for bed, the man wondering what she thought of Wang Dong. The woman was not in a good mood. She folded her arms on her chest and turned around with an angry look, saying that her opinion didn't matter and everything depended only on her husband. Bearer explained that regardless of his son's ability, he is excellent in both the comprehensive approach and perfecting the body purification technique. Especially Fan Hua knows Weichuan well. He has been in charge of the mineral district for many years, and ordinary people can't attract his attention. Even he appreciates Wang Dong, and this is a great honor. That's why the man thinks his ability is above average, but he is more concerned about his character. Wang Dong grew up in an orphanage and did not receive any parental support, but he still has a healthy psyche. Moreover, because of the lack of attachment in childhood, he can now spend more time on family relationships. For example, when the heir saw the Baron and his juniors for the first time, he showed on this guy's closeness and trust. The Baroness did not deny that Wang Dong is indeed gorgeous, but she was taken by envy and jealousy. So the woman decided to remind her husband that the boys in her family are just as good. Wang smelled it and explained to Fan Hua, they are completely different things. Wang Dong is gorgeous, and what the man appreciates most about him is that he emphasized family ties immediately. After returning to the mansion, Guanan and Guanbei are both girls and are not eligible to inherit the throne, so their lives will inevitably be affected by the next Baron. The man tried to explain that if someone from the woman's family or a consort of the original family became the Baron, no matter how sincere they acted now, and here was wondering to Fan Hua how she thought they would treat her and their girls. When they ascend the throne, if they are conscientious, they will send 3 female representatives out of town, and if they are heartless, the outcome will be even worse, and most likely lethal. Well, the Baroness knows that herself, and also knows the rules of the privileged class. The wife did not perceive her husband's words, also Saturday in a closed posture, and did not turn to him, showing her displeasure, and the latter moved on to the topic, which is about the 2 nephews from her original family. Then the younger one seemed stupid, and the older one is a blatant hypocrite. They are not easy to get along with. They have already been tried. No matter how you look at it, they are not fit to manage people and take such responsibility. Even though Shizwenho is kind and honest, the man does not care at all about his original family. He and his relatives have been separated for so many years, and if it wasn't for the fleet brought by Wang's uncle, back then the boy wouldn't even let them land on Blackstone. Shizwen is a very good boy and the Baron recognizes that, but Blackstone is too small for him and his talent, and then he decided to add between words what he just remembered. Other than the Shi family, no other force in Blackstone wants a man from the Shi family to be the new Baron. Besides, Fan Hua's father, who still pretended not to hear a single word, only cares about his own family, which was kind of outrageous. The man came even closer to his wife and put his hand on her shoulder, which made her even more irritated, and then said that the Baroness' father is Shi's Wenho's teacher, so her husband has some doubts about the boy. If he becomes a baron, Fanhua's father will also become more powerful, and when Shi's Wenho stabilizes his power after a few years. So there was a logical question. What does the Baroness think about her father, blinded by power and influence, will stop taking his own daughter, a married woman who already has her own family and more than one child, seriously? And moreover, it all looks like this idea is not the Baron's wife, but her daddy. Such a truth. See, the discovery of the cards hit Fanhua in the heart, which from nerves began to pound like mad. And then the woman began to shout at the top of her voice, with all the aggression that had accumulated during this conversation. She asked with a note of sarcasm about whether she didn't need to worry about these problems at all if Wang Dong became a baron. She didn't think so. The sudden heir has no support. It would be difficult for him to hold the position alone. The Baroness doesn't care about herself, because I will die sooner or later, according to her own words. But she didn't hide her worry about the future of her two girls, Guana and Hingguanbet. She thought that the Baron was too naive to think that Wang Dong wouldn't use them to gain support. To such aggression, her husband didn't react the same way, just called her a stupid woman, and reasoned that Wang Dong took the opportunity to take the steelbone. Therefore, the Baron had full confidence that he could hold his position. The female interlocutor didn't have any doubts. She saw a completely different subtext to this. It was because Chen Shi flattered him in the presence of the Baron. Chen Shi looks loyal, but is plotting his own plan. This was something the woman was as certain of as possible. The Baron moved closer to the furious love of his life and put his hand on her head, thus quelling her fervor a bit, and immediately turned to Fanhua. Shai had been his subordinate and partner for so many years. Was it even possible to think that he was capable of such a thing? The man was sure that Shai would not flatter anyone. Lately it seemed that he was in a dilemma because he believes that each of the ruler's sons will inherit the title, and decided to share the secret and revelation with his wife that to a certain extent Shai is just an idiot. But judging by his recent actions, he has defected to Wang Dong because he not only settled the remnants of the steelbone at the airport, but also kept others away, and it is obvious that he is on the side of the suddenly appeared Wang Dong. Trying to finish his speculation, the Baron asked a question. Doesn't this demonstrate Wang Dong's superior abilities? The only reason she did so was because he realized that Wang Dong was indeed a superior heir. That's why she started supporting the new candidate for the throne. He believed it was the right choice, so I will definitely give this position to Wang Dong. And then Fanhua asked what her husband thought about the speculation that the authorization of steelbone was because of Wang Dong. It seems absolutely absurd. A young man who had never handled a warship could destroy a star bandit group. No sane person would believe such a thing. The loved one said, let the spouse not be fooled by the rumors outside. These seemingly reasonable rumors only make the Baron more determined. His original family was getting worse and worse, and the so-called young talents they offered turned out to actually be a bunch of losers who wanted to feast on a sweet piece of cake called power. They only want to become powerful at the expense of the throne. Considering Wang Dong's ability and foresight, Blackstone is not his destination. If he inherits the title, at least he can protect Guanan and Guanbei for the rest of his life. Blackstone has opponents overseas. Moreover, Wang Dong is attached to the family as long as his beloved daughters, Guanan and Guanbei, do not betray him. He will take care of them. The man is well aware of his wife's concern, but as he said, as long as the guy treats them as sisters, the Baroness, stepmother, he will not be disrespectful. And what else is there to worry about? And then Fanhua confessed that when her lover asked Shi to take Wang Dong away, the woman told the news to her father, and it seems he passed it on to everyone. The Baron promised to look into it, but asked him not to talk nonsense to Guanan and Guanbei. If the Baroness disliked Wang Dong so much, then let her avoid meeting him, but by no means interface in the affairs of the children. Van Daw came to the butler and said something that made the gray-haired man choke on his coffee. Spitting it out, he told Mr. One that it was okay if he wanted to meet Chen Shai tomorrow and go to the airport, but the man wanted to go back to mining. It seemed like a pretty good idea. At least that's what the man told the future heir. Wang Dong was here for the first time. The change in environment and a completely different lifestyle had put a lot of pressure on the former miner. He mines when he wants to relax and de-stress. The butler kindly agreed and said that he would tell the Baron about his son's request. After he agreed, the assistant will ask someone to accompany the heir. Thank you, Wang Dong thanked Shen, and in the meantime, he promised to train the body purification technique. Shen went to the Baron, who was in the pod, denounced the whole situation, and his lord replied that all of Wang Dong's requests must be honored, and it was non-negotiable. The Baron himself did not understand what had happened, for he knew perfectly well that his son had lied brazenly. An incredibly beautiful white palace cut through the clouds with its towers, its size showing its majesty and its color, its nobility and intentions. An ash-haired man appeared in front of Wang. He promised that he would accompany him for the next few days. This was Manhwa, who had reached a perfect level in body refining technique. Through many battles, he had improved his physical strength to the limit. In addition, he is equipped with a specially made exoskeleton. So this guy is the best bodyguard in Blackstone. The protagonist asked for an apology because he had something to deal with. So he took 2 days off and wouldn't be able to practice techniques. To which the interlocutor replied that it was fine based on Wang's current practice, and Manhwa was surprised that he didn't ask for a vacation. People should insist on practicing, but right now he had more important things to do. Lane thought, and added that if the guy had any other things to do, he could leave at will. It was just worth a warning. With the exception of a few special emergency vehicles, most vehicles on planet Blackstone are limited in airspeed and altitude. For Van's safety, traffic was controlled nearby today, and at the gate of Chen Shai Wang's villa was already met, and with gratitude and hospitality, invited inside a huge beautiful house. It was gorgeous. All the curves on the walls, casts and columns made one envy such a luxurious dwelling. The guy was introduced to Shen Zigong, a son who was 25 years old at this moment, and trained as an orthodox knight. He had made great achievements in body refinement techniques and military strategy. And then the man clapped the young man on the shoulder and asked if he would mind being a squire for a while. In Pian's past life, Chen Shai sacrificed himself to cover his retreat. This family with their bright future fell. After his death, Chen Zigong resolutely supported his family and continued to serve Blackstone. Eventually he died in battle, and both Chen Shai and Shen Zigong sacrificed themselves for loyalty. Although the son is not very talented, his all-round qualities are above average. But for Chen Zigong, this was his first life. He didn't know anything about his not-so-good future yet. He bowed and promised that he would do his best. The spaceship was high in space, the ground getting smaller and smaller with every second. It was flying towards a large base launched into the starry sky. They all came out standing near the not small entrance to the flying machine, except that Chen Shi and Ling Hui had separated from the others. They notified Mr. Wang that they needed to leave everyone behind. He wanted to show Hui is Skylord, and no one was against this separation. It wasn't that important now. The protagonist was immediately brought up to speed that in the past few days, many people wanted to purchase portable modules and armored exoskeletons thanks to the patronage of Mr. Chen Shai. Otherwise the consequences will be too terrible, so it is best not to talk about them. With logistics is fine, but not for long. The supplies provided by Chen Shai are limited and may be enough for a short period of time. But if this continues, it will infringe on the interests of the fleet people, important people in the stable state. But some people said that they were trying to contact them. Wang assured that there is no need to worry about logistics and consumables. The guy asked the Baron for help, and he solved this problem. This official appointment is hard to make a knight out of you, so he asked the Baron to officially incorporate this fleet into the new guard fleet. Ma Die is now appointed as the sheriff. The new name of the masked man is Zhou Tai, and he will be the deputy sheriff. Ma Die was in agreement. They have an independent station and a lot of soldiers. After a little training, this guard fleet will become a hopeful force. The original family of the Baron holds the title of Count Palatine, and the current lord is the Baron's great-uncle. The fleet sent to Blackstone is under the command of Wang Jingyi, the second son of the lord, the Baron's uncle. This fleet includes 3 spark warships, 40 assault ships, and 12 other ships, totaling 55 comprehensive combat power ratings of warships, of which are 18th level Bluebird, 11th level Saber, and 10th level Horselash. The 2 candidates who arrived with the fleet are direct descendants of that original Baron family. Their names are Wang Jingqiu and Wang Jingli. The former, by the way, is a Horse/Slash captain. He is 21 years old and has reached the first level of medium difficulty of body refining technique. He is the new star in the family. Wang Jingli is a saber captain. He is also 21 and has reached the 0 level of medium difficulty of body refining technique. He acts like a simple and honest person, but he is not. Van cared a lot about what others thought about all this. Very often you need an outside view, not a biased one that can expand your personal one. Ma Da said that according to the information they had gathered, the Baron still had enough control over Blackstone. The situation inside the country was not as complicated as others thought. Mr. Wang had a clear advantage. Neither his brother nor those two guys were his opponents. The real opponent of the guy was himself. And then the captain asked the masked man's thoughts, and he said that none of the warships were a match for steelbone. He could easily take on any of them with a zigzag jump. And so Wang made up his mind. He recognized that Ma Da is right. He has enough advantages. Since the Baron is still conscious and can manage Blackstone's affairs, he doesn't pass the title to outsiders. There are internal and external troubles in Blackstone, and Chujuing is too small to suppress people with bad intentions. If nothing unforeseen happens, Wang will become the next Baron. He wasn't sure when he would seize the title. It depends on what happens next. The guy would try to resolve the issue of being the heir as soon as possible. As for the fleet of the original Baron's family, Wang Jingwei isn't very ambitious, so he won't clash with Wang. After all, Baron Blackstone has a warship that is much stronger than Wang Jingyi's fleet, so he won't choose violence. But we need to pay attention to Wang Jingqiu and Wang Jingli. Jingqiu looks dignified, but he is very treacherous. Jingli at first glance is innocent and honest, but actually amoralist. Once someone incites them, they can't take revenge. There was a question whether his associates can watch over them. That way they will be sure to be well prepared. In his past life, they caused him a lot of trouble. Ma Da opined that it was the easiest thing to do. Their fleet was now a guard fleet, which would be much easier for them to operate with. One would gladly grant him that, and if there were any sudden issues, such as with expenses, it was only worth mentioning and the guy would sort it out. Although most of the steelbone property has been captured by Chen Shi, and the trophies have been distributed to all the members of the fleet, Zhou Tai still has some joy, so you don't need to worry about money, but he still has some personal matters that he can't handle by himself. The guy hoped that the interlocutor would help, and Wang did not think of refusing. Now they are all in the same boat. Just need to say, and he will perform his best. Ma Da admitted that some of his family members are moving to Blackstone, but he doesn't want anyone to know they are his family. Wang expressed that he didn't think it was appropriate of him to help the guy personally place his family members. He himself thought that he had lent him money last time, which made him find a secret channel and use some connections and power. It allowed him to take his sisters before the Jin family noticed, but immediately rushed to rejoice that he had an idea. Qin Wenli, the third young captain of the sharp merchant fleet on the mining planet, is his friend. One has saved his life a couple times, but not many people know about it, so the guy will leave a video message, and in return the young man will ask his family to go to the mining planet and contact him secretly. He will take care of them, and when the situation in Blackstone is settled, the interlocutor can bring the family here. Ma Da was grateful for this help too. It was just a great idea. Compared to the mining area in the asteroid belt, the mining area in Blackstone was not worthy of the title, which made Van afraid that the nobles here might call him a vulgar miner, devoid of elegance, if they found out about his hobby. The guy finally got his freedom under the pretense that he was going to have fun, though he should hurry up because the huge ship was releasing the smaller vessel and becoming invisible. The order came to go out to the battlefield in another universe. This was something the guy had waved through more than once, but still at a moment like this, his heart sank in anticipation of what awaited them. The ship immediately picked up speed and moved forward, cutting through space. A second later, it dissolved into thin air like something fake, and immediately found himself in another place, which implied the activation of accurate detection. It was the Solon civilization, an interstellar civilization of the second type with an unknown history. The main sources of energy is nuclear power and so on. The power was unknown. A dome-light immigrant spaceship was spotted. The number of passengers accrued 5 million. Carrier-borne spark makes a warship capable of self-repair. Even if the hull is damaged, it will eventually repair itself, but only the hull. When other modules are born, they malfunction or are destroyed. Most warship sparks need logistical support and cannot be separated from the ship's system. Once the drone is equipped with this robot, its self-control ability will improve. Then decisively order the system to load the main can, move it toward the enemy ship, and remove the invisibility. And after ordering the main gun to start firing, a huge beam burst from the muzzle and burst forward, crashing into the stone and shattering it. A large hole formed in the large sphere. The ship hit and immediately returned fire to protect the base. But they were in vain, for they bumped into the shield of the bow vessel, and Van wasn't going to stop. He demanded a recharge, and he managed to punch his target through. Had to put in incredible might and strength, and those sacrifices led to the goal he wanted to achieve. One had scored 161 points, and he had a total of 438 points. The biggest surprise was the portable module. By the way, he had yet to open the 13 boxes he had gotten after ambushing Qin Bao and his fleet last time, so he decided that now was the time. He took the suitcase and took out a plant from there. Stargrass. It's only good for normal people. The only thing left was to become confident that it would help him. The guy further opened the boxes and was already tired enough. The 10th box was left. He had 128 low-level crystals from the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th boxes. There were still 16 medium-level energy crystals from the 4th box. And there in front of him was the very thing he wanted to see. It was a high-level energy crystal. It sparkled and reflected light, even more than the light that was hitting it. One was immensely satisfied. This is a legendary high-level crystal. One such specimen is very highly valued in the marketplace. This is unreal luck. Currently, his auxiliary system has two functions, including removing the level restriction for civilizations in another universe and remote control, which can be activated with high-level energy crystals. After activating the civilization's level removal, the guy can choose the level of the enemy's civilization in advance. After activation, one can remotely control a warship in the same universe, no matter where he is. Now there was a question of which one to choose. I would like both of them, but it can be done. Among the 13 boxes, one contained stargrass, 6 boxes contained energy crystals of different levels, 4 boxes some rare and refined minerals, and 1 box contained valuable jewelry. This was the last box. He hoped it would contain another high-level energy crystal. Then he wouldn't have to choose. And then he opened another one. Goosebumps traveled through his body. He shuddered and finally thanked the universe that, thankfully, the Tiger Merchant fleet had been destroyed. This titanium crystal is one of the most important resources that is monopolized by the privileged, and there are even 2 crystals here. The fleet absolutely could not have the ability to obtain this strictly controlled resource. There is a location of titanium crystals in the Tiger Merchant fleet data. Once the news spreads that there is a location of titanium crystals in the asteroid belt mining area, it will bring disaster to Blackstone. If the news leaked out, the star region of M would definitely fall into the hands of the enemy and all the powerful forces nearby, including the Red Bat Kingdom. It could easily crush Blackstone. Moreover, since there was a location of titanium crystals in the star region of the mine, did the Baron ever ask to mine them secretly, or have they already mined them out and they only remained in the depth of the mine? It was an undisclosed secret. Did Blackstone secretly take most of the crystals and only a small part remained because they can't be used? If so, it will really bring misfortune to Blackstone. If it weren't for the fact that 13 zones are located deep in the mining zone of the asteroid belt, and it's dangerous to go deep into it, so the guy could check them one by one and erase the traces. Anger boiled up inside. Van is still not strong enough. If all the energy shield and armor modules on the purple classroom, I can go deeper into the prey zone. Luckily, all the middle and senior executives of the Tiger Merchant fleet are dead. This news is confidential and only a few people know about it. In my past life, these crystals were not discovered even after 10 years, so there won't be any leaks anytime soon. And the captain decided that this was the moment to activate the remote control, and immediately the level 1 remote control was activated. Advanced function 3 was activated. In the same universe, there is the ability to control a warship remotely regardless of distance. It takes 2 units of high-level energy crystal to upgrade the remote control to level 2. There was an order from Van to remove the brainwave manipulation system with quantum entanglement and add a microparticle maintenance robot. 30 points were spent on the equipment. The microparticle maintenance robot. The maintenance speed was 5. The maintenance level had 3 units, but an upgrade was needed, and the requirements were 300 points and about 0.510 tons of dark iron. Determination raged within him. Time waits for no one. He must become stronger, and no retreat. Every step brings him closer to his goal, and any step backwards could be the failure of everything. Body cleansing technique is related to the source of spark. It is no secret that the source points can help in accomplishing the technique, but few people do it. Firstly, the source points are precious and difficult to obtain, so you can't waste them. Secondly, it takes a long time to develop the body cleansing technique. The willpower of cultivators is very important. The source points can help cultivators forever. In the beginning, their overuse can ruin everything. In my previous life, I had already reached the ideal average level of body cleansing. So that once the guy focused on his gut and began to let out energy outwards, one should soon become the heir and receive the title. After that, he would immediately go to the capital of the Red Bat Kingdom and buy a new warship. Wang had practiced for 15 hours and had completed the first 8 moves. He needed to practice the 9th move. It would save him a month and a half, but it cost 120 points. So it was worth taking a break for a while, and his body was very tired. After returning from another universe, the system needs a few hours of buffering before it can be launched. Luckily, the asteroid belt is large and the guy can hide the destroyer. Moreover, Blackstone is a small place and it is not equipped with military detectors that could span the galaxy and determine the situation in the asteroid belt. Only in the territories of aristocrats can you find such equipment. In about a month and a half, on October 2nd, Wang will throw a dinner party, invite most of the mid-level staff at Blackstone and others. He Saturday in front of the Baron and said he needed more rest. Broad-spectrum antibiotics could cure the bacterial infection. Perhaps some good news would come soon. Perseverance is hope, and he himself had thoughts swirling in his head as to whether the Baron was going to introduce him to the forces at Blackstone. But the man only laughed and asked him not to worry about it because he was not that weak. So he advised his son to do what he needed to do, and his father promised to take care of the rest. Right now start the body cleansing technique, and Van had promised the Baron he wouldn't let him down, and he had no intention of doing so. But that didn't mean he wouldn't build his networks. He entered the training hall, and as soon as the doors closed behind him, there were shouts of joy. Wang Duo's half-sisters and brothers ran up to him. The younger ones rushed into his arms, while the older one was more restrained in her emotions. They were happy, but blamed him for not taking them with him, and the guy tried to make it up to him by bringing small gifts. And the little brother immediately raised a shout that he would go with him next time, and Van promised to arrange it. Since the heir has activated the remote control, it is time for the drone to travel. The Phoenix Galaxy belongs to Astrokor and is a kind of communication center. The market there has a long history. For many years, connects Weiqing Galaxy and Redbat Kingdom. The Phoenix Galaxy has had many interstellar explorers, and every time, different ships went there to explore. A huge amount of materials from Weiqing Galaxy gathered in the Phoenix Galaxy, gradually forming the largest free market in the world. Then realized that he needed to connect the drone to the Spark network. Every day, countless old accounts are cancelled, and countless new ones are registered. No one would notice the drone, and finally the guy decided everything, namely that he was going to the Phoenix Galaxy. He didn't arrive until 8 days later. This journey had been quite long, longer than expected anyway. Phoenix Galaxy has a policy of high openness. There is no need to pay any admission fees as visitors can enjoy many amenities. An automatic airport allows any spaceship to dock and resupply at any time. Enthusiastic and dedicated administrators make visitors from all over the world feel at home. 40 strong fleets throughout the space provide order and security. It is the best place to trade in the entire northern region. A female voice sounded. She greeted Phoenix Nirvana Reborn in flames with arrival and asked to send her details. The airport will prepare a dock for him, and finally introduced herself. Her name is Susan Phoenix, the High Commissioner of the Phoenix Business Department. She will provide special services during the guest's stay, and then politely demanded, state the purpose of his visit and send his IT card, so the girl will help him schedule. Van replied that it was a drone. It belonged to trade and supply at the airport, and the girl replied that this description was accepted, and she arranged for the guest to land in dock number -31 at Phoenix Airport 102. Ask him, follow the route, and call her if any help was suddenly needed. Besides, considering that the guy was visiting the Phoenix Galaxy for the first time, they would provide the pilot with a certain amount of free ammunition and energy. Have a safe journey. Then settled back in his chair, thinking about how the functionality provided by the system was truly impressive. Even though he was controlling the drone from God knows how many light years away, the former miner still felt as if he was there in person. And then he confirmed the connection to the Spark ship, and was reminded that the Spark network required payment to connect, which could be charged in the form of points or coins. But since Van's answer was already there, a beep sounded. The Spark network was connected. A level 5 signal. All functions can be used normally. The charging standard is level 1, with 1 source point or 1 coin per hour, and then a warning that one was not logged into any account. A condition in the form of a request was put up. You must first log in or register to complete the transaction, and the guy asked to register a new account, namely a drone. A window popped up with a notification that the drone account had a valid VIP level, but it was at the first level. The balance held 10 coins, and it required 100 coins to improve the VIP level. Wang couldn't accept that it was so expensive. A companion appeared on the screen with a new message from Mr. Wang that Wang Jingko and Wang Jingli had taken action. Last night, Wang Jingshou entered Wang Jingli's room and they had a secret conversation. And this morning, he started to find out the whereabouts of Wang Guangnan and Wang Guangbei. Later, during a so-called chance encounter, Wang Jinli wanted to give Wang Guangnan a fire fruit, but she refused, and he left without saying anything. When he returned, he was furious and scolded Wang Guangnan for ingratitude. In Wang Wang's past life, Wang Jingle and Wang Jinli rioted in Blackstone lair. When Blackstone was about to fall, they escaped and replied that Wang Jinqiu is a hypocrite. He incited Wang Jinli to persecute Wang Guangnan. She has no right to inherit the throne, but if Jinli marries her, he will have a great chance to be there. Fire fruit is a strange fruit. It can enhance people's energy. It is useful for perfecting body purification technique. Namely, eating one fire fruit can increase the recovery rate of the body 5 times within a month. The Baron has been sick for many years, and Blackstone's budget deficit is growing. The Baron will not spend extra money on raising children. It seems that they have gained some support in Blackstone and have completed preliminary preparations. They are going to act. One demanded to keep an eye on them, and the interlocutor understood and promised to increase surveillance. Then finally decided it was time for that very thing. He was incredibly determined and persistent. One inwardly laughed to himself. He sold the mini gravitational collapse-fueled generator for 30,000 coins. He was surprised at how convenient and fast. The transaction was after the captain submitted his bid and both parties confirmed it online. He just sent the goods to the official empty airport, and the transaction was completed after the buyer accepted it. Now he had 30,010 coins, hence the same number of level points out of 50,000. The Thunder Store, a famous speculator that swindles newcomers. The goods they sell are of good quality, but the prices are too high, 40% above market. In his past life, even though Guangnan harbored hatred and was always in danger, she diligently practiced the body purification wagon. However, after 10 years of practice, she had only reached an intermediate level, and the guy would provide her with as many resources as possible to help her improve. He would buy her 5 fire fruits in Ziyakan, spark binding auxiliary fluid. It can temporarily increase the human body's sensitivity to sparks to successfully bind with them. Different levels of this substance were shown on the screen. Each person in life can only use one type of auxiliary fluid. He has a 50% probability of success in binding using sparks. When one reaches the middle stage of the body purification technique, with another 50 times probability of success, provided by 1 dose of level 5 auxiliary fluid, the guy will have a 100% probability of success. One can buy 10,000 units of standard energy blocks and some necessities and ammunition for his warship. Then the drone will have enough supplements in the short term. The goods had been delivered. All that was left was to pick them up, and it was for this purpose that the former miner flew his ship out of the station. This time Wong connected to the Spark network, registered a new account, sold the mini generator, and bought supplements in the Phoenix Galaxy. The first part of the plan is completed. As the VIP level increases, the cost of using the Spark network will decrease. The supplies were delivered to the storage room. The main ammunition is 2,030 rounds. The supplementary ammunition is 10,638 rounds. The energy is 10,231, and the daily requirement is 986 units. In the juice of a past life, when the Baron heard that the Scoparias Federation Academy of Sciences had created a universal immune medicine that fights all viruses well, he sent someone to contact the academy. He hoped to get a few experimental doses that had yet to go on sale. Over a month later, the Baron contacted the academy, but it treated the royal nobles in Redbat Kingdom as rich idiots and asked for 10,000 coins. They even asked the Baron to personally pick up the medicine, but he could never allow himself to be ripped off like that. The main active ingredient of this immune remedy, which is called Pure World Elf, is extracted from rare light lotuses. Now its price is not even increased 10 times, so one can afford to buy it. It is available, judging by the price. The effectiveness of light lotus in destroying microorganisms is not yet known to the general public. Light lotus is a bit strange flower. It can slightly increase the density of free cosmic energy and is useful for the practice of body purification. The price is 1,000 coins apiece, and the quantity was only 1 flower. Then asked if there would be any discount, and the seller said that he was broke, so no bargaining. The guy had nothing to do but agree to place an order, and then asked for delivery to a certain address. The stranger immediately informed that he had more light lotus in stock, so the buyer can still buy, and Van naturally began to think about it. He did not know if 1 light lotus can improve the condition of the Baron. Probably need more to be sure to have an effect. The ex-miner's voice changed a great deal. He again said hello to the seller, calling him buddy, and noticing that he had just raised the price, asked if he was ashamed, to which the same reply followed that he was broke and there would be no bargaining. The captain of the ship offered a deal. He would pay 1,020 coins per plant. If he bought 5 plants, he would pay 1,040 coins for each, and if he bought more than 10 pieces, he would offer 1,060 for each. If it wasn't for his family's plan to build a special cultivation room, this man wouldn't be able to sell lotuses at such a price. Their market value is only 950 coins per plant. The light lotus is not his only choice. The guy understood perfectly well that he could not obey such a speculator. If he agreed to his first price increase, he would raise it again. It was worth looking at other goods. And then an idea came to him. 20,000 coins. That's very tempting. This wanted man was once the most popular person in the Scoparias Federation. When he was about to become president, the privileged class felt that his excessive open political stance would harm out interests. Thus Zhong Xinshu would be declared a traitor and his party was defined as an illegal political party. He was forced into exile abroad. Most of his party members were scattered, but Zhong Xinshu would return in 2 years. The seller still had 7 lotuses and said he could sell them for 1,050 each. These words were a breath of fresh air for Wang. An hour passed, and the miser finally lost his patience. The guy put up his terms, namely 1,040 coins for each. In addition, the seller must give him some free gifts and tell him the origin of these lotuses. Otherwise, one will choose a whispering silver orchid, and immediately heard the answer. The deal will still be done, but no free gifts. Instead, the man will tell him where he got the flowers. One continued to set conditions about changing the price, quantity, and only then let him say where he got them. Only then the former miner will place an order. The seller corrected the information according to their agreement, and also told Van where he got the lotuses, then asked him to respect the agreement and buy the lotuses at the agreed price. Otherwise, the guy might face a joint boycott from most of the sellers, except that the guy doesn't care where the seller got them. He just wants him to know his location. There are many ways for the spark warships to make profit other than legitimate transactions. Van bought 8 lotuses. That should be enough to cure a bacteria. From time to time, there will be an event at the Spark Mall. The merchandise information displayed in the mall will be updated. Some old and bad vendors will be removed while new merchandise will be added. The prices of merchandise will be adjusted. Some will decrease while others will increase. Special limited edition merchandise will be released and an auction will be held. 71 hours. 59 minutes and 9 seconds until the next mall update. You need to stay up to date. Now Nagas. In the morning, one came to the training hall where he met his sisters and brother, who were very happy to see him and wished each other good morning. His past life did not have such a happy atmosphere as now. At that time, the guy was not only fighting against external forces, but also focused on the fight for the inheritance. Although outwardly the former miner kept unperturbed, inwardly he feared his younger siblings. And in 2 days, the auction should start. Baron asked Mrs. Taylor to teach Van Dao etiquette. What did she think of him? And his assistant reminded him that she still told him not to worry about it. Van Dao studied very well. Although he was not interested in her lessons, he could concentrate on lessons and learn in a short time. Mrs. Taylor thinks that Van Dao is cheerful, intelligent, and has innate aristocratic manners. It looks like Mistress Taylor will also support Van Dao, which is decided specifically by the Baron's decision. If it was in the past, things would be different. He has been lying in this life support capsule for several years now, and because of this, he is slowly starting to despise himself, not to mention others. The man immediately changed his face and said with a firm tone that there was no way they would dare to do such a thing. He stated that there is no need to worry. Among the 8 knights, Lin Hui and Chen Shai will support Wang Dong without your order. Mr. Taylor is in charge of the merchant fleet in Blackstone and is away all year round. Mrs. Taylor can represent his interests. She will support Wang Dong. New Fan, Guyu and Wang Li are traveling in the space void. They will be hard to contact, so they can't be considered abstainers. As for the last 2 nights, Yu Jun is close with Wang Jingjil, and Zhu Lane is in good compartments with Wang Jinli. These gray mice are no threat at all. As for the nut consultants, Zhang Yuancheng is on the side of Zhuzhong, Qi Zong from the Shi family. Sui is on the side of the Baroness. Wang Nim went to the Scoparias Federation and will return not soon. He do not think he will oppose the opinion of the Baron. The drain packets of local forces. Then they will not go against him. Although people from the original ruler family have enlisted the support of the Tonights. The balance of power in Blackstone is still stable. The Baron doesn't need to worry about anything. To which he replied that the balance of power is most stable only when it reaches a dynamic equilibrium. Due to my ill health, the balance of power has not undergone any changes, so it is in a state of statistical equilibrium. This statistical equilibrium lacks self-regulation. Once the tipping point is reached, it can cause a chain reaction that will lead to the collapse of the whole system. If this were in peaceful days, the man would not be worried, even if his original family joins the game. But the political struggle in the Red Kingdom is becoming increasingly fierce as the territory is under the personal control of the royal family. When the struggle between the local nobility and the royal family intensifies, Blackstone will be involved. The former will be involved. The latter will be the only one to be involved. The man was not completely able to put together all the words of the man. Apamo decided to summarize. As he understood, the Baron wants to find out Wang Dong's identity and announce to the public that he is the heir. The not young man in the capsule interrupted him with words that gave Wang Dong many opportunities to contact some vassals and gain their support. He gets along well with his siblings. Wang Dong did not let me down. I summoned Gu Fan, Gu Yu and Wang Li in advance. It was a surprise to the eight that the gentleman did not tell Wang Dong what would happen at the banquet. Then An asked about it again, and the latter replied that if Wang Dong wants to become a leader in a big company, he must not only possess all-round qualities, but also keep calm in the face of chaos and danger. Without this quality, he will not be an aspiring leader, no matter how excellent his other qualities are. What happened recently shows that big changes are coming. If Wang Dong is talented and can keep his achievements, the current shelter will take measures to settle down all his children and protect them. On the contrary, if Van Dokon passes final test, Blackstone could be the starting point for his career, just as they have done before. He will float through time and strive for more victory. If he succeeds, he will live a happy life. If not, he will simply die. Unfortunately, he won't be able to see it. That's why he asked Fuguei for him to take care of them after his death. Wang Yin should have already arrived at the Scoparias Federation. If everything goes well, he brought broad-spectrum antibiotics. He knows very well that guy is very lazy and has no mood to take care of his children, so let him do it himself. Wang Yin is not familiar with the Scoparias Federation. Besides, he sincerely don't think Wang Yin will be able to understand it, especially it's just an experimental product. So there was no thought of it being easy to obtain. The ruler said he could still live for 2 years and would not leave trouble for his children. He couldn't let that happen. After all, a loving father anyhow. Wang Dong, on the other hand, was walking down the corridor after a hard workout and reflected that in his previous life, the position of heir was not officially announced until 2 years later. Although he had changed a lot in this life, should be prepared for the long wait. It was time to contact the drone and participate in the auction. All 3 items are good, and he promised himself that he would definitely get a license to buy a Spark warship. After several rounds of bidding, the current highest bid for the purple class obsidian engine from the starting price of 3,000 coins rose to 11,500 coins, which was a premium of as much as 300%. The highest bid for the antimatter engine was 9,000 coins. The highest bid for the license to buy the Spark ship was 7,800 coins with only 2 minutes left for bidding, so we had to give up the other 2 items. The countdown has begun and there are only 30 seconds left. The maximum bid for a license to buy a warship is 8,500 coins. Then Wang Dong asked himself whether he should offer 9,000 and immediately received a reply that of course not. But it did not refuse. The guy was going to offer 10,000 but immediately stopped, decided to offer 10,500, and as soon as it tapped a couple times on the screen, the successful purchase sounded, and now finally Wang Dong got it. Now need to wait for delivery within 7 days. Wang Jinzhou and Wang Jinli have been up to something lately. It seems like they are planning to strike. This is what Wang Dong's associate reported, to be precise, at the dinner party. But the former miner replied that it doesn't matter. Even if they gain support in Blackstone, they are still at a loss. He is the one who is the protagonist, and as long as the guy is in control, his advantage is obvious. The maids were scrubbing everything around the estate. Everything was slowly beginning to shine, so they were working hard. His sister remarked that Do didn't seem to be nervous at all, which was very surprising, because he was the main character tonight, to which he replied that it was just a joint dinner. He didn't care who the main character was. He was just an ordinary person like everyone else. They were all smart and sophisticated people. They would do what they had to do and be themselves. There's nothing to be nervous about. The younger one supported Do, saying that he's absolutely right. Mom sees through his brother every time he lies, for example, but the little sister only cared that there would be a lot of delicious food at tonight's banquet. Incredibly beautiful palace welcomed guests in expensive costumes, each shone with luxury and in the windows of the bright light, beckoning to each Nike. All invited could not simply refuse the opportunity to spend time in the cream of society. Despite the huge number of people, the halls in the palace allowed to accommodate everyone, and even more, they sometimes looked half empty. Those who had already come were chatting with others, drinking drinks, and waiting for the main highlight of the program. Whatever it was, with firm, confident steps, someone was advancing. There were quite a few of them, but the sound from the souls boded noble and well-mannered. The light steps and measured pace disposed them to do so. The entire Wang Dong family walked inside. They were looked upon as powerful, noble people, with the head of the family walking in front, followed by the heir and only then the children and mother. The man spread his hands and expressed that he was honored to see all these people at his banquet today, and immediately turned to the ladies and gentlemen and assumed that they already knew that his two sons, Wang Dong and Wang Zhou, had returned to Blackstone. Immediately there were discussions and whispers. Wang Dong looked like an aristocrat, so some people started to think that maybe he was spending all his energy on etiquette lessons. Wang Dong used to be a commoner, but he was able to learn etiquette in such a short period of time, which means he has some ability. However, he wasn't raised like a nobleman. The invitees didn't realize if they should just give him a couple of companies. Then they started to remember Wang Dong had said something about him still being into mining, and if that was true, then a good solution would be to give him a mining company. Jing Chu's interlocutor said that he was still too kind, like an arrogant peasant. Wang Dong had no right to accept anyone's company. If he was reasonable, he should go back to where he came from. If not, he would stay here forever. And that was not good for those who already had pounds. And then an irritated voice came from the side. The man asked the young uncles to shut up immediately. They know very well where they are now, which already means they need to watch their tongues. They grew up in the capital and are used to the style of the place. But Blackstone used to be a wasteland, and as the first pioneer, Baron Wang Lei has the ultimate authority here. To which the younger generation reproached Uncle Chi for being too cautious. The lad did not believe that the Baron had the courage to go against his original family. The other also picked up on Uncle Yi's claim of being overly anxious. If the Baron had been healthy, they would never have dared to say such a thing. But now he's ill. With the strength of our fleet, Blackstone will not go against them. Their discussion was interrupted by the Baron with a statement. He had important news to tell everyone. His eldest son, Fan Dao, would be Blackstone's heir. Those present stood in shock at such a statement. They had no idea that such a decision would be made. Although such a decision was certainly to be expected, Van was beginning to worry. He had certainly prepared himself for having to wait a long time, and here he had decided to voice it now, which was of course very unexpected, not only for the guests. The same two guys who had just been pondering everything gritted their teeth in anger, for they realized that Doe's identity as heir would be carved in stone after tonight. The dark-haired man noticed how those two didn't like it and wanted the unwanted guy to leave. That's why he immediately turned to my lord, asking him to think very carefully about such a choice. After all, Wang Dong had just returned to the Baron's mansion and had not undergone any training as an heir. And immediately another guy interjected into the conversation and said that his colleague was right, and my lord had time to think about it, not necessarily to make such a decision now. They still needed to find out if Wang Dong could be a qualified heir or not. Wang Dong immediately realized that there was a reason why he was not accepted. This man with a scar on his face is Yu Jun, one of the 8 knights of Blackstone. In his past life, he had a good relationship with Wang Jingle and ended up running away with Wang Jingli. The other slender man's Walam, another knight, the 4th son of a noble family. He has no inheritance rights, but he followed the Baron for many years and made great contributions. The reason why Yu Jun decided to help Wang Jingle is because the former wants to stay in the capital for life, while Walan wants a warship spark, even if it is a low-grade ship of several generations. In his past life, Walan supported Wang Jingli, but he did not run away in the last battle. The Baron recognized them at once, too, and knew what they were up to, for his face changed to a very angry one. The whole family tensed. They hadn't expected such non-acceptance of the Baron's choice. They began to consider what answer to give it all, but salvation came of its own accord. People did come out to defend Wang Dong, claiming that he was wise and brave. He would make an outstanding heir, and Mr. Chen was in agreement with their master's decision. The other man added that he believed that Wang Dong could take on the responsibility of heir. Except the opponents of this thought only laughed. Before they came here, the elders in the family of one of them often said that all the men in Blackstone were brave men. They also said that they started from scratch, explored the borderlands in the Red Kingdom, and built Blackstone together. They were always admired. That was why they insisted on taking this opportunity to come here. But now many were disappointed. The brave knights in Blackstone want to take. The guy at first hesitated whether to continue the phrase, but then realized that nothing would be done to them for it, and still called Wang Dong a commoner, and in his opinion, this class has no right to be the leader here. Then laughed and asked to be without offense, because it means that Blackstone is well known for its valor and the kingdom of Redbad. But now it will be inherited by such a powerless man. And at the same moment, a girl in a fancy dress infiltrated the conversation. She pointed out that on the way back to Baron Wang Dong's mansion, Wang Dong kept calm and repelled the attacks of Whitetooth and Steelbone. Wang Dong took the decisive step of seizing the opportunity to completely destroy Steelbone and capture her, because she asked about if Wang Dong is not brave. Then who is brave at all? She was addressing Wang Jinli. How does he think whether loud statements and utterances at the host's banquet is bravery? Of course. She read incredible sarcasm in her voice. Wang Dong immediately recognized the woman and was inordinately pleased with her. It was Mrs. Taylor, his etiquette teacher. It seems he was supported by her husband, the head of Blackstone's merchant navy. Jinli almost spoiled up and threw himself into the fray, but was stopped by his comrade, explaining that he was just being straightforward. He did it for the good of Blackstone, and then added that as far as he knew correctly, Mr. Chen was the fleet commander who had accompanied Wang Dong back. So the thought occurred to him that it was Mr. Chen who had kept calm in the face of danger, for it was well known that Mr. Chen was modest and cautious, and also recognized Wang Dong's superiority. But we had doubts about his valor. The conflict only grew more heated, but then Wang Dong infiltrated. He addressed Wang Jinqiu, and then interjected, maybe he should call the man sir. A smile played on his face. He apologized. He briefly attended an ethics class. Based on my limited knowledge, as the heir to Blackstone, he should not call you sir, because Wang Jinqiu has a title. And of course, he too should not call Wang Dong like that, so the guy will simply call the interlocutor Mr. Wang Jinqiu. The man standing on the side of the unexpectedly placed heir laughed, claiming that it was exactly like this. Wang Jinqiu is from an royal family, but he didn't receive any titles. However, Wang Dong is a true aristocrat, an heir of Blackstone. This boy can't be placed on the same level as Wang Dong. This speech started to annoy everyone who dared to stand against it. Wang Dong stated that Blackstone is famous for his bravery, achieved through his own efforts. They don't need the praise of the capital nobles. Since he was chosen as the heir, the lad will carry on Blackstone's glorious traditions, pave the way, work tirelessly, and contribute to the Red Kingdom. He is honored to meet everyone present and is happy to have them as guests of the family. And then turned once more to Mr. Wang Jinqiu and Mr. Wang Jinli. Blackstone's valor and the guy himself don't need their recognition, and he still had a smile on his face. He didn't give the appearance of being negative and angry, only beautifully, like a true aristocrat, pointed to the door for the provocateurs. Suddenly, a male voice came from the crowd to argue that Wang Dong was right. Blackstone had earned his title of bravery. From after the hoarse voice showed in face it was quite an old man. He pondered that since the two distinguished guests from the capital want to see it, Wang Dong should show them everything and prove it. Then the royal family would understand everything. The Baron glared menacingly at his wife, who became upset and began to prove to him that she didn't know her father would do this. He hadn't told her that before. Shi Xiaodong, the head of the Shi family and the father of the Baroness. This old man is a cunning fox. When the Baron was in good health, Shi Xiaodong appreciated his promising future and decided to tie himself to the Baron by marrying his daughter to him. Now the Baron is dying and losing control of this land, so Shi Xiaodong will definitely seize this opportunity and bring more benefits to the Shi family. In his past life, this old fox played a role in the collapse of Blackstone. The brothers immediately began to shout that the old man is right, as Wang Dong claims that Blackstone deserved its name, asking to show them this after all. Wang Jinqiu and Wang Jinli, direct descendants of the royal family, challenged Wang Dong to a duel on the same ship for a one-on-one fight. A single ship duel is a battle in which the people control their warships to fight in limited airspace. The warship that loses its energy shield first loses the duel. The single ship battle requires the people to fight in exoskeleton armor, which has strong protection and can protect the wearers even if destroyed. The one whose exoskeleton armor loses strength first loses the battle. Therefore Wang Dong better ignore these idiots. The other children of the Baron became angry at these shameless. It hurt their family member, and therefore hit their personal honor, especially considering that Do had just returned. He didn't even have a warship. Why should he even fight with scoundrels in a duel? These words were echoed by the smaller children, saying that they were both 30 years old, and his brother was only 20, and because of age alone, it was unfair. The opponents were just taking advantage of him. Wang Dong spread his hands, and as his juniors had already said, he had only been in Blackstone for half a month, and had just started practicing the body purification technique. He didn't even have his own customized exoskeleton armor, let alone a battleship. How then is the opponent going to fight him in a duel? Since his younger siblings are all supporting him, the guy should show them what he can do. Wang Dong had set traps for these guys. One of the brothers had to admit that Wang Dong has insight that doesn't match his age and good eloquence, but it only works well among common people. In their world, strength is the standard. Do doesn't have the base to perfect his body cleansing technique, battleship, or his own armor, and this is already the guy's personal problems. The other pick up on this pseudo-exposure. According to the rules among the nobles, he has only two choices when faced with challenges, namely either accept or give in. If the former minor dared not, Wang Dong decided to ask if the insolent man knew that the so-called challenge refers to how nobles settle disputes, and said he wouldn't go into detail about what kind of dispute they were having. It didn't matter, but the opponents forgot something. He is Blackstone's heir, so he can't call himself a nobleman. Who are these two people anyway? They don't even deserve to be addressed as sir. How can you call yourself a nobleman? And they are talking about aristocratic rules here. Maybe these two just overestimated themselves. And those on Wang Dong's side laughed, realizing that they were claiming to be nobles, even though they didn't even come close to noble titles. Immediately the fellow snapped at the baron's heir, called him a cunning scoundrel, and promised to show him how great the gulf between commoners and nobles was. Wang Dong had seriously insulted the fellow, according to the Red Bat Kingdom's regulation of dignity and self-control, so the fellow was officially committing holy vengeance, at least according to him. But the former minor was also not stupid, and knew something about the provision on dignity and self-control, namely that it refers to the right of members of noble families. Sacred revenge refers to those who offend their dignity or family glory. The way of revenge should be fair, as long as it is agreed upon by both parties and jointly recognized by the relevant third-party witness. It can be considered relatively fair, and then asks Wang Jinli how the latter is going to make it relatively fair. How should they urge him to do so? And the guy only repeated about two options. Firstly, since they were at the preliminary stage of technique, while he himself was at the intermediate stage, they could wear blue-grade exoskeleton armor and he would wear green-grade armor. And the second option was that the guy planned to take all of his personal assets as ransom, and if Wang Dong won, they would all go to him. Wang Dong looked at his interlocutor from top to bottom and asked himself if this was all. Perfectly remembered that he was not a fool. Wang Jinli had reached the first level of the middle stage of the body refining technique, and his information shows that Wang Dong had just started to learn the technique. There is a huge between the blue-grade exoskeleton armor and green-grade exoskeleton armor, but people who have insufficient body refinement base will not be able to fully use the exoskeleton. The difference in armor class in this case is meaningless. The second option sounds quite tempting. Wang Jinli worship? Of course people became outraged by this behavior. They decided to remind the boy that he was daydreaming for real. Was this what the people in the capital thought was relatively fair? What about fighting first? Like them, many were also at the middle stage of perfecting body techniques. So what could resolve everything was a battle in ordinary armor. Wang Dong was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Gu Fan to speak on his behalf either. He and Gu Yu are brothers, and just like Zuo Ling comes from a family where he is not the first son and has no right to inherit the family title. Before he and his brother left home, they both got their own spark warships. Gu Fan and Gu Yu are very hardworking. They spend most of the year traveling through the cosmic void, picking up signals from other universes. They are more like advisors than vassals. I think they were summoned by the Baron. They don't care who the heir is. They have the same stance as the Baron. The old man turned to Wang Jinli, asking perhaps he was not quite clear about Wang Dong's previous experience, but he had lived with ordinary people on a mining planet for the past 20 years. This inevitably affected his behavior. He certainly knows little about the position on dignity and self-control. Let me be an outside witness to this battle. The Baroness' father approached the guy and said that his options were generally fair, but they still needed to change a couple of details. After all, Wang Dong had just started practicing the body refining technique, so he suggested some changes to the first option, namely that Wang Dong could wear blue-grade exoskeleton armor, while Wang Jinli's was ordinary. Thus, the difference in the quality of exoskeleton armor between him and Wang Dong is to levels, which should be enough. Wang Jinli began to think about this suggestion, and eventually replied that it was reasonable. He fully agreed, and also hoped that Wang Dong would be able to show him his so-called VALO or 6, or he would flinch when the time of battle came. Wang Dong objected to what was said. After all, he simply told the truth, and since the guys repeatedly asked to show the valor of the people in Blackstone, he promised not to disappoint them all, saying that he could accept this fight. But what is relative justice is yet to be discussed. The Shi family controls the main economic pillar of Blackstone. They have a secret technology to grow a strange fruit called clear fruit, which is a popular product that can slightly slow down the aging of appearance. Earlier Shi Xiaodong refused to give up 5 decades. The old man put his hand to his heart and turned to Wang Dong, saying that the options proposed by Wang Jinli are generally in line with relative fairness. But of course, as the person challenged, the fellow is entitled to express his opinion, and he will make appropriate adjustments based on the actual situation and the wishes of both parties. Above all of Wang Jinli's property, including horses should be given to the person he appointed as a ransom if the Baroness' father defeats him in the challenge. And then a second condition on his behalf came out of the former miner's mouth. Wang Jinli must swear to be Blackstone's vassal and serve for at least 3 years. As long as Wang Jinli accepts these 2 conditions, he will engage in a holy revenge duel with him, and they will both be wearing ordinary exoskeleton armor. And then the fellow said that he fully agreed to Wang Dong's terms. During the fight, the combatants would wear ordinary armor, and if Wang Jinli lost, he would take all his personal property, including horses as ransom, and immediately give it to a person appointed by Wang Dong himself, and immediately swear to be Blackstone's vassal and serve him for at least 3 years. Shi Xiaodong stood in the center of the guys and stated that he was now acting as a witness that the holy revenge duel between Wang Dong and Wang Jinli, which cited the clause on dignity and self-control, had been officially announced, and asked the opponents to indicate the time and date of the duel. Turned to Wang Jinli and allowed him to indicate the time first, and Wang Dong to indicate the place later. Wang Jinli was overflowing with self-centeredness and self-confidence. That was why he proposed to fight right now. He wanted to prove that he had the core and dignity to win someone who was previously a nobody. Wang Dong himself, on the other hand, did not depart from that image of fearlessness, only stating that he was very sorry that now he would not be able to enjoy the exquisite food right now, only afterward, but still accepted the battle from the opponent and offered to do so in the steelbone. The siblings stood behind Do's back and didn't want him to agree to this, simply because they had only recently reunited and found common ground, and now they would have to worry about their brother. But the guy didn't even think of showing them that he was nervous too. So he turned to them and replied with a smile on his face that when he defeated him, he would bring one on some fire fruits and share some interesting things with the rest of them, hoping that it would give them some hope. Of course, the children of the Baron's family began to be supportive, shouting that they believed in him, thus giving him confidence in his goals. But they also wanted the lad to be incredibly careful in battle. There was a huge ship hovering in space, a base where 2 opponents had gathered, and a lot of events were about to start from it. Everyone who was present at the Baron's guest today and wasn't watching everything from the monitors. It was the Baron who was the most worried. He thought that Van Dal is the heir to Blackstone, and therefore he should be able to handle difficult tasks alone, and he had incredible faith in his son. Now everything was on his shoulders alone, and he needed to not fail. The guys were provided with ordinary exoskeleton armor, as Shi Xiaodong had informed their opponents, but they were brand new and unopened. And after mutual inspection and the Baroness' father's review, then there would be no problem. And at this moment, he announced that the duelists could begin the duel after they had dressed, of course. Wang Dong turned to his team who had come to support him. In a worried voice, the guy said that he needed the 2 of them. This was the only way to outmaneuver the enemy. And after a couple minutes, the duel officially began. Both participants were confident in their abilities. Each had their own secrets and aces up their sleeves that they would be able to get their hands on very soon. And suddenly, a notification sounded that the artificial gravity was currently disabled. But Wang Jinli was only amused by this. His opponent had already started to take out cards and open them. But for him, it was just a zero-gravity environment. Nothing special, especially knowing that Wang Dong had worked as a miner for a while. So he was familiar with this environment, and then asked a question, as Wang Dong thought he might have an advantage. And immediately, he began to move forward like a madman, moving incredibly fast, laughing at the absurdity of what is going on around him. The combat training he has undergone is systematic and professional, and he is also familiar with the conditions of weightlessness, because he ironically asked to let him show what a true aristocrat was, and Wang Dong tried to shorten himself from these attacks. He didn't fall for all these words, realizing that he had enough strength and experience from his past life. But of course, Wang Jinli solely wished death for his enemy. Now they were not just rivals, they were now fighting for their rank and honor, and it seemed that they were already fighting for their lives as well. But then Wang Dong disappeared from sight, and the aristocrat had to raise his head, and was immediately shocked to see that the opponent was flying very high above him. It was only unclear how he did it. It was simply impossible. An ordinary exoskeleton was not capable of helping him change direction in the air. It was unbelievable, Wang Jinli kept telling himself, and those who watched it all from the monitor and even a little understanding of what was happening immediately realized that it was a resonance of free cosmic energy. It only takes a little effort to achieve perfect acceleration in weightlessness. The free cosmic energy that Wang Dong gathered around him gives him strength. Only those who have reached the middle stage of body purification can do it. There was a question: is Wang Dong really a genius? No wonder the Baron did not hesitate to choose him as the heir. Wang Dong became sharply serious and focused on winning after all. Now he had revealed himself almost completely, and the main thing was that his opponent would not find how to counter it. Wang Jinli covered himself with his hands and began to think that he just needed to block the attack and control Wang Dong. And when it got close, then the guy would be able to prevent him from taking off, believing that he would definitely win then. But in an attempt to control everything around him, let out the most important thing in sight, his opponent, who was already behind him, and put out a hand with a half-open palm. The movement was swift, but seemed not as strong as it was on the soma of the matter. And here Wang Jinli felt someone touching the back of his head. But the force was so immense, or even more likely an unusual force. The arm began to glow, and the victim felt a rush of pain. Wang Jinli's eyes, nose, mouth were bleeding. It felt like his head had been cut open, and his brain was being abused with sharp objects. He couldn't stand it. It seemed like he was about to pass out. A warning sounded from the loudspeaker. The problem was that the carrier was unconscious. The system asked for immediate rescue measures, and then repeated this notification. There was no way to turn it off, at least not for Wang Dong, who was now contemplating his latest move. A high-frequency close-range, 1-inch strike attack could directly pierce the exoskeleton's armor protection and damage the host inside. It's a difficult skill, and it also hurts him, so it was quite a risky move. And from this, Wang Dong's mood completely changed. He turned to Mr. Shi as if with a remnant of aggression, asking if he could ask the man to announce the result of this holy duel of revenge. And the old man was about to call the name of the victor, but suddenly someone began to protest. Wait. Of course, it was Wang Jinli's relative, who was brought to an unconscious state. He started accusing Wang Dong that there was obviously something wrong with his armor, demanded to take it off immediately for him to check, and the old man was thinking about how he didn't really know that this guy could be such a disgrace. But Wang Dong did not think of obeying someone who did not put him in any way. He walked over to his opponent's body and stepped on his ankle. The pain that was still felt made Wang Jinli wince, and his brother did not understand how Wang Dong dared to do this. But Wang Dong wasn't in the mood either. He let a cold stare at the shouting guy and began to manipulate that since the witness had announced the result, the duel was still going on, and then asked if he needed to pay attention to the ramblings of an insignificant spectator. But the lad did not want to risk his brother further, so he turned to Mr. Shi and said that he would admit defeat on behalf of Wang Jinli. And so the old man proclaimed that the winner of this duel was still Wang Dong. The aides of the fighting men ran to the main room on the ship and immediately asked to carry Wang Jinli away, and of course, to help the injured man. Just then, the second of the family of these upstarts jumped Wang Dong and asked what he even wanted to say by this. And the latter continued to coldly reply that since he had won the duel, according to the rules, Wang Jinli was his prisoner until he paid the ransom. The Baroness' father assured Wang Dong that as a witness, he would ensure the smooth execution of the sacred revenge duel agreement, and then asked how about taking Wang Jinli away for medical treatment. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to fulfill the agreement. And the guy did not worry about it, saying that he only has 100-fold brain reading and a broken bone. He will not die. According to the agreement, Wang Jinli must serve as a vassal in Blackstone for at least 3 years before he fulfills the agreement. He must stay in the steelbone. And then, with his trademark smile, he asked Wang Jinchu if he wanted to keep his brother company, which understandably caused the latter to have a huge pile of anger, seeming to have incredibly itchy hands to punch Wang Dong. and then he gave out that the guy wants it, then he will fulfill his wish. After Wang Dong humiliated his brother, Wang Jinli, the guy seriously insulted both himself, according to the Red Bat Kingdom's dignity and self-control regulation, and Wang Jincho officially commit a sacred revenge duel on the same ship, and then asked Mr. Shi to witness once again, thinking that deep inside Do is a nobody. Even if he is cunning and talented, he still has deep-rooted bad habits, such as overconfidence after victory. Wang Jinli was defeated because he underestimated his opponent as a member of the elite in the family, but he had participated in many battles not for life but for death in other universes. He was confident that Wang Dong could not bring him to his knees, only in his own dreams. And then Mr. She said, given that Wang Dong took the initiative to ask a question, Wang Jincho initiated the challenge as requested. The common wishes of both sides coincide, and once again declared himself as a witness that the holy battle between Wang Dong and Wang Jincho, which sides the close on dignity and self-control, has been officially declared. Both sides will leave their respective warships to engage in combat within the designated airspace. If Wang Jincho fails, all of his personal property, including the warship Spark Saber, will be turned over to the person designated by Wang Dong as ransom, and Wang Jincho will also swear to be a vassal of Blackstone and to serve for at least 3 years. But Dong himself objected. After all, Mr. She announced it early. He does not have his own warship. How come he proposes to lead their respective warships to engage in a duel within the designated airspace? Himself thought when it was himself who asked for a duel. Shi Xiaodong is so shameless. When it will be necessary, this old man compromised his dignity. At that time, the injured man's brother told Wang Dong that since he doesn't have his own warship, he can choose one of all the Spark warships in Blackstone to fight. The comprehensive combat power rating of his ship is level 11, so the relative fairness he can guarantee is that Wang Dong can choose a warship with a higher combat power rating. Wang Dong's assistant told him that, not to mention how many Spark warships in Blackstone have a comprehensive combat power rating above the 11th level. Can anyone reveal the best combat power of a brand new warship? No wonder he is from a big capital family. The guy always gets an extra advantage by unfair means. Wang Jincho concluded, judging from Do's performance just now, he didn't think that the one was a coward, was sure that the challenge he gave him was reasonable, and if Wang Dong didn't have faith in himself, then he could refuse, as long as he didn't mind. Wang Jincho wouldn't mind, and the former miner descended to there as yet unnamed guest. Since he wanted to give him another generous gift, then Wang Dong wouldn't refuse, but he would still have two conditions. Firstly, since Wang Dong will not command his own ship, his lack in terms of communication with the crew is huge, so he asked to evacuate all the crew members from both ships. Only 2 of them should command the ships. Secondly, there are many new assault ships in their family's fleet, so the enemy needs to add 10 more ships to the ransom. Wang Jinchu, on the other hand, tried to act cunningly, realizing that Wang Dong is tired due to injuries and blood loss. Even without a team, he is fully confident that he can win. Without systematic training and years of practice, he won't be able to operate a warship with ease. The intelligence about Wang Dong that the guy gathered clearly shows that other than Qinshi warship, he has never been to other ships before. If this is true, Wang Jinchu won't lose, and said aloud that he agrees. Wang Dong told Wang Jinchu to think twice, because as far as he knows, he is the fleet commander of Wang Jinchu's family, not himself. So the former miner suggests that they get official permission before making any promises. Otherwise, if they later fail to fulfill the agreement, it's not only them who will be in trouble, but Mr. Shi and Wang Jinyi will also suffer. The man with long hair and mustache stated that as the fleet commander, he authorizes Wang Jinchu to dispose of the 10 new assault ships. Wang Dong therefore asked to trust the reputation of the Count family, and Wang Dong assured that he believed them. He recalled that in his past life, when Blackstone collapsed, the fleet commanded by Wang Jinyi had directly participated in the battle, and he had covered for him, intentionally or not, but it had helped Wang Dong escape. He should repay him. The old man asked, specify the time and place of the duel. Wang Jinchu, the caller can't specify the place of the duel, and Wang Dong will specify the time. The duel must be started within 3 days. What a shameless old man. He let Wang Jinli choose the time, but he lost because he was not familiar with the venue, so now he gave Wang Jinchu the opportunity to choose the venue. Shi Xiaodong is the Baron's father-in-law, so he thought it would be better to wait for the Baron to deal with him. Looks like he should teach him a lesson. In his past life, he learned how to grow pure fruit. Shi Xiaodong. He will feel a lot of pain when the drone returns. Wang Jinchu chose the interstellar route around the Blackstone planet, and then asked to clarify Wang Dong's time. and promised to give him some time if he needed to recover. Himself already perfectly understood. The interstellar route is flat and has no obstacles. In this environment is decided by personal strength. Wang Dong will not be able to pull any tricks. The guy, on the other hand, said he didn't want to waste any more time fiddling with him, so he suggested that he fly the steelbone now. The ship flew onward, waiting for when it could start a fight against another fighter. The second vessel was also already at the ready to fire back. Baron expressed his opinion that this is not a maneuver that the automatic cruise of the optical computer can perform. Wang Dong has good basic skills, and his flight position is quite stable. The older sister was silently worrying about Wang Dong, while the younger ones were showing their fervor and saying that he would definitely win. They believed it more than anything else right now. The captains of the ships asked to activate the energy shield, and the ships were covered with spheres of different colors, matching the color of the metal. The battle was about to begin. Everyone was holding their breath watching it all. Wang Jingqiu immediately shouted and demanded that the inspection radar be turned on. Van Dao was less emotional, but also asked his ship to do the same action. But just because he wasn't as emotional doesn't mean he wasn't determined to win. Wang Jingqiu was glad that the enemy ship was blocked, rushing forward, but did not reduce the distance critically, so as not to hurt himself. Do gave the order to shift the engine to second gear, thinking about the fact that Steelbone is a level 15 spark destroyer, 4 levels above the enemy ship. Since Wang Jingqiu allowed him to choose a warship at his discretion, he had to prepare combat strategies. Thanks to his carrier modules, Steelbone is good at pursuit and boarding battles. The one who first destroys the enemy's energy shield will win. The enemy has an artillery ship, so this time he has more advantages. Nevertheless, I am an experienced pilot who has flown the Spark ship for 10 years and has experienced many moments involving a matter of life and death. The main gun was ordered to open fire on the enemy. Wang Dong's team also followed all the events and analyzed it. The distance Wang Jingqiu can withstand is a third more than the standard distance in artillery battles. He seems to be very cautious. He flew farther away to better take advantage of the gap between their piloting technique and experience. It seems what happened to Wang Jingli made him realize what a deadly mistake it was to underestimate Wang Dong. Wang Dong is not an easy guy. Anyone who thinks he is a common idiot. The second man opined that honestly he was surprised too. He never mentioned to me about his ability to actively control free cosmic energy. They can never fully understand geniuses. So don't take it personally. He wants to see how far it goes and how Van Dong can develop Blackstone. Was asked if everything was ready. The answer was confirmation. Wang Jingli was now under the control of Zhou Yitai. The people sent by Ma Die had seized the horse's lash unhindered. He was a little surprised by Wang Jingli's attitude. If it wasn't for his tacit permission, they wouldn't have taken the horse's lash so easily. That attack hit the shield, so the ship was not damaged. Only the defense density was reduced. But the enemy didn't give up. They tried to break the ship's shield completely, but for now it was only attempts. They hit each other's shields. The people demanded spectacle. Huddled against the screen, Wang Dong's ship was hit again. He was about to win, about to lose. People didn't understand why he wasn't fighting back, especially having never flown a spark ship before. So he needed time to adapt. The younger brother was afraid that nothing was known. He didn't understand what was going on. Do was still having trouble controlling the ship, but the older sister assured them that Do would win, being sure that everything would be fine. Of course they were worried that he should have counterattacked, and so he got hit twice. The strength of the energy shield has been reduced to 80%. The attack intensity of the ship's main weapon is about 30. The rate of fire is 1 shot every 50 seconds, and its main gun with kinetic energy based on the speed of his battleship and the rate of change of navigation trajectory when using the orientation control device. The engine improvement level is at least level 3. Do suggested that it might be green class. The guy ordered to release the me particles, activate the auto-evasion mode, and hand over control of the main gun to the commander, knowing full well that no one would have thought that the steelbone, famous for its boarding battles, was equipped with a high-quality main gun, a blue-class scatter beam cannon at level 0, with an attack power of 20. Its charging time is 10 seconds. Reloading time is 100 seconds. Steelbone got this during the looting when they left Scoparias Federation. This main gun has not been used yet. Each attack from it can cause a scattering effect. The range is short, but its hit rate is much higher than kinetic energy bombs. Wang Dong's ship became incredibly fast and moved forward towards the enemy, deftly avoiding all the enemy's blows. Now it was much harder to hit. Wang Jingqiu didn't expect the hit rate to drop drastically after losing the control radar. and the optical computer's auxiliary aiming mechanism. But what angered him the most was that Wang Dong was only a rookie. How could he avoid hitting him so accurately? And then came the moment when Wang Dong finally hit his opponent and the attack was strong enough, but there was still something obstructing the beam. And that something was a shield that wouldn't let itself be penetrated. The guy inside could only just stand and try to dodge somehow. Wang Jinchu didn't take it as something serious. Even though the attack was very strong, it was as if his mind was clouded for a moment. He was still mocking the enemy. Was this really all Wang Dong could do? The strength of the energy shield had dropped to 96%, but that didn't stop the aristocrat. He thought it was just a pinpoint attack. Wang Jinchu was not going to retreat. He demanded the system to go full steam ahead to shorten the distance, increasing the probability of getting hit. It wasn't long before he paid for it. The strength of the energy shield had dropped to 39%, and the defense was about to be lost altogether. But Wang Dong was not worried. He was 100% sure that this was the end. A slight smile appeared on his face, and then first there was a bright light with a haze, and then a loud sound was heard, and everything around shook. It was an explosion. The strength of the energy shield dropped to 0, so the shield disappeared. Now Wang Dong was openly mocking Wang Jinchu's loss. The guy on the other hand was in genuine shock. He was shattered, not realizing how this had happened. The crowd at the Baron's estate saw it all, with Van Dao's brother and sisters especially cheering, shouting that they knew the guy would win because he was the best. The Baron watched in silence, and naturally inside, he was glad of this outcome and proud of his son, whom he had not seen for too long. After the fight, Wang Dong went back in. He didn't look all that favorable, at least due to the fact that he still had his arm in a plaster cast, but that didn't stop those rooting for him from shouting and cheering congratulations on his victory, recognizing that this was the guy who deserved to be the heir apparent. As it turned out, these guys left the banquet to greet him, from which the former miner became even a little embarrassed. He did not think that he would be so welcome, and that for his fate so worried. And immediately to the winner came winning brother and sisters. The eldest, of course, was as calm as ever and congratulated Wang Dong on a job well done. And the younger jumped and shouted with joy, saying that they knew he would win. And the heir asked for forgiveness for making them all very worried, but he still had unfinished business with Mr. He wondered if they could finally proceed with the final procedure, and his stepmother's father replied that of course they could. And since the lad had won 2 duels, as previously stated, Wang Jinchu and Wang Jinli would immediately become vassals at Blackstone and begin to fulfill their obligations. And in the meantime, all their property would belong to Wang Dong and slipped a list, so that the winner could decide what to do with their property at any time. And then Wang Dong turned to Mr. Zhou, and the latter became incredibly worried. Was he really going to punish him so soon? His heart began to be very hard from nerves. The man expected something terrible for his fate, but he heard not so terrible news. Van Dao reminded him that he didn't have a suitable warship right now, so the lad would like to appoint a male commander of the horse kick, hoping he would continue to serve Blackstone and contribute even more. So he asked what he would even say. Immediately behind the back, the victor's support began to whisper. One of them turned to Xia, wondering if he would agree if it were Wang Dong, and the man replied that it was a spark ship. If it were Zhou, the man would think hard, but the latter did not ponder long. He fell on his knees with his sword outstretched in his hands, and now Solan solemnly swore that he was devoting himself to the service of Blackstone, asking the Lord to witness his fidelity and favor the lad. Wang Dong took the blade from his hands and decided to testify his loyalty after all and share the glory with Zuolang. Now the man could take this ship, knowing full well that Zuolang was obsessed with getting his own spark ship. In his past life, he had never betrayed Blackstone, but now the guy was already a pawn captain and couldn't associate himself with other ships, and this candidate was the most suitable commander for a horse kick, and immediately turned to Zikong, ordering him to escort Wang Jinchu to hand over the captain's authority over his ship, and from now on this guy is the commander of the Saber. Wang Dong hoped that he would live up to the reputation of Chen Shi's knight and bring his family new glory, and the man started to get nervous. He understandably did not expect this, and immediately, putting his hand on his heart, began to tell Mr. One that they appreciate his kindness, but it was too hard to accept, simply because it was too important. So asked the former miner to think again about such a decision. But Wang Dong argued that this is only a 3rd-generation ship. Do not worry so much. Blackstone is in the border area, and they can only rely on their men. The Saber is useless if it is not in the right hands. And Mr. Chen has exceptional abilities. Zigong is young, but his qualities are above average, and this is Wang Do's carefully considered decision. So we asked not to refuse. The guy looked like the hope of the city, and now he was trying to add another person to help him. Slipping the sword on which the oath is sworn, he asks if Zigong feels responsible and ready to be a saber commander. The fellow was finally pressed after all, and he knelt down and said that Chen Zigong solemnly swore that he would devote his life to the service of Wang Do, asking the Lord to witness his loyalty and favor him, and in return Wang Do replied that he would witness his loyalty and share in his glory. Wang Do was about to leave, but he asked Ma Die to take care of the rest of the loot, and he promised not to disappoint his master. In what seems like 2 months, he has gained a lot of things he didn't have in his previous life. He has a steel backbone, a saber, a horse kick, and can assault ships in his guard fleet. He is truly embarking on a whole new path. And now Wang Do and his entire entourage were intent on going back and continuing the all-you-can-eat banquet, watched by everyone else on the large monitor as well. The man with long hair tried to stop Mr. Wang from saying something to him, and he almost succeeded, but something still prevented him. But suddenly, the man who was helping Wang Do appeared above him. He looked at the man with his creepy gaze through his mask. It made his heart feel like it frowncy and gave him goosebumps. But it just passed by, and his almost victim leaned over and tried not to look at him, drops of sweat dripping down his face at the mere thought that if he came face to face with him, he would be killed. So perhaps it was time to find a relatively prosperous planet and live a quiet, retired life there. Wang Do was standing in front of the electronic, either teleporter or storage bone, and saw something there. It is a license to buy a spark ship. After so many days, it is finally approaching Blackstone. The guy is settled. Chen Linfeng is being trained by Chen Zigong on the saber. Ding Lin is working in the administrative department on the mining planet. Wang Do asked Mrs. Taylor to arrange for Zhang Yan and Li Ziqing to join Blackstone's merchant fleet. They are all potential talents that will unfold under the right conditions. Then the events developed in the palace, where Do came to his older half-sister and pulled her somewhere with him. He understood what kind of surprise and promise gift he was going to give her, but the guy kept the intrigue and promised that soon she would find out. And until the last, he didn't know what was going on. And when they finally arrived at their destination, the girl immediately saw what was meant for her. It was a flaming fruit and yakin. It was not clear from the reaction until the end if she liked this gift. So the guy asked her again to know for sure. The girl immediately took the box in her hand and couldn't fully accept such a gift, simply because they were too expensive. And Wang Do assured her that she should just take it. They were useless to him and Guanbei. Ju Chuing was too young to use them, and then remembered that his father was waiting for him, and so he needed to remove himself. Baron Chu later told him that a few days ago, he submitted the relevant materials to the aristocratic parliament and received feedback yesterday. The former miner needs to find time to go to the capital to get the title. The Baron asked Chen Shi and men who were to go with him. The steel backbone has a sensitive status, so he advised him to take the Blackstone. But the guy thought about the fact that the Blackstone is the Baron's personal ship, a 19th level spark ship. Although it is 2nd generation, its overall power is not inferior to the steel backbone, and replied that he thought it was better to leave Blackstone here. The journey to the capital should be quiet. Wang Do would not want to attract many people, so he would take Chen Zigong's saber, Chen Shayi and Lin who could return once he was dropped off. A few low-level spark ships in the capital meant nothing. It was better to keep a low profile. The Baron tried to convince his son, because he had never been to the capital, and it was not as deserted as Blackstone. There were spark ships everywhere. If he didn't have a few spark ships in his fleet, no one would take him seriously. If Wang Do was just traveling, he wouldn't do that. But this time, the guy's going for an important purpose. He needs a little pomp, otherwise the guards at the entrance to the aristocratic parliament might not even let the heir in. So he almost forced him to take Blackstone, and the steel backbone stays here, and was able to do so. Wang Do agreed. In his previous life, he had never dealt with the aristocratic parliament. If they were so arrogant, a little pomp wouldn't hurt. Do didn't want to play silly games with them. He decided to leave next week. As the news of his inheritance was not yet known to many, a delay could bring trouble, for the neighborhood of Blackstone is unstable. To this the Baron did not mind. His son could leave early. He asked Fukuya to prepare supplies. Wang Dong exhaled with relief. He now had 3 spark ships, including a Lark and a Hussar, as well as 10 new assault ships. He replenished their ammunition, equipped them with power units over and above the norm, increased the crew for a 3-shift schedule, updated the star map, marked the supply stations along the route, and made a navigation plan. He finally finished everything. In his past life, he fought alone. Now it's a great opportunity for him. Luckily, Mr. Shin did a great job with logistics and supply. With the help of Chen Shai and Lin Hai, the guy completed the preparations in just 2 days. The captain gave the order to Mayas. The materials for the secret technique to grow unusual fruits that Wang Dong sent are already in place, and he needs to start checking. The guy would soon climb up their steel backbone, and the team could take him to the mining area. Wang Dong had finished his training. A month had passed, and he would finally be able to do some mining and relax a bit. Pond buy out more than 10 materials needed to cultivate the pure fruit. The Barazer couldn't wait to see the expression on Xiaodong's face when the secret technique was found. Kant, on the other hand, continued on his way through space. This ship was of such a size that no one would have dared to mess with it. Wang Dong Saturday in the commander's chair and asked to activate the Mirage system, switched to Pond's invisibility mode, and enter the battlefield of another universe. The civilization of the other universe was number 6, with a history of 6,677 years. Interstellar civilization type 1 is on the verge of extinction. The main sources of energy: geothermal energy, light energy. The capacity was the mother star. The population was 107,000 people. They have no combat power. They use many languages. The system of civilization was the system of alliance. The planet is overrun by a biochemical crisis. In addition to the natives, there are also 210 million biochemical zombies. After numerous large-scale wars, one of the countries invested huge resources in biochemical research to achieve a breakthrough in biotechnology. A biochemical virus escaped from the lab and spread across the planet. Most of the natives on the mother planet of civilization died from infection with the biochemical virus. Some managed to mutate and become biochemical zombies, and a negligible Wang Dong was embarrassed by what was happening. It wasn't human, but there was no other way. No one could guarantee complete isolation from biochemical contamination. So the only thing left for the guy to do was orbital bombardment. And so the heir issued an order to find all surviving natives, automatically select the most efficient navigation route, then begin orbital bombardment. This can be entrusted to the optical computer. He'd rather spend this time practicing body hardening techniques using the ship's spark. A bright blue light began to burst from the ship, and rays began to be directed downward at great speeds that did nothing but harm the planet. They cut into the planet's soil, leaving cracks that glowed blue. Now they were in the role of villains who were taking over the planet and destroying its inhabitants. Whatever they were, Dong was draining at the same time. He was completely focused on the inside, thus making the image even more cold-blooded. 2.5 hours of training with the ship's sparkler equivalent to 1 week of continuous training in the Silver Castle went a long way. There were only 2 bright red signals left. One was in a natural cave on an island mountain. The other was more than 200 meters underground on the continent. Wang Dong's mind kept spinning that this was a process in which new races were replacing the old, the last gasp of the previous civilization. His assumption of this statement would soon be confirmed, and now he was able to find the entrance to the underground shelter. It was just great news, because immediately gave the order to load the main gun, and Pan immediately released a huge beam that destroyed everything around him, but aiming only at one point. These were the only measures, albeit drastic. A dome rose above the ground, dust from the destroyed earth beneath them coming out. The fire would not cease until they felt the slightest thought appear that all was ready. The creatures that were there lay without a single hint of movement, and a huge hole appeared nearby that had been created by the ship of the humans who had come. Wang Dong became confident that things would be much easier now, looking carefully at everything on the monitor inside the ship that had invaded another civilization. And then there was another shot, a long, very powerful one. In the reservoir nearby it, the water became agitated and began to make waves higher and higher, the ground in the place trying to resist as best it could. And so we heard the notification from the computer that a biochemical medical capsule had been detected, and this could not but make the commander of this expedition happy, for it meant that he was right. An image of one very important part appeared on the screen. It's a purple class add-on module. Looks like that's what you can get. Destroy a civilization. This biochemical medical capsule is very useful compared to other obvious threats. The microorganisms and biochemical viruses in the universe cannot be effectively controlled. The microorganism that the Baron was infected with is only level 1. It can be cured in this capsule. Traveling to the capital and back would take Wang Dong at least months, so he decided to say that he actually found this capsule in the adventure. To get it, he needed to take the pond out of the atmosphere and land on the planet. The only question was how to avoid biochemical contamination. And now his head visited a brilliant idea. Finally, he thought of a way out of this situation, and his eyes lit up with joy. He'll put onto spacesuits and exoskeletal armor, take a mining ship to a satellite of this planet, and then remotely control the pond to capture the module. Then the guy has to wait 24 hours for the module to boot up. A small self-contained capsule flew out into open space. Kawarble released a beam from his board that had the effect of a teleporter, so it was possible to pull the desired item from the very depths of the earth. Wang Dong demanded to close all airlocks and isolation doors inside the pond, and unload the microparticle maintenance robot module, and then start connecting to the biochemical medical capsule. And then the notification sounded that the capsule was delivered to the hold number 3. The unloading of the microparticle maintenance robot module has started. The loading of the new module will take 30 initial points and 24 hours. The ship stood waiting for its master and commander in the same place it had been before. Wang Dong looked at the timer. There were 4 minutes and 36 seconds left, but Wang Dong was not intimidated by this. He calmly, even with a kind of smile and smugness, decided to return to the original universe. The small craft started on a reverse course, heading toward the station. Even though the mineship was in another compartment, not directly connected to the module, Wang Dong knew he couldn't waste another minute. Once the landing was complete, he would have to leave the pond immediately. There was no time to think. Every moment of delay could be too costly. But as soon as he got closer, he noticed that in the same place, in that original universe, the asteroid belt has long ruled, making it quietly hard to get inside the ship, except that the bigger ship found a solution to this problem and simply pulled the smaller ship toward it, trying not to hurt it, that is, not to run it into one of the rocks. Once inside, Wang Dong exhaled a sigh of relief, as if he had lifted a huge weight of anxiety off his shoulders. He no longer had to fear that in the next moment, he would crash into some flying object rushing towards him out of nowhere. His heart was gradually returning to normal, and then he apologized to Ma Da for wanting another 24 hours of mining. After all, the guy was going on a long trip, so he wants to relax a bit, and his assistant informed him that there was no problem with that and he would inform the others. Wang Dong did not take off his suit. A calmness was raging inside him, and he wanted to enjoy it for as long as possible. He would soon have a lot of problems again, and now all he had to do was just wait for 24 hours. The system announced that the biochemical medical capsule had been loaded, and the message was followed by a very important piece of information, namely that biochemical contamination had been detected inside the ship. The intensity was at level 2. The specific area of contamination was in the 3rd hold, and posed the question to the commander, that is, Wang Dong, whether to start the purification procedure, to which he received confirmation. The heir walked over to his captain's chair. Just in case, he checked himself and the mineship once more in near space. Everything was fine. He had gotten something really worthwhile this time, so now it was time to pack up and head back. With his hands almost full, and in a little while he was at the manor, the snow-white palace greeting him with incredible cleanliness and the people inside just as radiant as seeing the one who was to take over the reins, and even more so after his expedition had succeeded. The Baron and his children met Wang Dong, and henceforth he was put in his place as Deputy Captain Blackstone, and he in turn noticed the strange man beside his father. The Baron introduced him. This was Sujun, Blackstone's adjutant, and not the youngest, but not the oldest man bowed with his hand to his chest, while his father continued to speak and recommended that they prepare to depart. The brother and sisters were seeing Wang Dong off on a new adventure, of course wanting him to return as soon as possible to hear the stories from this spaceship trip, and of course wishing him to take care of himself. Wrapped in the soft golden glow of the setting sun, Wang Dong seemed like a real savior, almost a mythical hero who had descended from heaven, his eyes glowing with confidence, and his calm, warm smile gave others hope. It promised that he would definitely return, and there was not a shadow of doubt in his voice. It wasn't long before Sir Rong approached Wang Dong, announcing to the Lord that Blackstone and all the ships in their fleet were ready, so it was necessary to give the order he requested, and the same asked him to order them to start moving and form a spherical formation with this ship in the center. and he immediately shouted, ordering, "Tell the entire fleet to start moving and form a spherical formation with his ship in the center." The voice was loud and clear, making it penetrate to the bone. The ships, gathered in one grand armada, were rushing forward like an unstoppable storm. Their powerful hulls shone in the light of the distant stars, radiating strength and determination, as if nothing in the universe could stop them. One of the important fighters notified that 3 days had passed. They had left Blackstone to reach the capital, and they must pass through the far star portal in the northern lands. According to previous standards, it would cost about 300 source coins for their fleet to pass through the star portal. Wang Dong wondered what were the main sources of revenue from source coins in Blackstone's territory, to which he received the answer that mainly Blackstone spark ships fulfill online orders, earning source coins, and then transfer 10% of their income to the Baron. So the heir had a question how much they could get in a year, and the assistant replied that it didn't know exactly. He should ask Mr. Shan, because his lark usually handed over about 20 source coins per year. The heir was immersed in his thoughts that the annual income of Chen Shaishi's lark is about 200 source coins, so the cost of the fleet passing through the star portal exceeds the income of a level 10 spark ship for a year and a half. This is really expensive. They can't really afford it. The whole team kept in a tight group, not allowing themselves to deviate a single step, as if they were a single unit, driven by a common goal. Everyone tried not to get lost, not to lose rhythm, listening attentively to the commander's orders. No one dared to break this important order. Suron turned to Mr. Wang. Their fleet had bypassed Highland and entered the Astro-squared airspace. After passing through it and crossing the 2 territories, they would reach the northern lands, the political center of the northern star region. Another 10 days had passed. Interstellar navigation is always so boring. Ahead, the sensors detected an impressive gathering of forces. A massive main ship, 10 swift assault craft, 10 powerful defensive units, and 2 maneuverable spark ships known for their speed and unpredictability. It all looked like a well-thought-out and well-coordinated armada ready for a decisive clash. Lucky they weren't enemies. Then Dao was contemplating his next move. And then Neo was approached with the fact that they were very lucky. An interstellar cruise ship was just on their route. He could come aboard and have a little look around. And the commander wasn't sorry. He decided to take a look at it all after all. As they approached, the large vessel released a beam that took them on board, and a huge number of other ships that looked like ants compared to the main one hovered quietly in the air. Dusk, interstellar cruise ship. Everyone climbed in and got off their ship. They found themselves in a huge hall. Everything was bright and for a moment became uncomfortable with the amount of space available. They were greeted by Twilight's long-legged guide in a short skirt and an attractive chest cutout. She said that a sharp ancient saber awaited its intended owner. It was Twilight, an interstellar cruise ship belonging to the Lania Interstellar Cruisers Group. She was hospitable to those who came, hoping each of them would find their unique beauty in the vast universe. It was hard to listen to her. Her beautiful eyes with the colors of the sea and emeralds mixed together completely drowned out the information that Twilight was following a circular route, starting from the capital and ending at the border of the Weijin galaxy. The guests would experience the different cultures of multiple galaxies. On the way back from the Weijin galaxy to the capital, the Twilight will go through the Hanggu galaxy, encountering many ancient stellar regions that do not belong to any administrative system. They will be able to fully enjoy the grandeur of the starry sky and the beauty of the universe. Soon the customers were at a set table, and the girl was announcing that the restaurant aboard Twilight had received a 3-star rating from the Rebirth Kingdom Gourmet Association. This is one of the main features of Twilight. The recommended dishes on the first page of the menu will surely appeal to your taste. Wang Dong listed the dishes on the table: roast duck in the capital style, fish in western vinegar, flying dragon soup. He remarked that all these dishes looked appetizing. Mr. Wang was asked if he liked the place, and he said through a mouthful of incredibly delicious food that he liked it very much. Not very soon, but they made it back to Blackstone anyway. Stomachs full, but it couldn't be bad, just from realizing and remembering how delicious it was, which only confirmed that it had been a very good day. But suddenly his face changed. It was a mask of shock that had been paddling his entire body since the beginning of his appearance. Something appeared in front of him that put him in an absolute stupor. And immediately the computer in the ship turned on and began to notify maximum attention. Fast-moving objects were approaching the area. The ship immediately began to spark with electricity. Panic broke out on the pond. The crew didn't realize what it was. They were rushing towards their fleet. Van Dao tensed up. Luckily, the pond was flying ahead of the fleet. Thanks to the purple inspection radar, The pawn's detection radius was much wider than the fleet's. They began to threaten, and specifically Zhang Xinshu said that he was finished. Even if he was lucky enough to survive the attack of 5 warships, he would not be able to escape from their fleet. But this is in their opinion. Soon the next group of ships will arrive. Compromise? Say, if now all the crew members of King Kong Fury stay alive. Otherwise he would die and endanger others. To which the Van Dao crew replied that their opponents were just henchmen of the aristocratic forces, and were trying to hinder the progress of society. All of them would be nailed to the wall of shame and condemned by future generations. But they did not fall for such insults, only laughed at the fact that he is still talking this nonsense. No wonder he calls himself an example, but in fact the man is just a wanted criminal. Because of their rather heavy damage, Wang Dong gave orders to all ships to change course to coordinates immediately, and then pointed out which one specifically. And of course he was not to be crossed. Van Dao contacted his aides. They asked if there was anything out of the ordinary. Naturally, the conversation was incredibly disturbing. They were now being threatened. Their lives were being threatened. Wang Dong did not hide anything and spoke as it was. He had a bad feeling that a crisis was coming, because of which they should leave here immediately. So he asked everyone to order the entire fleet to leave the route and move away from the Weijing galaxy. Everyone understood the importance, so they did so. Wang Dong tensed. Anger was getting the better of him. He didn't have much time left, and the guy couldn't evacuate the other fleets at the moment on the pretext of his intuition. It could be a real mistake, but it was hard to foresee it, and even that didn't clear his sense of guilt. Meanwhile, on King Kong's Fury, the captain received a notification that an interstellar cruise liner was on their route. The commanders asked if they could bypass them. The damage level of their ship's armor had reached 89%. This was already higher than planned. If they tried to bypass this liner, they might be late for the scheduled rendezvous time. The success of the operation could be jeopardized. And while one no longer believed that this could turn into something adequate, the captain was beginning to take action and ordered to contact them and ask them to get out of their own way. Their ship would continue to follow the plan. The captain thought about the fact that the party of civilization and many of his friends had made great efforts and used personal connections to help him escape. He could make no mistakes. Even if it hurt the innocent, the man could fix everything later. Meanwhile, in the command center of the flagship of the next fleet, the captain was also notified that there was an interstellar fleet ahead, and he was also asked if they should go around them, and immediately received a harsh and aggressive answer that the target is Zhang Xinshu. So the route is determined not by them, but by him. So advised the king to concentrate. Zhang Xinshu is the priority. Do not pay attention to extraneous things, and let him remember, if they delay Zhang Xinshu's escape, they will have done their duty, and if they capture him before reinforcements arrive, they will be heroes. That put the subordinate in a stupor. He tried to change the captain's mind that this is a civilian ship. If they don't do anything, it might cause problems later. And he replied that in the case they should contact them and tell them to get out of their way. But in the radar room at twilight, no one was particularly tense. The guy behind the desk with a bunch of buttons, completely unhurried and not nervous, told them they were being asked to get out of the way, not realizing where these rednecks were even coming from. It's not like they didn't know how powerful the forces behind Twilight were. It was just another challenge for them. These ignoramuses don't understand anything, like the fact that they have 10 defensive ships. Not even a spark cruiser could break through their defenses in a short time. By the rules, he kind of had to report it to the captain. It irritated him immensely, but the order did come. The escort fleet needed to be ordered to form an emergency defensive formation around Twilight and make a U-turn to leave the route. And they just needed to activate the shipwide broadcast system now, urgently, and ask all passengers to return to their cabins and transfer to the mini rescue ships, adding that they needed to do it quickly. The senior man on the ship started yelling at the radar operator, not understanding what had happened, why there was no early warning, and called him an idiot, because he had just put the lives of everyone on the ship in danger, and he only scratched the back of his head and justified himself to the captain, saying that Twilight's inspection radar could not detect the enemy's location. Besides, in such remote places as the Northern Star region, there were no forces that would have the right to order them to give way, and they spoke very brazenly, which is extremely disrespectful. The captain didn't forgive such misfires. He cut off that it didn't matter who they were, and even more so, just think who asked them to give way after seeing the size of their fleet. Ordinary people. They received 2 emergency messages from different forces in a row. Only an idiot could do such a thing. He kept trying to calm the captain down. Twilight is under the command of the interstellar group of Lania cruisers. Even the army headquarters of the Rebirth Kingdom treats them with respect, and they are just a civilian liner. No one will attack them, and you shouldn't be so worried. But the man couldn't be stopped anymore. It turns out that even among his crew there were such ignoramuses. He ordered to silence the guy immediately. He knows very well that he got this job through connections, and then asked if he had carefully checked the inspection radar data. Although they don't have images of the opposing ships, can't they see the data of high-frequency energy reactions? It's from the ray guns. Well, didn't he hear the general broadcast? This is a battle between the aristocratic forces of the Scorpius Federation and Zhong Shenshu. This is a real war. How could he not realize that? No matter how powerful the Lanya cruiser group is, it only has influence in the Rebirth Kingdom. It has no right to oppose the aristocratic forces of the Scorpius Federation. Does this guy think that Twilight can represent the Lanya cruiser group? Who is he to do such a thing? And suddenly, he heard the notification that 9 spark ships, 1 battleship and 8 cruisers were moving at speed 5. They would be arriving in this airspace in 5 minutes. But the captain was well aware that they were not their target, so they just needed to get out of their way in time. It was a scene of unbearable tension. The catastrophe seemed inevitable. The ship was clamped on both sides, and both sides were rushing towards each other. Another moment, another heartbeat, and there would be a collision. Space seemed to shrink. Time slowed down, and every sound echoed with a resounding expectation of imminent impact. King Kong's Fury Control Center warned the captain. The team had detected large-scale spatial fluctuations. Their reinforcements were about to arrive, but he ordered not to panic. After all, they were very close to the planned location, and then ordered the damage control department to prepare for emergency repairs, and then asked Mr. Yao how long it would take to recharge the energy shield, and it was 220 seconds to the end of the countdown. All members of the damage control department are working hard on the emergency repair of key parts of the ship. They are expected to complete the work in 28 minutes. The aide also put in his word that he had heard of Mr. Lin's King Kong Fury, but was still very surprised to see her today. The buffering time of her energy shield is 2/3 shorter than normal ships. Even their crew members are so skilled, they can perform complex emergency repairs right in the middle of a battle. In just 28 minutes, they can repair key parts of the entire ship. That's impressive, and the captain thanked Mr. June for the compliment. Since their ship has taken on this rescue mission, they are confident of success. It's worth a look. The system demanded the attention of the entire crew. The enemy ship had detected high energy reactions. The enemy's energy shield was about to be recharged, which was a shock. After all, they had just destroyed their energy shield. The question arose, shouldn't there be at least an hour of buffer time? The opponents had a more panicked situation on the ship. The commander was reported that another energy reaction was now following. The captain should have paid attention to the mini wormhole beyond the known coordinates. According to the Rook map, there should not be any mini wormholes in the area. Of course, the captain became nervous. It was well realized that the opponents had planned this. This is an artificial disposable mini wormhole. It will only last for a short time, and its closing time can be controlled. If they enter the mini wormhole, the consequences will be catastrophic. The captain had received an urgent message. A fleet of reinforcements had arrived. The words sounded like a breath of air in the thin atmosphere of tension. Short, crisp, but with a charge of hope that was instantly transmitted to the entire command bridge. Help us here, and perhaps the outcome of this battle was about to change. The captain ordered them to send the coordinates of the enemy ship and request artillery support. It was the only chance. They had to resolve the difficult situation that threatened them. But the A reminded the man that this was still a cruise ship. But he didn't care. He ordered only the execution of his order, saying he was taking all responsibility. It was an incredibly hard and important decision, but the captain went into battle face to face with the risk. No one could understand how it was a well-thought-out decision, and the realization that he hadn't thought long came when his eyes lit up with madness. He had a policy that the interests of aristocratic families were paramount. Traitors should be destroyed without mercy. It was just a burst of pride and emotion, but in no way logic and prudence. The ships rushed forward, in readiness to attack and destroy everything in their path. They had made a drastic and risky decision. There was already enough tension inside, and now there was even more, for they had precipitated their own possible injury or even death. Everyone was nervous except the captain. He was already quite fucked up, only laughing with anticipation of victory. He assured them that they would soon arrive at the appointed place. For the other captain, however, it was completely unpredictable. He recognized that the enemies were real scoundrels. They didn't have this kind of evasive ability before, so he ordered his crew to immediately request artillery support, while his right hand reported back that the coordinates of the enemy ship had been sent to the support fleet. The picture was even more horrifying. A bunch of support ships directed their fire at the ship of the protagonist, and not far from it were the ships of those who simply did not have time to leave the route. Now it was not clear who would even survive. Pong gave the order to update the energy shield immediately, and it was done very timely, because almost at the same second the ship caught up with a deadly race, which fell no longer rain, but a wall. To turn away only on the ability of dexterity now will not be possible. Twilight's huge luxury ship was also fired upon, but he didn't use a shield. Of course, he wasn't exposed to such fire, and he had something to fight back with. His auxiliary and security ships were also available. Inside the pond, the captain asked everyone to hold on. Don't worry or panic. They were almost at their destination. All that was left was to survive, and behind them was an incredibly huge beam, more like an explosion. The wormhole was a few dousing meters away from them. Almost all of them almost survived, but then they heard a strange whistling. It was something important, but there was no time to be distracted by it. They did not immediately guess that it was their own ship, from the incredible speed it had reached during all this time. Everyone was blinded by a grin and huge flash, announcing that the ship in it had disappeared, just dissolved. It was all almost for nothing. The pond was not damaged, just a bunch of energy wasted. Captain Twilight watched the flare expand, and he didn't like this situation at all. Cold sweat appeared on his skin and fell in waterfalls. Soon a bright yellow light with a blue border engulfed everything around it and ate the ships, except it didn't chew them up, just gulped them down, along with all the people on board. Those who had tried so hard to harm the target were incredibly frustrated. The captain acknowledged that the mission had failed and ordered the crew to leave this area of the Redbud Kingdom immediately. They needed to leave immediately. They couldn't afford the consequences. Battleships couldn't stay in other countries' zones for long, and his assistants were grabbing their heads from the situation they found themselves in. But Van Duel and his crew were nervous. They were finally safe, and on the screen, they could see how powerful the Superman gun could be, this absolute spark-linker weapon. Blackstone's heir was no longer so excited, but his face showed no full-fledged calm, and he gave orders to send emergency messages and begin the rescue operation immediately. One of the ships they had seen suffered and shattered into pieces, and then began to contemplate an artificial mini-wormhole. A realization came that was both a question of whether it was made by that famous battleship. Wang Dong remained just as serious. Thoughts were swirling in his head that with the emergency messages spreading, many ships nearby would soon join the rescue operation. He just had to send Pond right away to collect the materials leaked from King Kong's fury. The guy still showed his humanity even to those involved in such a mess. Wang Duo asked first to handle the search and rescue of the Twilight wreckage. The masked man couldn't get over what had happened yet, calling those people on the warships just scum. They ignored the survivors after such horrible behavior. What aristocratic qualities in those families could even be talked about after that? Just bullshit. And then asked Mr. Wong to let his stormtroopers be the first to enter the Twilight wreckage for rescue, and the former miner agreed. The ships released beams that were more like huge lanterns. It was all about interaction between ships and for the sake of saving human lives. Wang Do looked at the screen where the characteristic was written. The supernova blaster cannon of the Gold class had an attack power of 30 units, and the charging time was 60 seconds. The reloading time was 300 seconds. The attack attribute was high energy beams and particle streams. The energy consumption was 300 units per shot. The feature was a starburst, causing damage to all objects within 1 light second of the point of impact. And the guy was happy about such a great catch. He got a high energy crystal and the main weapon, and suddenly he saw them, the very silhouettes of the rescue fleet of the cruiser group that had come swiftly to his aid. They appeared as an answer to a plea, cutting through the darkness and chaos. Their appearance meant one thing: help had come, and they were no longer alone. The man bowed, thanking Mr. Wong for his help, and then slid him something. It was his gifts and a premium VIP card of the Lanya Interstellar Cruiser Group. He asked to accept them, and the man replied that it just did what he had to do as an interstellar citizen. A huge number of ships crowded through the glowing hole. Wang Do's crew rejoiced that after so many days, they had finally arrived in the northern lands. After registering, they need to wait in line for at least 6 days to go through the portal. So Mr. One was offered to rent a dock for the fleet, and the captain agreed to it. Ships one after another entered the huge iron container, resembling a giant space garage. It became clear at once. Now it is possible not to worry about energy consumption. All systems went into saving mode. The long-awaited moment of peace came, when at last it was possible to exhale and allow yourself a little rest, at least for the next quarter of a day. But the crew was still inside. They had been on the road for so long that Wang Dong already wanted to look around for the next 6 days. His right-hand man didn't object. The guy had asserted to himself that he couldn't waste these days. He had rented a neighboring dock for the pond, and now the heir had time every day to use the source points to practice body hardening techniques aboard the pond. He entered his cockpit and accessed the ship's system, asking to use 50 source points to replace the main gun with a supernova blaster cannon. T-Computer quickly completed the task. The pond's comprehensive combat power rating would now rise from level 8 to level 9. Time to practice the body hardening technique. Wang Dong was like a stone cut with steel. The impression his muscles gave. His body was covered with energy. Sweat dripped down every inch of his skin, leaving no dry spot. And when he opened his arms abruptly, all the energy burst out from his body and dispersed to the sides. He had stood there for so long, saving it up, concentrating on his inner strength. Wang Dong was tired but satisfied. A light chuckle escaped from his mouth. With the experience he had gained in his past life, in these days of practice, he had broken through from the perfect beginning stage to the middle stage. Now he could channel free cosmic energy to continuously strengthen himself. He hurriedly threw his clothes over the bare parts of his body. His movements were quick and precise. There was no time to hesitate. The moment of crossing the stargate was almost upon him, and there was a growing sense of urgency inside. His return had been long overdue, and now, at last, everything was in place to go where he was long awaited. And now came that exciting moment of passing through the portal, and Pan was getting closer and closer to it, advancing longer in turn, and pretty soon dissolved into blue light. Finally they were at the other end. Wang Dong even opened his mouth and then stretched his lips in a smile. This impressed him a lot, and his assistant was also surprised. But more exciting to him was that another day of sailing, and they would reach the capital. A card was handed to their hands. It is a premium VIP card of Lanya Group. There were worries that if let the people from the Baron's family organize their agenda, they might disrupt their plans. After all, they don't know the place well. After arriving in the capital, the team Kun asked Lanya Group to organize their schedule, and it wasn't long before tall and unusual buildings appeared beneath the ships, which meant they were already in the capital city, glowing with lights, bright lights and vibrant night streets, all of which they could see from a bird's eye view. They were met by a pleasant girl in a business jacket and skirt. She introduced herself to Mr. Wang. Her name was Lin Xuanxin, and the girl was the senior authorized officers of the Lanya Group. The certification of your title, sir, had been completed, and Lin Xuanxin was to escort him and the team to aristocratic parliament to complete the entire process, which of course elicited gratitude. And pretty soon they were back out on the street, with a big building with bright lights in the windows behind them, and the girl was walking ahead, not even noticing that the guy was left behind. And the Baron's heir was puzzled. He didn't think the end would come so soon. They were over too quickly in his opinion. The boy looked at the mark on his forearm. It was the square brackets of red that still had no way of sticking together. This is what he gets with the title, sir. It represents permission to bind himself to the ship's spark. From these thoughts, the guy was brought into the real world by Lin Xuanxin. She leaned over and asked if the gentleman had any other requests. As the VIP guest of the Lanya Group, he could make any request. Besides, she personally admires his righteous deeds in the Northern Star region. If he needed anything, it was worth just saying. And Lin Xuanxin promised to try her best to help him. A smile appeared on Captain Pan's face, and it said that Miss Lin had already helped him a lot. He had learned about the procedure before arriving. Even if there were no difficulties, it usually took at least a week to complete the whole process. If it wasn't for her help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. If he needed anything later, he would contact the girl. He came to his cabin and sat her down in a not the most contented posture, and immediately gave the order to order a Spaceship, to which the system replied that on December 17th at 9 in the morning, it was worth taking the license to buy a new Spaceship and board the steel boiler transport ship sent by the Royal Shipyard to enter through entrance number 3. It was a very happy event for Wang Dong that Pan had finally arrived in the capital. The small mobile docks nearby are too expensive. Pan's parking fee is 300 source coins per month. Now he needs to find a way to hide his identity and get a new Spaceship. Wang Dong can buy 100 standard energy blocks for 1 source coin, so he decided to buy 30,000 blocks first. The super new gold class blaster cannon consumes 300 units of energy per shot. 30,000 blocks will only be enough for 100 shots. He has more than 8,000 source coins left in his account. The guy needs to spend them all within a few days. After getting a new ship, he will leave pawn on this account. There was also a message that someone is looking for more light lotuses. These people are willing to offer a price 10% above the market price. They asked whoever this message reaches to contact the headquarters of the Gong flagship. If they have this flower, the quantity is limited. It is worth hurrying, hurry up. Wang Dong thought that such a retail call is worth a few hundred source coins per message. No one would post it unnecessarily. Is it really from the top management of the Gong store that procured 8 more light lotuses? He searched for information about the status of this plan at the moment. The sale of Mo Light Lotus was 0, and the purchase requests were as high as 10,086. The price people were willing to buy them for was between 5,000 and 9,800 original coins per plant. Of course, Wang Dong was incredibly excited that the lotuses were out of stock. They just aren't, and tens of thousands of people want to buy them, as much as 5 or even almost 10,000 original coins per plant. As expected, information about the medicine called Pure Elf has leaked out. Now he will sell his 8 lotuses of Mo Light on 5 different trading platforms. The Scorpius Federation Research Institute has officially released the broad-spectrum antibiotic Pure Elf. According to test results, Pure Elf can effectively treat microbial and viral infections below level 4, as well as biochemical infections below 6. Its main ingredient is the lotus of Mo Light. Wang Dong hit a white streak in life. This pleased him. He received 76,000 source coins, and he paid just over 8,300 coins for these lotuses. So the net profit is about 68 coins, which led to the availability of a 4,180 source sonnets. Under the influx of a great mood, he was serious about shopping, only it wasn't something akin to going shopping for cool clothes, but something a little more interesting. He began to quickly poke at the panel. Wang Dong immediately went through the options. Purple class super main gun, 12,000 source coins. High price and weak feature. Gold class main gun with high attack but long buffer time was just junk. Purple class inspection radar with improved accuracy. Unfortunately, the guy already is an inspection radar researcher. Wang Dong leaned back and sighed heavily. He hadn't expected there to be so many speculators here. He kept wanting to find something worthy of spending a large sum. And then, like a breath of new air, a memory visited him. He had completely forgotten about the one thing that could solve his problem. A light of hope appeared in his eyes. He was intent on buying a letter of invitation to the auction of advanced modules for spark ships, organized by the Gluttony Chamber of Commerce, and it only cost 300 source coins. And judging by the information on the screen, everything should start soon. This is an unofficial auction, aimed at a narrow group of clients with sufficient capital. Most lots are of high quality. Bidding is anonymous. Prices are offered online. There is no auctioneer. When no one offers a higher price within 30 seconds, the transaction will take place. Details about the lots become available only after the auction starts. This gold class armor is perfect for Wang Dong. It effectively resists kinetic damage. If he buys it, the risk is greatly reduced. Even if the guy goes into the deep mining zone of the asteroid belt in search of titanium crystals, the guy had a very size mind. The price was rising quickly, but Dong is obliged to buy this module, so he decided to add another 5,000 original coins to raise the bid and the possibility of getting what he wants. And he did not do it for nothing. A message appeared congratulating him because the purchase was successful. Now the immortal for 66,000 source coins is his. The guy would not say that it is cheap, but the markup on this module is not too great. This module will greatly accelerate his program, exploring the mining zones of the asteroid belt. But now he needs to improve the exploration and mining capabilities of his ship. This drill head is good, so he decided to buy it. This detector is also good. He is ready to buy it, but then a shock. 10 grams of star crystals. This is the rarest mineral. Need to buy it as soon as possible. This energy shield is good. So is this engine. Wang Dong buys them both. It was a relief. It should be enough. He still had almost 8,000 source coins in his account. He would exchange them for the official currency of the Red Kingdom. If anyone had a star crystal, it could significantly slow down the aging of body functions. He would send it to the Baron when he returned. It looks like the items he just bought have already been delivered. Once all the items have been delivered, he will close this small mobile dock. Wang Dong ordered to enter a battlefield in another universe, and the pond began to glow with a bright blue light that was blinding if one was overboard. And immediately it turned into a small glowing dot and disappeared altogether, as if it had never been there, as quiet as a cat walking, and then just as quietly appeared in another place, if not for the dimensions, and could not be noticed. Certainly not by ear. Wang Dong became worried, his eyebrows arched. This time he had met a Type 1 civilization research fleet, and only received 15 units of source points, and now it was already time to go to the shipyard. The guy changed into special clothes. He bought some invisible suits. They are made of a special biological material that effectively hides all the personal characteristics of the wearer. Such suits are great for those who need to hide their identity. They are inexpensive but disposable. Wang Dong put on a mask. If this trip goes smoothly, his destiny will be complete, so it's worth being patient and doing things that will help him achieve his goals. In his new guise, he headed aboard the ship. Climbing the steps up, there was nothing inside, not a single emotion, just cold thoughts of the near future. And it wasn't long before the ship let out a blue glow from the fuel. Compared to the pond, it was quite small, only for a few people, but in no way for an entire crew, as it was on Wang Dong's home ship. A beautiful girl with short blue hair and light eyes appeared behind the guy's back. She introduced herself to the master. Her name was Sujia. She is the representative appointed by the royal shipyard. The girl was smiling and hospitable. Wang Dong didn't say a word at the beginning, but he noticed that it seemed like the people on this ship were used to the kind of people the guy was. That is, those who want to hide their identity, don't show an inch of skin on their face. The ship was moving further and further through space. The royal shipyard was built in the 8,301st year of the interstellar era, and it had a history of almost 2,000 years. It had powerful shipbuilding capabilities and could produce up to 30 spark ships at a time with a construction period of only 1 year and 2 months. Wang Dong, without looking at Sujia, touched his hand to hers, or rather to what was there. This completely confused the girl. She flinched at this movement, and when the guy looked at her, she immediately nervously apologized to him and said she needed to go to the bathroom, and like a bullet she flew out of the booth. Being alone opened the hologram on the tablet. The screen highlighted the 3 million auras that the stranger had handed over to her. Sujia would need to work for 10 years to earn such a sum. It was hard for her eyes to believe what was happening. When I got back, I held up well, though it was hard to hide the trepidation of such sums. And suddenly the guy in the mask asked if there was anything he needed to pay attention to during the whole process. Sujia blushed. Her cheeks became completely red. She kept thinking about the 3 million orans. She better try to help him properly. Nervousness showed even more, but immediately she pulled herself together and gained enthusiasm and asked to be allowed to talk about the standard procedure. They would enter the royal shipyard through entrance number 3. Then she would guide them to the exhibition dock C-110, where there were 3 destroyers not yet connected to the ship's spark. Wang Dong would be able to choose one of them, and the engineer would give him professional advice. And then she leaned over to the seated gentleman a little too cheerfully and assured him to be sure their engineers also follow the relevant factory rules and strictly keep his identity and all information confidential. If the gentleman has any other requests, it's just worth letting her know and she will try to help. And then Wang Dong asked how many exhibition docks are available for selection at the royal shipyard. Sujia provided information that about 100, and the guy queried, meaning that there were about 600 destroyers available to tie up with a ship's spark. But as it turned out, more, in addition to the ships, moved to the exhibition docks. More than 400 ships were in the giant dock inside the shipyard. And then the stranger asked another question, and that was if there was a way to see all the ships in the shipyard that could be linked to the spark. This was an important aspect. The girl got nervous and replied that according to the rules, each customer is only given one opportunity to change the exhibition dock. That is, he can choose one ship from the 6 ships in the 2 exhibition docks. The first exhibition dock is fixed, so Sujia can only find a way to change the second one. If there is a ship he wants, it is worth letting her know, and she will pick the appropriate dock for the customer. The guy objected. He doesn't need to inspect the ships carefully. He just wants to see their shapes clearly. He thought about the scanning function of the auxiliary system, which requires the object to be within sight, and the girl almost jumped up. It's easy to arrange. She will use her authority to add it to today's tour list. Sir can take the steel boiler and visit the unclassified areas of the shipyard. The customer will have 8 hours to see these ships. Sujia will make sure that the steel boiler will be in the shipyard. Sujia will make sure that the steel boiler will be able to see the ships, and he will be able to take the steel boiler and visit the unclassified areas of the shipyard, and immediately started fiddling with the phone to fulfill everything the client wants, especially the one who gives a very big tip. And after a minute, She turned to the masked Wang Dong and gestured okay and said that everything was finally ready. She wanted to thank the mysterious man for his generosity. The ship sailed over a huge warship, condition F-class destroyer, 100%. Growth potential was low E-class destroyer, condition also 100%, except that the growth potential was relatively low. An hour had passed. It could now be concluded that more than 3/4 of the G-class ships. The masked guy said they still had time, so suggested they go to the giant dock, to which the girl awkwardly advised that the giant dock was not a tour area. She had no authority to take the gentleman there, but he took Sujia's hands and asked her to trust his sincerity and help him. If she took him there, the guy would double his so-called gratitude, but if not, he could express his gratitude to others. Of course, there is nothing that cannot be bought or bribed in this world, and the gold plate or card testified to this. The girl immediately found a way out. Her acquaintance is just in charge of entering and exiting the giant dock, so asked to wait for her to ask him. She stepped back and made a phone call. The conversation went on for a while, but nothing was clear, only the girl's agreement at the end. And then, with an incredible joy of cuteness, clearly strained, announced that she had taken over the task from him. The steel boiler would guide one of the ships from the giant dock to the exhibition dock. Now they could get into the giant dock. Of course, she was only doing this for the large sum of money promised to her. They approached the large ships. There were 2 of them. It looked grand and majestic indeed. It seemed that it was only the size of such vessels that brought fear. Because of the mask on Wang Dong's face, it wasn't clear if he was impressed. But what was going on underneath? It showed that it had actually reached the level that was being talked about. Now I could see why there was no excursion here. Such a thing had to be protected. And the guy expressed his desire and whim about what was on the left. He had the right to set the terms, and he was worshipped for it. Wang Dong was notified that this was the Minus Tensho dock. The newly added destroyer had arrived. The guy looked down at it all and realized that this was going to be the O equals best by so far. Wang Dong announced the start of the necessary procedures and slid a gold card to the man next to him, and the man immediately became gracious, bowed in front of the guy, and said that the application for binding with the ship's bark had been sent. It would be delivered within 30 minutes, and then asked him to be patient and wait for a while. It was too long for Wang Dong, so he asked to try to shorten the time. But of course, he didn't ask just with a kind word, but also backed up ish with money. And immediately the man asked him not to worry. Their mission at the Royal Shipyard is to provide the best service, and in 10 minutes, his ship's bark would be here in good order. And in front of Wang Dong was already a -1216 destroyer, a Spark S-class destroyer. Its condition was 100%, and its growth potential was extremely high. The guy at first thought there was something wrong with the auxiliary system when he saw it was S-class. It means its hull could be gold class or even orange class. He can't believe he found it. Orange class means epic quality. It's even better than gold class. The drone brought the delivery of the ship's spark very quickly, which Wang Dong was notified about, and afterwards also congratulated that he could start tying. The girl asked if he wanted to do it here or still in a special parking lot, and the guy replied that he would do it here. He was already impatient. The assistant began to explain in more detail that it was his ship's spark, and it could enter the chosen warship and open the container inside. During the process, the ship's spark would contact the ship and him. Sujia narrated that the whole process usually took 10 to 15 minutes. No need to worry, there wouldn't be too much pain. But that didn't scare Wang Dong. Wang Dong stood in front of the huge ship with a sparkler in his hands and waited to enter the vessel. He was already anxious to see this machine from the inside, but showed nothing to his escorts, for he must remain mysterious rich man. Once inside, he Saturday down on a chair and still as constrained as ever, not letting go of the flask with the glowing contents inside. Mentally he moved to the pond, visualized every corner of the ship in which he had spent too much time in this life, and in the past, he was well aware of what fate awaited his almost native ship, and it made his soul heavy. Once his hologram was inside the ship, he asked for the inspection radar explorer, warp drive Pegasus, Mirage system, and microparticle maintenance robot to be removed, and then asked the pond system to start the self-destruct program. The huge spaceship, though compared to the one he was sitting in now, it was simply too small, began to light up with golden ribbons, and out from its invisible state, everything began to vibrate inside, and so the guy started to dissolve. It seems that the pond spark had faded away. Wang Dong can only be the captain of one spark ship at a time. If he wants to contact a new spark ship, he can no longer be the captain of the pond. If left, it might get him into trouble one day. It's a third-generation green ship, and it's not worth keeping. Almost completely dissolved. Wang Dong did not not open his eyes, lest he should later find the image of Pond in his mind at this sad moment. He was saying goodbye not just to the ship, but to a true friend who had served a fine faithful service, and had kept the former miner alive on more than one occasion. With his current body hardening technique, and the level 5 spark auxiliary fluid, the probability of success was 100%. The guy guided the syringe needle into his arm, the sharp tip digging into the skin until it pierced through, bringing a slight pain, penetrating the muscle, and then he squeezed the spark capsule tighter, tuning himself for what would happen next, hoping that everything would be fine and he would be able to operate such a huge machine, and from it poured a light in the form of a sphere, which gently enveloped the satisfied face of the guy, who wondered how all this was happening. Something incredible and tantalizing. Light began to creep into Wang Dong's gut. It had all started. He would have to endure the pain. If the binding failed, he would still remain captain, but he would still be automatically demoted to the second generation of captains, and the source points rate on this spark ship would drop from 100% to 50. The ship tried to make sure that the master would always be human, wondered if he would never become the servant of other races, under any circumstances. Even when other races invaded human territories, he and his ship would come forward boldly to protect the humans, and Wang Dong made a promise that it would always be human, and would never become a servant of other races under any circumstances, vowing that he would speak out boldly and defend the humans when other races invaded their territories. Ship Spark successfully bonded. Wang Dong obtained ownership of Spark ship. System activated. Ship Spark and hull loaded. Hull characteristics generated. The question for the new owner was whether he wanted to activate the module characteristic selection now. The guy was well aware that it was Spark's oath. The auxiliary systems module characteristic selection function could indirectly determine the quality of the hull during the initial bonding process between Spark and hull. Based on the quality of the module, this would require 1 unit of high-level energy crystal to select a characteristic, and the guy boldly confirmed the process. A notification popped up. That myriad of things, orange, doubles the number of extra slots of the ship's modules. Second, the secret of time, orange, reduces the charging and buffer time of all the ship's modules by half. Third, the secret of immortality, orange, the ship gains an extremely powerful self-repair function and reduces the damage it receives by 50%. Wang Dong realized that it didn't need to hesitate. The guy picked out a myriad of things. Initial maximum number of additional module slots for a Spark ship. Upgrading the hull by 2 levels adds another module slot. Hull upgrades require 10 times more energy than normal ship modules. Upgrading the hull by 2 levels is not easy. Combining different additional mods allows each Spark ship to have its own unique characteristics and capabilities. Some high-performance standard modules also require additional slots. A myriad of things are great. They give a Spark ship hand. The notification appeared that the ship Spark successfully connected. We should give a name to this ship, and Wang Dong prepared for it early. He pulled out a huge list, listing the options: Green Dragon, Golden Dragon, Candle Dragon, Archosaurus, Zars, Black Star, Jiuzhou, Ganzhou, Jizhou, Chuanshan, Fuchang. Finally, he chose a name among the huge list, Darker, and it hadn't been used by anyone yet. The system asked if the name was worth confirming. Of course, Wang Dong agreed to accept it. There was no symbolism involved. He wanted to fly through dark galaxies as a Ra. It made him laugh. A Ra floating in dark galaxies. On the tablet was all the information about the ship's past at the moment. The ship's name was Steel Cauldron. The first captain was Lord Qin. The guy gave the tablet to those who accompanied him, leaving the rest to them, asked when it could depart, and as it turned out, any time. A huge ship was flying overhead. It was all glowing in different parts, in different colors, looking like something modern and newfangled that could give everyone around it a feeling of envy. And if it was suddenly an enemy, it would think several times about attacking. The guy needs to supervise the automated robots on the dock, to disassemble the wreckage of the pawn and transfer supplies to the Dark Ra. Wang Dong should then get the initial specs for the Dark Rouge and load the Mirage system, Pegasus warp drive, supernova blaster cannon, and other ship modules onto it. Small robots worked outside the ship, fixing something, improving, checking. With them, the maintenance of the machine will be much easier and faster. You cannot worry that you will have to be distracted from the main business at some important moment. He ordered to spend 1 unit of low-level energy crystal to activate the function of capturing signals from other universes. An hour had passed. All the supplies had been transferred. It was time to get some source points. The signal from the other universe had been received. The battlefield was ready for Wang Dong to enter. It was only worth confirming, and he excitedly demanded to enter the battlefield in the other universe now. The long ships flew towards Wang Dong's new bow cannon, at the same time releasing beam shots, hoping to hit a good target in order to take possession of it. On the screen was the information that there were no additional modules. The structures of the ship were 60. Compatibility was 50%. Slots for additional modules 6. The characteristic was myriad things. Orange doubles the number of slots of additional modules. The requirements for improvements 6,000 source points, 6 units of titanium crystal. His side infiltration. All the ship modules were ordinary class. This ship was not improved in any aspect. This was going to be the most dangerous battle in the other universe. A civilization from another universe is the Lidiao civilization. Its history is about 8,875 years. The type is an interstellar civilization of the first type. The main source of energy, nuclear energy. The power was unknown combat power of about 16 or 20 ships. The language is Lidiao. The system of this civilization is Federation. It took 2 minutes to load the virtual image. The ordinary class inspection. Radar is really slower than the Purple Explorer. This is a civilization of the first type. There should be no end. And then there was information about the persecution in the Litao asteroid belt. The parties involved are the Reformer Alliance. Litao Federation, the force ratio is 1 to 1,211. Description: the radical proposals of the Reformer Alliance caused alarm. At the top of the Litao Federation, the Reformer Alliance was besieged and declared an illegal organization overnight. Several key people and leaders of the alliance boarded an armed merchant ship. They are trying to use the difficult terrain of the Litao asteroid belt to evade pursuers. Wang Dong did not appreciate it. Too primitive. Intelligence analysis is too short. Meanwhile, the rain of ships were approaching incredibly fast and aggressively. In such numbers, everyone would have an advantage. But they had messed with the wrong pilot. And even more so now that he was on a ship, that even a simpleton would help even a simpleton get a pretty high ranking among other fighters. After he had demolished one of the vessels, leaving on its hull almost his signature, which cost him the integrity and health of the pilot, Van Dao unleashed another downsing attacks at them, and everyone he hit immediately began to explode, leaving a bright blue flash behind. The guy rejoiced. He could get 1 source point for destroying 1 ship. And that's 4 times faster than on the pond, which instilled hope. This wanted merchant ship would bring him more source points. Decided to try and hack into their system and communicate through optical signals. Civilization needs constant reforms to maintain progress. He will help the reformers. A girl with a mustache on her head, like a cockroach, stared at the screen and folded her arms in pleasure and admiration. She knew that many of their people didn't understand them. Entrenched interests were cruel to them, but the alien civilization offered help when the Rem needed it. Darkro was ahead of them and warned the Provations that enemy reinforcements were approaching. So they asked them to keep behind him. He began firing at the targets one by one. Even if the armor of Wang Dong's normal class ship isn't improved, it's still too strong for Type 1 interstellar civilizations like Litao. Their primitive beam weapons won't be able to penetrate his defenses. Opponents continued to explode. Van Dong scoffed at them. Was this really all they could do? He needed more. 300 ships were closing in on him, seemingly the first detachment, and they exploded even more spectacularly from the quantity. Now instead of them, the space was filled with shrapnel. It was a good catch. The remaining original points totaled 335. And then I noticed the main fleet, as many as 800 ships. It's going to get rich. In the command center of the flagship of the Lithial Federation fleet, the commander was marveling at the fact that 300 ships were destroyed just like that, and they didn't even scratch the enemy ship. There was a notification that an unknown ship was attacking them, so all ships should have spread out and retreated. Wang Dong swept up that Federation Commander Li Tao had made the right decision, because now he could destroy them one by one using his speed advantage. He carried forward and fired at enemy targets. That amount of gunfire made the space look like a sky with a bunch of fireworks. It's been 8 hours. The guy has gotten enough initial points. It's time to say goodbye and go back. At last he wished those he helped that the fire of civilization would always be with them, and they decided in turn to thank their guest with a nice gift. Wang Dong looked at the gift and tried to figure out what it was. Scans of his ship showed no anomalies. It was a Reform Alliance contract. The contract clause is formulated by the captain. Once accepted, it cannot be changed. Under the influence of mysterious factors, the crew members will strictly abide by its terms. If they sign the contract voluntarily, the spirit of martyrs will not die. For Wang Dong, this contract is worth more than a gold class module. He fought alone, because he had to keep the existence of the pond a secret. But he can't go on like this forever. If the guy wants to utilize the full potential of his spark ship, he needs a full crew. Now he has a dark crew, but for now the Mirage system is on his ship. Do can hire crew? He can only put one clause in the contract, and it only applies to humans. But that's not a problem for the ship module. The guy can upgrade it if the heir clearly states in the contract to keep the information confidential. Everything will be fine. His kindness had definitely paid off. Time was up, and ordered Darkroot to return to the original universe. Wang Dong's initial points are enough to replace the modules on this ship. In addition to the main gun, armor, engine, inspection radar, and energy shield, there are also additional modules. A myriad of things have given the Dark Rook 6 additional module slots, and this is despite the fact that the Dark Rook is only level 0 and ordered the main gun, engine, and inspection radar replaced. None of these modules have been improved, but Dark Rook's comprehensive combat power score is already at level 8. Now he has a chance to face type the civilizations on a battlefield in another universe, the equivalent of 20 years of effort on the Tomahawk. In a few months, he has amassed a fortune that the average spark ship captain would not be able to earn in a lifetime. Next, he throws the pawn pieces into the melting furnace and waits for them to be completely destroyed. Then he must wait 24 hours for the modules to be loaded before returning, and order Darkrook to activate the Mirage system. Chen Shai and the others would probably want to see it. His team, congratulations on winning the title, sir, congratulations. He'll be back soon, because he'll leave them too. The man added that some institution in the Scorpius Federation had developed a broad-spectrum antibiotic that supposedly could cure the Baron's illness. Unfortunately, this product was in short supply even in the Scorpius Federation. In the Rebirth Kingdom, its price had risen to 10,000 original coins per dose. The guy sure not to worry. He had already found a solution. No need to give in to these speculators. His father's illness would be cured as soon as they returned. Seriously, to which the men were shocked. At the land group banquet, the guy befriended a few spark ship captains. One of them has a ship module that can effectively treat microbial and viral infections below level 21. Promised he would join them in Blackstone if Do asked. The price is quite reasonable. They have to pay his transportation costs back and forth and pay 500 original coins. He has not registered Darkrook to the Spark network yet. It will save him some trouble when they go through the Stargate in the Northern Star region. If Darkrook can't follow his fleet, he will open a new account later when he connects him to the network. The aides were overjoyed. Now the Baron would be alright. That was good news. And now we must prepare to return. And then turn to the Reddit, saying that now in the capital galaxy, she might want to see me in person. The girl said she really wanted to see him, but he had to participate in a long-distance exercise soon. So they just said goodnight to each other. After a day of preparation, their fleet is ready to return. And as for the said captain, he will be here soon. He is already near them, and so his ship appeared. Wang Dong asked to be attached to their lot. It's time to go. The boys are coming home. The ships flew side by side without breaking apart. They had no small distance to cover, and so Darkrook was finally registered after half a month, which is good news. But here Van Dal saw something that made him question himself. Mr. Wang was approached and notified that they have received a broadband message on an open frequency. Someone asking for help. This is not a standard distress report. It doesn't give key details, neither the attackers nor their numbers. How such a group of bandits could even threaten a level 20 destroyer. There are few star bandits in the surrounding galaxies capable of threatening a level 20 destroyer, and the forces behind such large groups are quite complex. The stone tablet is a spark ship, not a merchant ship, but even it has come under attack. Maybe the heir to the Astro Quest. The notorious hangman Zheng Yan almost fell into his hands because of Wu Haojia. It concerns the heir of the Astro Square. If they ignore it, the Baron might face problems later. When this Hentianzi got the right to represent the Astro Square, the Astro Square willingly helped Do in his past life, so it paid a lot of attention to them. The captain asked not to worry, as Mr. Chen told him on the mining planet, the Astro Quest doesn't have a definite heir yet. It's just a self-proclaimed message. There's a lot of understatement in it. The guy suggests leaving immediately. The reason given is that they have a guest of honor aboard their ship, and they can't engage in combat. And by the way, added that the stone plaque sounded familiar, and asked if they had seen it before. Suddenly asked to wait a minute. It was a ship that didn't rescue passengers, but stole the cargo after hitting dust. Its name is a stone tablet. The distress message came from this ship. But it's too late. We have to leave. This is Patrol Fleet 3, 1095 from Astro Square. In accordance with the relevant emergency regulations, the team are temporarily requisitioned by the AstroQuest. They have been ordered to immediately depart to Airspace 21 to perform a rescue mission. All ships in their fleet are recorded and logged. If they violate the relevant emergency regulations, the AstroQuest reserves the right to bring them to justice. Wang Dong hesitated to speed up and only ordered the passkey flight to be ignored. They'll definitely face some trouble for ignoring this distress report. It would be easy for the Astroverse people to get information about Blackstone, but right now the whole Astroverse is in chaos. With Highland standing between them, no group of star bandits would be stupid enough to attack a fleet with 4 spark ships. The guy chooses the option that will cause less damage. They leave.